The action unfolds with a picture of a dilapidated, burning palace, where a bloody massacre unfolded in the courtyard, in which mysterious people in hoods and masks mercilessly kill civilians. Amid the reigning chaos and death, one of the residents bravely decides to take on an unequal battle with the mysterious killers, standing against a superior enemy. With an incredible effort, the warrior tries to block a deadly blow with a sword. Although even with an unarmed eye, it is clear that the forces of the opponents are catastrophically unequal. Clan Ragnar is a great ducal family that for thousands of years has protected the empire in the very north of the continent, entrenched on its indestructible stronghold, the Great Northern Wall. According to ancient legends, the blood inherited from the first ancestors gave all the descendants of the Ragnars incredible magical abilities, unsurpassed endurance, and an innate talent for the art of fencing. All of them possessed these gifts, except for one. The same young man who now dared to stand up against the merciless conquerors. After another unsuccessful attempt to parry a crushing blow, the mysterious masked man standing opposite looks at his opponent with obvious bewilderment, not understanding why he has not yet realized the simple truth about things beyond his control, no matter how hard he tries. The defeated main character, standing on his knees, listens in amazement to the words of an unknown guest, whose voice seems strangely familiar. Having decided to reveal his identity, the masked man bares his face in front of the semi-living hero, and under it is a gray-haired man with eyes full of old bitterness, who cruelly informs the young man about his inability to inherit the great gift of Ragnarok. The name of the main character, Theo, is heard from the mouth of the traitor for the first time, and the young man looks at Randall with pain and misunderstanding, unable to understand the reasons for this monstrous betrayal. The villain explains with a sly grin that watching the main character tirelessly train every morning, despite the complete lack of talent, was an unbearably pitiful sight for him. It was especially bitter to realize that all this endless suffering and hard training did not lead to anything worthwhile. In a burst of furious laughter, Randall mockingly calls Theo a worthless Ragnar, declaring that it would be better if this poor, untalented scumbag didn't catch anyone's eye at all, because it was so funny to watch his vain attempts to become at least something decent. The main character gets up from his knees in a rage and shouts at the top of his voice, asking if Randall offered to become his fencing instructor and taught all these pointless sword techniques just to betray the Ra's palace to these damned bastards. Against the background of the burning palace, the main villain, who has stopped listening to these angry words, calmly and cold-bloodedly cuts off the hand of the main character, not even bothering to finish him off. Randall looks at his former student with incomprehension, accusing him of the fact that everything that happened precisely because of the worthlessness of the main character, which he cannot understand in any way. With an insane grin on his face, the thief grabs Theo's head and forces him to watch as the flames consume his native home and his family members die. Randall mercilessly drags the lifeless body of the main character's mother closer, so that he can take one last look at her lifeless, cold corpse. The traitor cruelly declares that all this could not have happened if the main character had not been such a worthless Ragnar, because in a clan based on the right of the strong, he always remained the weakest. In a fit of furious fury, Theo manages to break free from the iron grip, and, grabbing the sword, with a wild cry, he rushes at the thief in a desperate attempt to deliver a striking blow. But at the same moment, a sparkling blade pierces him through, stopping the desperate attack. Apparently, it was the sword of the leader of the gang of conquerors, who clearly held a higher position than Randall, since he pointed out to the latter in irritation that he was excessively talkative and demanded that the protracted scene be ended as soon as possible. At which Randall, bowing his head, humbly asks for forgiveness from his master, excusing himself by the fact that he was too immersed in memories. But he had almost finished his speech. The main character, sprawled in a pool of his own blood, bitterly realizes that he could neither protect his loved ones nor achieve anything significant in his life. Almost closing his eyes, he observes how everything around him is engulfed in flames, and with his last tear he asks the question, would everything be different if he had the same talent that he lacked so much? Plunging into the darkness, he suddenly sees a bright glow. This is a mysterious notification of his death, which indicates his name, Theo Ragnar, and a message about the activation of a special ability. Return to the point of regression. After another flash of bright light, the main character suddenly finds himself at the moment of training with his teacher, as if nothing had happened. Randall, who has not yet betrayed the clan, notices the student's tiredness with his usual care and offers to finish today's lesson so that he can rest. The main character is in complete confusion because, it would seem not so long ago, the same person cold-bloodedly cut off half of his clan and cruelly mocked him, and now he talks so casually about his absent-mindedness and offers to end the training. In confusion, he thinks about what happened, because it seems as if he had just died, and it seemed to him that his whole life passed before his eyes. But why was the first memory of this disgusting face, as if even death decided to laugh at him in the last moments? But suddenly, a mysterious notification appears in front of him again, and against the background of his teacher's usual sly grin, he sees Training Task Number 1, which instructs him to punch Randall in the face. The main character, extremely puzzled by what is happening, cannot understand whether he really needs to follow this strange instruction, wondering what the hell is going on around him. At this moment, he realizes that Randall does not see this mysterious tablet at all. And something unusual is definitely happening here, although he cannot yet understand what it is. Gathering all his will into a fist and deciding that this must be a divine gift that allows him to release the accumulated irritation before he leaves this world, Theo raises his fist high into the sky. Although all this seems like the delusion of a dying man, he firmly decides to give his traitor teacher a good beating, even if there is too much pathos in what is happening. In reality, the situation looks completely different. The little boy hits his teacher with a weak blow in the face, who, clearly not expecting such impudence, continues to keep his usual sly grin. At the same moment, the main character bitterly realizes that everything that is happening is real, and his shot turned out to be depressingly weak. The teacher, clearly not appreciating such meanness, immediately hits his student with a sweeping blow with a wooden sword, because he made it clear that the lesson is over. Finding himself 5 meters away from his teacher, Theo, sitting on the floor, is surprised to feel real physical pain, and cannot understand why he feels it in what seemed to be only near-death delirium. Randall, irritated by the student's behavior, reflects on the upcoming awakening ceremony, realizing that despite all Theo's efforts, no results are in sight. But even so, he cannot forgive the student for attacking the teacher, especially considering that as a true Ragnar, he had to use the sword and not fists. The teacher, turning and leaving, throws over his shoulder that they will see each other in the next lesson, and at the same moment, the other students who trained with Theo begin to mock the main character. In their malicious whispers, they call him worthless because he dares to blame his teacher when he himself is just an incompetent fool. They discuss with disdain whether he can even be considered a real Ragnar, because he is too incompetent even for an illegitimate child. And is this all he could achieve after so many years of hard training? The main character is in complete confusion, because he clearly feels physical pain and other bodily sensations, which in no way can be simple near-death delirium. A sudden realization strikes him. The awakening ceremony took place 10 years ago, which means that in some incredible way, he returned to the time when he was 17 years old. At the moment of this stunning revelation, a mysterious board appears in front of him, congratulating him on the successful completion of the training task and informing him that his true Ragnar talent will be awakened as a reward. When the next pop-up window offers to accept the award, the main character with trepidation and reverence puts a trembling finger over the button to accept his long-awaited talent. At the same moment, a blinding light begins to circle around the main character, and a mysterious board informs that Theo has received his award, and from now on his characteristics will grow with a truly stunning speed. Theo, who has never seen anything like this before, watches in amazement as a bright glow fills everything around him, not understanding what the hell is going on. And at this very moment, the board flashes a message about the start of a new task. The action moves to the magnificent Palace of Roses, where an as-yet unknown character is leisurely drinking tea with Randall Harvey, Theo's swordsman mentor. In a leisurely conversation, Randall assures the interlocutor with feigned sincerity that this is exactly why he is here, because as a natural teacher he will be able to teach Theo everything he needs and make him strong enough for the awakening ceremony no later than in 5 months. The picture changes, and the true personality of the mysterious interlocutor appears before us. The mother of the main character, the Lady of the Palace of Roses, and the proud representative of the Ragnar family, Cecilia. With motherly care, she hands the teacher an impressive bag of gold, humbly asks to pay a little more attention to her son, to which he assures her with ostentatious calmness of his intention to teach the young man day and night. There's not even a shadow of anxiety in her heart. She simply has unlimited faith in her son. The scene changes, and we see how Randall is walking along a long corridor, gloatingly saying that he will have to worry a little. Although he is teaching this untalented boy up his sleeves, because there is nowhere to go from a complete lack of talent. With a nasty grin, he looks at the gold in the bag, reasoning that it is an excellent payment for the role of a teacher of a direct descendant of the Ragnar clan, even if it is such a worthless one, for revealing information about Theo and deliberately interfering in his development. The mysterious master thief promised the teacher a truly happy future, and now this worthless Ragnar will unwittingly become his benefactor. Continuing his way along the long corridor, Randall notices ahead the silhouette of Theo speeding toward and running past. The teacher, surprised by such a sight, contemptuously calls the main character the insulting nickname, Stupid Loser. The picture changes again, and we see how Theo, having reached his mother, calls out to her and throws himself into her warm embrace. At that moment, she only thought that her son was too tired at today's training, noting with surprise the unusualness of such a display of feelings, while he clung to her with tears in his eyes. Terrible scenes from his past life, where he saw his mother breathless and lifeless, unbidden appear in his exhausted consciousness. Now he firmly knows he must change the future, and even now he is weak and has nothing but his glorious name. If the mysterious message in the tablet was really true, then he had a chance to become really strong. He vows to become powerful enough to protect his loved ones in the coming war for the throne, and gain the strength necessary to take righteous revenge on the traitor Randall. The system, as if responding to his determination, issues a new training task number 2, to train your body to the absolute limit of its capabilities. The scene is transferred to the training ground, where we see the main character running at the limit of his strength with unprecedented determination. Randall's desire for revenge is burning in his heart right now, but he knows very well that he can't do anything with his current weak body, so he needs to focus on getting stronger first. Memories of the intelligence agency Black Snow, where he joined in a past life, and although he was demoted to the information team due to a lack of skills, he never thought that the knowledge he received there would be useful to him in such an unexpected way. With special clarity, he recalls the legendary potion that significantly strengthens the body, the elixir of the Emperor's bloody sword, whose true significance should be revealed in the future, according to the secret manual. Now, when he finally has a true talent, extreme training, which he previously refused due to his lack of talent, takes on a completely new meaning. Having looked at the system message, our hero notes with satisfaction that he has already completed 27% of the 100 required to complete this task. People watching his training are amazed at his incredible endurance, saying that now he is able to run and swing his sword as much as it seemed unthinkable before. This time he firmly believes that he can really become truly powerful, because he has already almost completely completed the task set before him. A few days later, the manager of training ground number 4, Evelina Nereville, thoughtfully observes the training of the main character, slowly puffing on a cigarette. With growing amazement, she notices how he has been training without a break for sleep for several days in a row, and wonders why he is still called the good-for-nothing Ragnar, because how can a real moron show such incredible determination? While she thinks about this, the main character, realizing that he can die at such a pace, continues to tirelessly train his body to the limit, because he has already almost completed the task. Last night, the exhausted, almost half-dead protagonist sprawled on the floor, watched with trepidation the figure of 90 out of 100% of the completed task. To his horror, he was completely unprepared for the fact that the percentage of completion of the task would begin to creep inexorably down if he only got a little rest. This ruthless system encourages him not to stop until the very end, and after some time, having almost completed the task, he swears to himself to continue training until he is able to distinguish breathing. Evelina continues to watch the training, seeing how Theo moves around the training ground like a man possessed. When the progress finally reaches the cherished mark, the system solemnly congratulates him on the completion of the second training task, and at the same moment the blinding light again illuminates the weakened hero, who fell to the ground. Gathering his last strength, he can barely make out the inscription on the board, which says that the heart of the dragon will be awakened as a reward, and for the swift completion of the task, he will receive the magical powers accumulated over the past 10 years. In front of the exhausted hero, the window for accepting the award appears again, and he, having gathered the rest of his strength, reaches with a trembling finger to the consent button, after which a colossal stream of energy rushes into his body, which does not hide from Evelyn's attentive gaze. However, Perhaps she did not notice the energy itself, but clearly saw how the young man fell unconscious, apparently lost consciousness from complete exhaustion. After some time, we see Theo lying on the bed near the window and wondering where he ended up. At this moment, Evelyn enters the room and explains that this is the recreation room of the 4th training ground, adding that even a natural Ragnar would fall without strength, driving himself in such a way. The main character, having recognized the entrance, recalls that in front of him is Evelina Neraville, the manager of the 4th training ground, who, seeing him unconscious this morning, ordered to transfer him here, for which he sincerely thanks her. Handing Theo a glass of water, she asks with undisguised suspicion whether he knows that in the Ragnar clan, it is strictly forbidden to open the mana chamber before the awakening ceremony. To his affirmative answer, she continues, wondering if he knows about the consequences of violating this sacred rule. When the surprised Theo asks about the reason for her questions, she directly states that before he lost consciousness, she felt a wave of mana, characteristic of the opening of the hall. This statement causes genuine astonishment in the main character. With a frighteningly stern expression on her face, she directly asks if he has opened his mana palace, to which Theo replies that such an action would cost him his life. But at this very moment, a bright glow breaks out of his chest, and he remembers the reward he received: the awakened heart of the dragon, and an additional gift in the form of magical power accumulated over 10 years. Now, having finally realized what happened, he can hardly contain his glee at the realization that he has gained access to the legendary dragon's heart. The dragon's heart is a unique container from Mana Hall, the placement of which in the dragon's heart multiplies the efficiency of using magical energy. Nature arranged in such a way that people, not being dragons, are forced to place the chamber in the lower part of the stomach. Since the human heart is not able to withstand the power of the mana chamber, that is why every warrior, similar to Ragnar, passionately desires to find a dragon's heart, the shortest path to incredible power. However, until now, not a single person could overcome the limitations of his natural essence. Now, having received the dragon's heart as a reward, Theo finds himself in an extremely difficult position, despite the incredible value of this gift. Evelina, who currently runs the 4th training ground, was once a famous commander of the white-armored dragon riders, who earned such respect that even the legendary demonic dragon rider recognized her skill. She was known as a person of unshakable principles, for whom there were no differences in status or power, who did not tolerate dishonor and cowardice. And it was this steadfastness that once cost her the position of teacher of the main character. In other words, if Evelina discovers the existence of the Mansion of Mana in Theo's dragon heart, he will inevitably be executed. But the protagonist is confident in his cunning and ability to deceive the former warrior. A thought flickers in his head. Will she really be able to handle him, especially if he doesn't allow himself to be caught? With a serious expression on his face, he asks Evelina if she is ready to execute him on the basis of only fleeting feelings, and whether she is sure that she will be able to cope with the consequences of such a decision. Theo cold-bloodedly reminds that he is a descendant of Ragnarok, and if her accusations turn out to be groundless, it can be considered an insult to the great name of Ragnarok. At these words, she visibly tenses up, realizing the justice of his words, and the main character, with a frightening grimace like a nightmare, reminds her that she knows very well the punishment for humiliating a descendant of Ragnarok. Frightened, Evelina utters the word punishment, to which Theo advises her to confirm her suspicions first, and she, surprised by the change in him, still insists that she definitely felt a wave of mana. In the next moment, she resolutely extends her hand, asking for forgiveness and asserting that even for a descendant of Ragnarok, he cannot be excluded from the rules. Touching Theo's stomach, she is amazed to discover that he does not really have devil mana and realizes her mistake. At this moment, cold sweat breaks out on her face and undisguised fear appears in her eyes. Theo shows off his terrifying expression again, continuing to pump up the atmosphere. Evelina immediately drops to her knees, admitting her mistake and offering to atone for her sin with her own worthless life. The main character stands with a sly grin, well aware that naturally nothing was discovered, because the heart of the dragon is fundamentally different from ordinary mansions of mana, allowing its owner to fully control its manifestations. Thanks to this, he can hide his mana by force of will. In addition, the very possibility of the existence of a dragon heart in a person will be known only after a few years, so she will never guess about his true nature. At this moment, he decides to calm Evelina down, assuring her that there is no need for self-flagellation, because she was only fulfilling her duty, and few would dare to demand the truth from a descendant of Ragnarok. Evelyn, being one of the strongest, with her lack of bias only helps the main character, because the ban on opening the mana hall before the awakening ceremony exists only because of the fear of overflowing mana. Leaving the room, he sincerely thanks her for the concern shown about the possible overflow of his mansion's mana, thanks to the dragon's heart and the amount of mana equal to 10 years of its production in the previous life. In this life, he will be able to achieve unprecedented power. The action is moved forward a few days, where we see how an angry teacher shouts to the main character about the wrongness of his actions, demanding to shift the swing of the sword to the right. He becomes extremely irritated, reminding that he has already repeated the same instructions countless times. The main character thinks that even though he is getting stronger, pretending to be weak and submissively obeying Randall is becoming increasingly difficult. He will never be able to forget Randall's misdeeds from his past life. And although he now acts as his mentor, in Theo's mind he considers him nothing more than a vile bastard who purposefully teaches him strange sword techniques, and he becomes increasingly convinced that the traitor is behind the actions of someone more powerful. The killer of the main character in the past life, that's whose personality he must definitely reveal. A sudden revelation comes to the main character, and he realizes how this can be done. At the same moment, he calls out to his teacher, but he dryly replies that talking while busy is strictly forbidden. Making a frightening face, the main character declares that he can no longer listen to this senseless nonsense that the teacher passes off as lessons, and demonstratively breaks his wooden sword right in front of him. With scathing sneer, Theo wonders how he even became a swordsman with such a pitiful level of knowledge, continuing to shower his teacher with insults and stating that he probably wouldn't have coped even with a low-ranking demonic beast. All this is not happening by chance. Theo reasons that if Randall's task was to become his instructor and follow him, then he must be forced to give up his position. At the risk of failure of the delegated task, the traitor will have to contact the main conspirator to receive further instructions. The action is transferred to the Camellias Palace, where a young man enters the room and addresses a man named Axion. He curiously asks if he has heard about the upcoming duel between the good-for-nothing Ragnar and his teacher next week, adding that it seems the student blames his mentor for his own lack of talent. The young man does not have time to finish his thought, that after the duel, Theo will become crippled, as a flying glass crashes into his head with incredible force, instantly knocking him out. The tumbler asks why he should care about the fate of some bastard, and we learn that this is Axion Ragnar, one of the 4 hounds of Severus, nicknamed the Dark Tiger. Next to him stands another warrior, the Silver Lion Remington Narzio. Stepping over the insensate body, another person enters the room, noting that the situation should worry them anyway, because everything could collapse if they let their guard down. This is Ed Troyven of the 9 Dragons, known as the Sky Dragon. Axion, who has cooled down a bit, replies that this only applies to gifted people, and that Uncle Ed is too worried, wondering why he cares about the fate of this bastard at all. The uncle wisely answers that even the most improbable can happen to the descendants of their family, explaining that the flame in the wind at any moment can either die down or flare up with new force. Axion casually remarks that this is good news anyway because the instructor will take care of everything for them. The picture is transferred to a week ahead, where students have gathered on the 4th training ground, eager to see the battle with Randall. The main character stands with a sword in his hands, somewhat puzzled by the fact that his plan will simply force the teacher to resign after the series. Humiliated, out of control, and now they stand opposite each other with bare blades, waiting for a duel. But there is no way back, and he decides to use this chance to take revenge on Randall. Just at this moment receiving a new training task number 3, fight the traitor and win. In the memory of the main character, recent memories of how he threw mud at his teacher and demanded that he move away, announcing his dismissal. When the main character turns to leave, the clueless teacher yells at him that he won't just leave it like that, because the contract hasn't expired yet, and there's 6 months of training left. Considering the events of his past life, Theo wants to immediately kill the traitor to death, but he is not yet confident in his skills and decides to first distance him from himself in order to gather more information. Randall realizes that if he is fired in this way, it will mean the failure of the task, and he must somehow convince Theo, begging the young master to wait and mentioning the possibility of going to court. But the main character no longer listens to him, fully concentrating on the received training task number 3, which requires him to fight and defeat Randall. Finding herself in the right place and at the right time, Evelyn offers to resolve the dispute in a way that befits true Ragnars. When the main character asks about the solution, she immediately answers, "The right of the strong," offering to solve everything with a sword fight. She adds that there is no need to go to the tribunal. It is enough to simply follow the will of the winner. The teacher accepts this proposal with ill-concealed joy, considering the main character not just useless, but hopelessly weak. Evelyn announces that the match will take place in a week, asking for the consent of the parties, while Theo's back runs into a cold sweat from the realization that he is not yet ready to defeat Randall. A week later, we see a stadium with overcrowded stands, where spectators are whispering about the fact that, according to rumors, the main character can't even swing a sword, wondering how such a thing is possible for a representative of the Ragnar clan. The crowd scornfully calls him a Ragnar no good, claiming that he is incapable of defeating even a mid-range swordsman like Randall Harvey. Randall arrogantly declares that if the young master apologizes right now, he will pretend that nothing happened, adding that there is no point in risking life or pride. Theo cold-bloodedly replies that if he doesn't want to become a one-armed swordsman, he'd better just resign. At this moment, a familiar nasty grin appears on the teacher's face. Until the last, he was ready to turn a blind eye to Theo's audacity. But now he decides to kill him, disguising it as an accident. He reassures himself with the thought that the outcome of the match is already predetermined, which means that there will be no problems. It will even be better that way. Having carefully thought out his plan, he generously offers the main character to strike first, explaining that as a teacher, he gives up the right of the first move. The main character rushes off the ground with a sword at his head, not intending to refuse such a tempting offer. The crowd in the stands freezes in astonishment, not understanding how such a thing is even possible, but immediately becomes convinced of its rightness. The main character clearly loses, demonstrating a complete inability to handle a sword, risking death. In the midst of the duel, the teacher continues to taunt his student, who cannot stand up to a simple swordsman of middle rank, whom he recently looked down on. Randall mentally revels in the obviousness of the result. Even not being a low-ranking swordsman, Theo, despite the recent strange increase in skills, is still hopelessly weak. If he were even at the level of the 4 Severus hounds, it would be a completely different story. The events are transferred to a week ago, where the main character comes to Evelyn's room and asks what she was thinking about, offering a duel, to which she replies that she helped him. If he wants to get rid of Randall, he must act deliberately. She also reports that Randall seems to have a powerful patron, and simply firing him won't solve the problem, which makes the main character surprised by her awareness. Evelyn explains that, having noticed the strangeness in the fencing technique that Randall was teaching Theo, she instructed someone to secretly follow the teacher. All this time, she watched their training, and realized that all of Randall's instructions are complete nonsense. And Theo wonders why she did not notice this in her previous life. He wonders if her sudden attention is related to that incident with the Mana Mansion. She reveals the results of her investigation. All traces of Randall lead to the Camellia Palace. In the head of the main character, angry thoughts rush through that this is all because of a pitiful war for the throne, mentally cursing everyone involved. However, he notes a surprising fact. Even after learning about the conspirators, he is still unable to defeat Randall, and he is interested in Evelyn's plans. She confidently declares that the main character underestimates his potential and will be able to win. Returning to the present moment of the deadly duel, we see how Randall makes a lunge, shouting to Theo that if he gets on his knees right now and starts begging, maybe the teacher will forgive him. But during the battle, Randall begins to understand that something is wrong. The main character's calm face and several successfully deflected attacks cause him anxiety. He is shocked by the sudden growth of the enemy's skills. In front of him is clearly not the Theo Ragnar he knew, and his face shows undisguised panic. A mysterious hooded figure, watching from the crowd, notes with surprise that the teacher is really being squeezed, and Theo seems to be in complete control of the battle. Evelyn, clearly pleased with the development of events, watches what is happening with a sly grin. Going back in time again, we hear Evelyn confidently declare that if she trains him for a week, he will easily defeat someone like Randall, adding that even though ignoring his official teacher is against the rules, Randall is a scumbag. Unworthy is called a mentor. The main character admits that he could not foresee such a development of events. And although he will get Evelyn from the debtors, it will definitely be worth it. But he still worries about something. He directly asks why she is helping him, wondering if it is related to the case. She replies that that is partly why, but also mentions a certain person who likes him, adding that he is simply obsessed with collecting talents. In the midst of the battle, the surprised teacher cannot understand how Theo successfully deflects the ego's attacks, because he didn't have an iota of talent from the very beginning. A sudden insight strikes Randall. All this time his student was just pretending to be untalented, but the true reason for such behavior remains a mystery to him. In the middle of the battle, Theo directly asks about the patron saint of his teacher, to which the withdrawn Randall pretends to be confused about which patron he is talking about. The protagonist already knows the reason why he was taught so stupidly, but the teacher continues to deny everything, insisting on his hard work, until Theo asks a direct question about Camellia Palace. The shock on Randall's face betrays him with his head, and the main character, tired of this game, ominously wonders if his opponent knows what it's like to feel a severed arm fly away. In the next moment, with a light swing of the sword, he cuts off the hand of the unfortunate teacher, and the spectators watch with horror as the limb flies beautifully in the direction of the stands. Randall, crying on his knees, unable to believe what happened, screams in rage about how this poor bastard dared to chop off his hand. The main character, inspired by this victory and confident in his increased power, rises above the teacher with a sword in his hands, while he continues to shout, not understanding how his student was able to reach such a level. Memories from his past life appear in Theo's mind, especially the words of the teacher that everything is Theo's fault, which causes extreme confusion in Randall, who does not understand what he is talking about. In a fit of furious revenge, the protagonist brings the sword over his head, proclaiming that it is the fault of the teacher that will lead him to death here and now, because in a clan based on the right of the strong, he turned out to be the weakest. Randall's last word was a desperate stop, but the main character, not wanting to listen to his nonsense anymore, sends the traitor's head after his hand with one swift movement. And at this moment, the system congratulates him on the completion of training task number 3. The audience froze in amazement, while Evelyn remains calm. And a certain mysterious man, whose name remains a secret, looks unusually pleased with what is happening. Against the background of beautifully flying splashes of blood and the elegantly flying head of the former teacher, a new system message appears in front of the main character about receiving an additional reward for exceeding the assigned task. The main character stands over the lifeless body of his former teacher, and the shocked crowd cannot believe in his victory, because it was a fight between an inexperienced student and an experienced middle-rank swordsman. In the soul of Theo, contemptuous wonder is born. Was his teacher really so weak? Did he suffer at the hands of such a wretch in his past life? But now everything will change. The system window informs about the awakening of the observation ability as the main reward and an additional bonus in the form of magical power equal to a year of production. Theo, delighted to receive additional magical power, wonders with curiosity about the nature of the skill of observation. How suddenly, at the moment of his triumph, the same mysterious man who previously rejoiced at his victory descends on top of him. The stranger loudly calls out the name of the main character, and when the aura of incredible power dissipates, Theo recognizes him as Julius Ragnar, the legendary commander of the dragon riders in white armor, known as the demonic dragon. The main character is completely confused, not understanding the reasons for Julius's appearance and wondering how long he had been watching what was happening. While everyone is trying to understand the sudden appearance of the commander of the horsemen in white armor, Evelyn frowns like a sour lemon, and you can understand her. As the manager of the training ground, she is extremely unhappy that the commander completely destroyed the floor, when he could have just gone down like a normal person. At this moment, the main character sees a real death machine in front of him. The commander slowly walks in his direction, which is why Theo is literally petrified of fear, looking with horror into the blazing eyes of the approaching warrior. Suddenly, the fear recedes when Julius, approaching the main character, begins to admire the fight he saw with enthusiastic shouts, calling Theo a real handsome man. Julius continues to enthusiastically praise the main character for the fact that the student surpassed his teacher, although he immediately adds that killing the mentor is somewhat disrespectful. However, judging by what he heard, Randall definitely deserved it. After a clumsy attempt to reason sensibly, the commander switches to shouting again, declaring that everyone doesn't care about formalities and patting Theo on the shoulder, offers him to join the ranks of the dragon riders in white armor. A satisfied smile blooms on Evelyn's face, while the jaws of the crowd in the stands literally drop, and people scream in astonishment. How is this possible? Because this is nothing Ragnar. How can he be accepted in white armor? No matter how skilled a fighter he is, we turned out. At this moment, Remington of the Four Hounds, who was watching the fight, asks the boy sitting next to him if he remembers at least one case when a student who had not even passed the awakening ceremony was accepted into the ranks of the white armor. The boy, not finding anything to answer, admits that he does not remember similar cases, to which Remington confirms. Of course, this did not happen, because it is impossible to determine the true potential of someone whose mana chamber remains closed. Even when demonstrating excellent swordsmanship, magical potential may be lacking, and no matter how experienced Julius Ragnar is, he cannot be sure of this, Remington thinks. But perhaps the demonic dragon saw some special potential in Theo Ragnar, decided to take advantage of this chance. After the deep thoughts of the Silver Lion, we return to the main character, who, to everyone's amazement, is forced to refuse the commander's offer, saying it with an absolutely calm expression on his face. Julius, it seems, does not immediately realize the answer he heard. The recently pensive Silver Lion seems to lose the ability to think for a couple of minutes. Evelyn simply freaks out, and the people in the stands drop their jaws. In the heads of all those present, there is only one question. What? On the streets of the city, people whisper among themselves, spreading gossip about how the young master, whom they continue to call worthless, first maimed and then killed his own teacher, wondering about the normality of what is happening. Some argue that this simply means the weakness of his teacher, who really looked quite helpless. And after this spectacle, the demonic dragon himself tried to directly recruit the young man into the Dragon Riders, but he refused, referring to the insufficiency of his skills. People are completely bewildered by such modesty, because it is not every day that you meet a modest Ragnar. The action moves to Camellia Palace, where Emil Ragnar, the Lady of Camellia Palace, cannot believe that Theo killed Randall. She is comforted by her brother standing behind, whom we already know as Skydragon Ed Troyvan, reminding her sister if she herself directed Randall to the main character because of his disgusting skills. She says with alarm that the demonic dragon descended on Theo personally. Moreover, they say that it was Evelyn who insisted on the duel, which means that they cannot even interfere, appointed a new teacher, and if he begins to stand out, the taking of the Rose Palace under control will become much more complicated. Axion enters the room perplexed as to why Emil is so worried. Because the head of the clan will not pay attention to this for anything, and their plans will be carried out without interference. Letty replies to him that he should understand that the best way to take control of the Rose Palace without provoking the anger of the clan head is possible only if Theo remains a weakling. The Dark Tiger confidently asserts that this nothingness is still weak and unlikely to change much, and the demonic dragon has always been interested in all sorts of tricks. At this moment, the heavenly dragon silences his nephew with just one harsh look. Axion, seeing the concern of his mother and uncle about Theo's fate, decides to play with him a little and make him understand his place. After some time, we watch the main character and his new teacher, Evelyn, finish training, where the latter praises her protege for an excellent job. Theo notes that learning from a normal teacher like her is a different matter, to which she remarks that it would still be better if he joined the white armor, wondering why he refused. About himself, Theo thinks that he would have lied, said that he did not regret the rejection at all, because in his previous life, it was his cherished dream. However, joining their ranks right now will not bring anything good, since there is no point in limiting yourself so early. Thinking about all the privileges that will be given to the best after the awakening ceremony, he realizes that enlisting in the Dragon Riders in white armor does not even come close to these opportunities. He replies that he is confident in his reluctance to receive any special privileges and still considers himself not good enough, adding that her training for the awakening ceremony is enough for him. She answers good, but warns that the commander will be upset. And at this moment, the main character uses his new observation skill for the first time. Right now, he is watching his teacher and can see her characteristics. 24 years old, the title of former deputy commander of the white-armored Dragon Riders, the rank of a high-level swordsman, as well as her current status, admired by Theo's modesty and character. For the first time in a long time, she feels the tide's strength during training, although he misses his service in the Dragon Riders in white armor. The main character notes the extraordinary usefulness of the skill of observation, realizing that he will be able to use the information received for his own benefit, especially being interested in the detail that Evelyn misses the Dragon Riders. Suddenly, a stranger approaches our couple who, apologizing to the young master, introduces herself as Sybil Drea. He reports that he has arrived from the Southern Inspection Post and would like to discuss something important, which causes the main character to be perplexed and wary. This frightening stranger is clearly up to something. Theo immediately uses the skill of observation and is surprised to find that in front of him is his first real fan. The guy is literally obsessed with the desire to fight him. Sybil's fanatical look scares the main character quite a bit, and at the same moment the system announces the beginning of the last training task number 4, to get rid of the nickname Nothing Ragnar, which has already been completed by 28%. The newly arrived Sybil, wanting to follow the main character, admits that before, like everyone else, she ignored Theo, considering the nickname Ragnar's worthless to be quite appropriate. At this moment, the protagonist, grasping the hilt of the sword, is seriously considering whether to kill Sybil or commit ritual suicide. However, Sybil continues his speech, telling how every morning he watched the training of Theo, who worked harder than everyone else, and the result of these efforts was the stunning victory that he saw with his own eyes. In fragments of memories, we see Sybil enthusiastically shouting from the podium that Theo has become his idol, because when he himself wanted to quit training after receiving the nickname Idiot from the Southern Inspection Post, his inspiration Theo appeared, and now he longs for the opportunity to cross with swords with him. At first, Theo doubts the sincerity of the intentions of this strange character, but soon realizes that he really speaks from the heart, which turns out to be an unexpected discovery. After defeating Randall and the subsequent invitation from Lord Julius, Theo expected to become a target for people eager to fight him because of their complexes. He absolutely did not expect that instead of this, there would be people who were ready to sincerely follow him, which means that at least someone still had the true pride of Ragnarov. In the depths of his soul, he understands that in order to achieve his ultimate goal, to become the head of the Ragnar clan, he will certainly need loyal associates. Theo also notes that this last of the training tasks is related to the title, which he could not get rid of in his previous life. But now, with new opportunities, he will completely get rid of it in this one. Having accepted the invitation to a duel, Theo asks Evelyn to start their duel, to which she readily agrees, offering the opponents to demonstrate their skills, and now the fighters take starting positions, introducing themselves to each other. Theo Ragnar declares himself a swordsman apprentice of the Palace of Roses, awaiting an awakening ceremony under the guidance of his teacher Evelyn Nereville. Sybil Drea is introduced as a trainee swordsman of the Southern Inspection Post who inherited the style of the Curie clan and specializes in high-speed attacks. At the beginning of the battle, Sybil immediately makes a swift lunge towards the main character, which Theo blocks without much effort. And although the opponent has been called the idiot of the Southern Inspection Post, he confidently continues to deliver lightning strikes. Sybil admires the excellent skills of Theo's mistress, while Theo himself reflects on the strangeness of the nickname Idiot. After all, in his past life, he would hardly have been able to inflict even a couple of blows on such an opponent. Suddenly, the main character grabs his opponent's sword, and with incredible force sends its owner flying for a good 5 meters, ending with a deafening fall. Theo admits that the victory came easily to him, but notes that he learned a lot in this fight, which turned out to be very instructive. Sybil, despite the defeat, sincerely thanks her idol, and the main character, accidentally noticing his reflection in the blade of the sword, suddenly realizes the opportunity to use the skill of observation on himself. Having activated observation, he studies his own characteristics, and the system reports that from now on all parameters will be displayed in numerical values, and his abilities are listed in the Talents column, which means the possibility of obtaining 4 more abilities when completing subsequent tasks. To his incredible joy, he discovers an opportunity to test his own characteristics, noting that his magical power is impressively large thanks to reserves from his past life and the presence of a dragon's heart. However, an alarming detail attracts his attention. The luck indicator has a negative value of -49, making him think about a possible curse and whether all his past failures were the result of this deficiency, which requires an urgent search for a way to increase the luck parameter. While he is immersed in these thoughts, an impressive crowd of spectators is imperceptibly gathering around them. No matter how weak Randall was, he was still a mid-level swordsman. And now, given both this victory and the approval of the commander himself, as well as the traditional worship of power in the Ragnarov clan, there are only 2 possible reactions from those around him. People will either envy him or become objects of sincere admiration for his power. Apparently, the crowd gathered around belongs to the second category. They are jubilant, convinced of the truth of the rumors, and many young warriors are already dreaming of taking Sybil's place, wanting to check whether they will be able to parry the blows of Theo's sword. A live queue of those willing to fight the main character spontaneously forms, and Theo, having quickly scanned the crowd with his skill, chooses a boy named Eod Nalan. Theo invites Eod to come forward for a duel, to which the young man enthusiastically agrees, exclaiming about the great honor that has fallen to him, introducing himself as the third son of the executed Nalan and a master of the double ascension fencing style. Eod immediately rushes into battle against Theo. In the midst of a fight, the system notifies the main character about increasing his mastery of basic swordsmanship. At an unexpected moment, the guy almost blows Theo's head off, but he manages to parry the blow at the last moment, and the system immediately reports an increase in the skill of the Changing Heart sword style. After defeating the young man, Theo receives his sincere approval, which unexpectedly increases his luck by 1 point, which the main character is incredibly happy about. It seems that the parameter of luck directly depends on his reputation, and he also receives additional experience. One by one, Theo receives the approval of Bernardo Remiro, Eric Moran, Manfred Nonbert, and other fighters, until the flow of those willing to fight him dries up. Despite the many fights, the progress of the task grew by only 1%, due to the fact that these people initially treated it well, which means that for significant progress, it is necessary to either fight stronger opponents or demonstrate skills in front of a wider audience. Someone from the crowd is anxiously interested in the well-being of the main character, noting his tired appearance, but Theo firmly declares that he is not thinking of stopping. Rest will wait until the moment of real need. Remington Silverlion, who appeared out of nowhere, suddenly reacts to these words, suggesting that Theo now fight him. The sudden appearance of such a formidable opponent shocks both the crowd and the protagonist himself. The four hounds of Severus, Hulkus Lenk, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narzio, and Axion Ragnar from the Camellia Palace bear this title as the four strongest representatives of the current generation of the Ragnar clan who have passed the awakening ceremony. Before the duel, Remington ceremoniously introduces himself, explaining that he has come early to personally assess young Lord Ragnar's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony begins. Without wasting time, the main character applies the skill of observation to the Silver Lion, but does not discover anything unexpected in his characteristics. Theo also presents himself in full regalia, the 31st son of the great protector of the North, Kyle Ragnar, an apprentice swordsman awaiting an awakening ceremony. The main character did not expect that his meeting with the famous sword genius Remington would take place under such circumstances. But even if you reject the task received, the opportunity to cross swords with the famous deputy head of the Narzio clan is the greatest honor. While the lion anticipates an exciting battle, Theo ponders his chances of victory, watching how around the enemy swirls such powerful mana that its flows take the form of a majestic lion. The fighters make a swift dash towards each other. Their swords collide with a clang, and the system reminds that the training task number 4, to get rid of the nickname Good-for-Nothing Ragnar, is 30% complete. On the face of the main character, clear anxiety is noticeable, while Remington keeps a mysterious smile. Unlike us, Evelyn and the gathered crowd already understood the reason for what was happening, watching with astonishment the unexpected turn of events. With a deafening clang, a piece of the blade falls to the floor, revealing to everyone the unpleasant truth. When trying to block a powerful blow, Theo broke his blade. The sword of the famous Silver Lion turned out to be much stronger than the simple training blade of our hero. Sybil cannot come to terms with the defeat of her idol, but someone from the crowd reasonably notices the predictability of such an outcome. No matter how strong the young master grows, he will not be able to defeat one of the 4 strongest swordsmen of the generation. The devoted Sybil continues to praise the fighting spirit of his idol, when suddenly the lion himself announces his defeat, causing the crowd to be completely confused. Remington sincerely thanks the main character for the duel, noting that the sword used by Theo was too worn, not to mention his strong fatigue after the previous battles. In his opinion, this makes the defeat undeniable. Theo, in turn, wisely notes that in a real battle, no one cares about the state of the enemy. With the loss of the sword, he definitely lost. Opponents exchange smiles and firm handshakes, agreeing on a future fight in full force. Observers are amazed by what they saw. The legendary hound himself recognized the strength of the young master, and the task, meanwhile, continues to gain percentage of completion. Theo notes the incredible strength of his opponent. Despite the significant strengthening thanks to the secret leadership and the talents received for completing the tasks, at the moment of the clash of swords, the main character acutely felt the lack of strength compared to his past life. Although the match ended prematurely, Theo still gained valuable experience, increased his luck by 10 points, and significantly improved his reputation, thinking about other possible ways of development. While Theo is thinking about new ways to increase his reputation, he is called by the Silver Lion. Remington admits that he came here not only for the sake of a duel. He wants to invite Theo to the Scaled Dragon community. Sybil's jaw literally falls off from these words, and he enthusiastically explains that the Scaled Dragon Society is an elite organization that can only be entered by personal invitation. And now Remington himself invites Theo there. Theo expresses surprise at being invited to such a prestigious society, modestly wondering if there is really a place for someone like him. Lev waves them off doubtfully, assuring that all this is nonsense, and Theo is more than worthy, adding that, in fact, this is a rather informal society of peers who are waiting for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Surroundings watch with ill-concealed envy, dreaming of receiving a similar invitation. The main character perfectly understands that the community of the Scaled Dragon, centered around Axion, creates ideal conditions for the progress of the task, and also gives the opportunity to learn more about Axion himself and the Camille Palace. Seeing no reason to refuse, Theo accepts the offer, which instantly increases the completion of the task by another 1%, causing jubilation in the crowd, delighted by his joining the elite community. Remington approves of this decision, offering to contact him with any questions, and announcing that the next meeting will be held in 2 weeks. The scene moves to the Rose Palace, where the mother of our main character bursts into his room in an unusually high mood. At this moment, the main character, who's about to tell his mother some news, watches with astonishment as what seems to be the entire staff of the castle, neighboring villages, and possibly half of the continent appear in his room. Not having time to ask the question, Theo hears his mother's joyful exclamations about his invitation to the Society of the Scaled Dragon, which includes Axion himself, the son of the cunning Emil, and such brilliant talents as Remington, who attract the attention of even the council itself. The mother seriously reminds that everything, from manners to dress to behavior, will be carefully evaluated, and although she is confident in her son's impeccable etiquette, appearance and manners require special attention. With motherly care, she offers her help, reminding that she was once an actress, and now she is happy to share her experience. The illegitimate son of a commoner concubine. This label always caused a feeling of guilt in Theo's mother, and in the cold Ragnar clan, it was especially difficult for her to have a son who did not have talent. Suddenly, she rushes to hug her son, with tears in her eyes, assuring him of her unshakable faith in his strength. A gentle smile appears on Theo's face, and he hugs his mother tighter, quietly promising that she has nothing more to worry about, while the entire staff watches this touching scene tenderly. While the mother rejoices at her son's entry into the prestigious community, Theo himself mentally plans a plan to destroy the Scaled Dragon community. 2 weeks later, on the night of the banquet of the Scaled Dragon community, a luxurious carriage stands in the yard, and next to it is a surprised Silver Lion. To meet him, obviously embarrassed by the excessive attention of the servants, the transformed Theo walks to the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd. The shocked Remington hardly recognizes the former Theo in this elegant young man, noting his striking changes, to which he notes with slight annoyance that even the Silver Lion is now mocking him. Theo mentally agrees with the observation. He really became not only taller but also significantly more muscular, thanks to 2 weeks of intensive training. During these 2 weeks, Evelyn visited him every day, and they became closer, not to mention the appearance of new loyal followers. Evelyn's words emerge in the memories about how she, who planned to teach the young master only a little, suddenly found herself involved in all these troubles, now forced to train a whole crowd of his worshippers. At the thought of these tiring 2 weeks, Theo's face involuntarily contorts into a sour grimace. The Silver Lion, noticing that this is the first official banquet of the main character, reassuringly advises not to be nervous. He is confident in Theo's abilities, but there is one but, which the main character immediately tenses up. Remington warns that his friend Axion may be a rather difficult person, but it was he who wanted to meet Theo and provided the invitation, so he asks not to judge him too much strictly. Only now Theo realizes that the invitation to the club did not come from Leo, but from Axion himself, who even organized this banquet specifically for him. A sly smile appears on the main character's face. Everything is going even better than he expected, and now he is looking forward to this meeting. At the same moment, Axion, sipping a suspicious whiskey-colored drink with ice and with a smile similar to Theo's smile, mentally continues to mock the main character, anticipating fun with a new toy. Soon the carriage stopped near the Camille Castle. Remington came out first, followed closely by Theo. Looking at Camille's magnificent palace, he understood that the one who sent Randall to interfere with his training and the one who swallowed his mother and the palace were in this very place. Noticing the thoughtful, attentive look of the companion, Remington decided that the guy was a little confused, being here for the first time, so he suggested that he come inside. They followed the elegantly furnished courtyard, and Remington explained that his friend Axion wanted to come out in person to greet Theo, so he was probably waiting for them at the entrance now. Remington was interested in why Axion invited him. Maybe because the insignificant Ragnar suddenly started showing decent results. He will most likely try to interfere in any way. Or they will laugh at him, Remington thought. However, this only made Theo smile, because he also did not come here for free and wanted to make Axion realize who he had contacted. Suddenly, his face contorted in surprise when he saw that an unusual blue light, similar to the glow of his system window, was coming from one of the windows. It seemed to him that this was a specific task that awaited him inside the Camille Palace. But at that moment he did not realize that an unexpected danger was already waiting for him. A huge object fell directly on Theo's head, and the frightened Remington was unable to prevent this incident. When a heavy fog rose, it turned out that the hero managed to jump back. They realized that it was not a stone, but a heavy big bag of flour, and Remington immediately realized that it was someone's tricks from those who had already arrived at the banquet. Looking at this bag, the hero was well aware that, being not in such good physical shape, he would definitely suffer from this blow. In addition, the hero initially thought that Remington was somehow involved in this situation, but, looking at his puzzling face and status, he realized that this was not the case at all. Moreover, he saw the real culprits of such a greeting and understood that those who did something similar clearly did not respect him at all. Remington, on the other hand, was indignant, interceding for his comrade because it seemed to him that those who considered such a banal courtesy or a greeting were completely out of their minds. At that moment, Axion himself appeared in the window, who did not understand why the Silver Lion was so angry, because it was just a simple greeting between brothers. Looking at the boy, Theo was also able to consider his system characteristics. The status read that he was waiting for an opportunity to play with a new toy, and his talents were insanity and psychopathy. To Dark Tiger's great surprise, instead of getting angry, the hero just looked him in the eyes indifferently and thanked him for such a greeting. Looking at his brother's misunderstanding, he explained that he could not simply ignore such hospitality. It seemed to him that this was most likely a friendly joke, so he looked forward to the continuation of today's banquet. Axion, who was initially perplexed, only smiled even more frighteningly, realizing that his toy had become much funnier since they had not seen each other. In the banquet hall, all this time, young men and young ladies were whispering, trying to understand Axion's intentions. Because even though they understood that Theo belonged to the main branch, such an attitude in the community of the Scaled Dragon was incredibly rude and stupid. Although many were surprised by the fact that Theo even looked decent. Hearing such conversations, Remington decided to apologize to the young master again, because he did not expect that people with whom he was well acquainted before would suddenly start behaving so strangely. Theo calmly explained that he was even grateful to these people. In fact, he understood that no matter how much and what they said about him, the more they slandered him, the more reasons he would have to destroy them later. In addition, he saw the place where the same blue light was coming from. He was sure that this world was somehow connected with his task, but he could not go there in order not to arouse suspicion. Finally, at this moment, Axion himself appeared, who with a sly smile asked Theo if he had been able to enjoy the evening enough. The hero was clearly nervous, which was a logical first reaction to this person, but he tried to calm himself down so that he could continue to follow his plan. Turning and smiling at his brother, he thanked him for the invitation. Axion even apologized for what happened earlier, because most likely he really crossed the border a few times. Hugging Theo and looking into his eyes with obvious interest, he decided to find out if Theo would accept his apology. Looking at what was happening, especially on Axion's face, Remington was very worried, so he tried to stop such an onslaught of the Dark Tiger. However, Theo coped with this guy, and only smiling slyly reminded Axion that he had not done anything for which he should apologize because, according to him, he had only greeted him. To the great surprise of the hero, these words really made Axion laugh, who friendly patted the hero on the shoulder and noticed how funny he had become, because he had changed a lot compared to the Theo he knew before. Axion began to like the guy more and more. The rest of the Scaly Dragon's guests watched in amazement at what was happening. It seemed to them that the hero laughed and behaved worthy of Axion's toy. This was not surprising for an illegitimate child without any roots. After all, he could not resist noble blood and talents. Everyone understood that. Despite the fact that they both belonged to the Ragnars, they were on completely different levels. Because you cannot compare the ancient noble swordsman clan of the East and a random woman. Theo heard these words, pretending that they did not hurt him at all. The rest of the knights were worried about why Remington was fluttering around Theo. But suddenly they remembered that Remington himself was actually an illegitimate child. Soon they quickly fell silent, as they remembered that this was a forbidden topic in their circles. At the moment when Theo noticed Remington clearly offended and humiliated by such words, he understood that he no longer wanted to be just an observer, because this crossed all boundaries. Turning to his brother, he explained that he wanted to welcome his new friends, because it would be the right decision. After that, the hero took a bottle of expensive alcohol, approaching one of the members of the banquet, who especially slandered Remington. The guy decided to smile, looking at Theo and not understanding what he was going to do. But at some point, Theo took this bottle and smashed it directly in the face of this impudent and arrogant guy. When he barely recovered from such a blow, he looked at Theo with hatred to understand how such a nobody dared to do such a thing. But instead of a diplomatic conversation, the hero hit this guy again, this time with his foot in the face, and explained that he was clearly worthless for such behavior. He just came to greet him, so he didn't understand why the guy started swearing so hard and calling him all sorts of names. At that moment, the rest of the guests at the banquet looked at the situation in bewilderment, not understanding what had happened, and believing that the hero had finally survived the madness. But at that moment, the progress of his task began to rapidly grow and increase. Looking at what had happened, Remington understood that the young master Theo was clearly not one of those people who would act in a similar way, and finally realized that such a reaction was due to the fact that they began to insult him. At that time, the hero decided that this would be the end of such a unique greeting, but since he was soon going to leave the ball, he had to say goodbye. And for this, he was already going to break the guy's arm as a sign of their farewell. He began to scream angrily, but it did not help, and soon his bones were broken and shattered, and the progress of the training task reached 60%. As soon as Theo finished dealing with this guy, he calmly looked around the crowd to see if there was anyone present who wanted to say hello to him. At that moment, the percentage of completion reached 88%. But suddenly the hero was surrounded by knights who pounced on the guy, putting sharp swords to his throat, and warned that the sin of attacking the young master must be paid for by death. Then the hero just indifferently asked to be told what kind of guy was in front of him, and as it turned out, it was the third young master of the Hanava clan named Yan. Then, the hero finally realized the reason for which he arrived in a society full of enemies of the dragon scales. He immediately realized that the crippled guy was from one of the 6 snow clans that supported Ragnar. Looking at the knights, Theo clearly understood that these guys would not sit and watch how the nobody they despised suddenly began to assert himself. But now he was no longer going to behave as before. Therefore, confidently looking at his opponents, he decided to find out how the dogs of one of the prominent clans of Ragnar dared to demand his death. And looking maliciously at his opponents, decided to find out whether they would be able to cope with the responsibility for their words, because he would not tolerate such disrespect for himself. At that moment, the knights felt a strange pressure on their skin and did not understand. Was the nothing Ragnar they knew really in front of them? In addition, they suddenly remembered that even despite the dirty blood, Theo also had the right to inherit the throne, as well as any direct descendant of Ragnar. In addition, Ragnar is the Lord of Severus and the Lord who rules over the 6 snow clans. Therefore, threatening people with dragon blood with death is usually a sin, which can even result in the destruction of the entire clan. At this moment, the knights realized that this law had not been applied to Theo for too long, but everything had changed. Therefore, it was necessary to urgently apologize to him. But they did not expect that the hero would suddenly give an order to kill all those who aimed their swords at him. Immediately after this, one by one, all the guys were beheaded. And finally, to the surprised shouts of the crowd, their executioner appeared. This executioner turned out to be none other than Evelina. She wondered how long it had taken Theo to realize that she was following him, but he understood that it was just obvious. The hero did not know why she decided to follow him, but it was thanks to Evelina that he was able to turn the situation in his favor. A few days ago, Julius released Evelina for a conversation over a bottle of alcohol. He knew that before that the woman did not want to take any more students, but everything changed with the appearance of Theo. Then, he wanted to know how her progress in training this guy was progressing. Evelina clearly did not understand why the man decided to drink here, because he always stopped on the street before she left the riders. The man only laughed, realizing that Evelina clearly does not give him rest for the little joys of life, like the same drink, and insisted that she give him an answer. Realizing that it was useless to talk to Julius, Evelina simply admitted that Theo turned out to be above all her expectations, considering his character and talent, the best among all whom she trained. This surprised even Julius himself, who knew that Axion was also one of Evelina's students, and did not understand why she even thought that Theo was better. But Evelina calmly explained that she also takes into account the potential and is convinced that Theo's potential was much higher, even than that of the young Master Axion. These were obviously not empty words. Julius only laughed, realizing that since Evelina, unlike him, had both eyes, perhaps she really saw the world better than he did. The only thing that still interested him was why Theo was hiding his powers all this time, because a person could not change so drastically. Evelina also understood this, but she was interested in why a man who had been hiding his strength all this time suddenly began to demonstrate it. After all, she knew from experience that hasty actions usually lead to failure, and all the time she watched the hero, she had the feeling that someone was driving him, which is why she began to worry about him joining the Scaled Dragon community. Hearing about this, Julius understood that the anxiety was clearly caused by the presence of Axion's scumbag, and suggested that Evelina stay close to Theo. And if she was worried, then perhaps her worry was not in vain. But he also felt that something was coming, because when the bloodthirsty wolves gathered, they began to build a hierarchy. After that, the man pointed to a set of white capes and explained to Evelina that since she was going to follow Theo, perhaps she could hint to her young master that he had to join the Dragon Riders. In addition, he left 2 sets of clothes and explained that he was also waiting for her, because it was a mistake to think that Julius would leave her alone only because she could no longer fly on a dragon. He asked her to return and accept responsibility for the person she introduced to him. After that, the man left, thanked Evelina for the wine because it was wonderful and probably very valuable. Emerging from the memories, the woman realized that the hero had noticed from the very beginning that she was following him and had specially organized this situation. She understood that there was a chance that he had joined the Scaled Dragon community, specifically for this reason, so she should not have worried about him from the very beginning. But she wanted to know when the hero discovered her presence, because this is definitely not a skill that anyone can possess. But the hero only smiled, as if sensing what questions Evelina was asking. He himself explained that he felt her the moment he got into the carriage, because the owner of the dragon's heart can release his perception of energy, also called the sixth sense. In any case, thanks to this, everything was now ready. So the hero calmly turned to his teacher. He calmly explained to Evelina that the majority of those gathered here showed disrespect to the successor candidate, and he wanted to know what the punishment was for such a crime. Calmly surveying the frightened crowd, she explained that, depending on the laws, immediate execution was one of the options. Hearing this, the hero only smiled and explained that since all those present here were children who had not even passed the awakening ceremony, this punishment was too severe. He asked that Evelina simply take away one hand from each of them, and that would be the end of the punishment. After such a decision of the young master, the hands of the second son of the Baran clan, the first son of Kresnaya Vera, mercenaries from organizations, the fourth daughter of the trade guild, and others flew to the ground. At that moment, one of the frightened guys, realizing that his turn was also close, crawled up to Axion, asking him to save him. But he looked at the boy with displeasure, not understanding why he had to save him, because he himself had brought a similar fate upon himself. That was the end of the punishment of all those present, and at some point Axion greeted the woman with a glance, because he did not expect that they would meet again under similar circumstances. After that, calmly looking at everyone, Axion realized that Evelina was only targeting those who made comments related to genealogy. In addition, Theo turned it all around so that even he, a candidate for the heirs, could not stop her. At that moment, after saying goodbye, Evelina reported to the hero that she cut off the right hand of 14 people. In addition, if they now take their hands to the priest, they will be able to be attached back, but this will definitely affect the skill of fencing. At that moment, Axion realized that not only Evelina, but also his friend Remington was literally drugged by Theo, and the worthless Ragnar from the palace had changed enough to make Axion want to crush him. Finally, the hero told Evelina that he planned to return home, and Remington followed the guy. But before leaving, the hero, following decency, said goodbye to the host of the evening, thanked Axion for giving him a chance to spend the day well. At that moment, when Axion's face was contorted with rage, the hero managed to complete training task number 4, and now no one will call him worthless Ragnar. The hero understood that now, despite the fact that the tasks were completed, his true revenge was just beginning. In addition, he received a good reward. It was an elixir of experience that gave 5 increased levels. Axion soon had to come to Amelie and Ed to report what had happened at the Scaled Dragon's banquet, and the news clearly shocked both of them. Somewhere around this time, the hero's followers were sitting in a pub and celebrating what had happened in the community of the Scaled Dragon, because it could be called the incredible debut of the young master in the higher world. Everyone gathered around the hero to congratulate him, and there really was a pleasant, joyful atmosphere. At this time, the only thought that bothered Ed and Aimila was what happened to this nothing Theo, since he managed to change so much. Meanwhile, Aimila angrily slapped Axion for not only inviting the worthless Ragnar, but also allowing him to cut off the hands of his men. She was deeply disappointed that Axion treated the situation so simply, because she always asked him to take things more seriously. But instead of subduing the boy, he gave him full opportunity to enter the detachment and did not prevent it in any way. She reminded her son that as soon as the no-good Ragnar starts to stand out from the crowd, it will become much more difficult for him to capture the palace. Axion tried to justify himself and offer a solution to the situation, but Aimila did not want to hear anything, and ordered him to leave to think about his concessions. He should have thought hard about how he had almost ruined their grand plan in the pursuit of empty pleasure. Looking at her son coming out, the woman was indignant, not understanding why the boy was so impulsive. But Ed explained that he was completely similar to Aimila herself in her youth. This clearly angered the woman, but Ed asked her to calm down and not panic so much because maybe what happened was not so bad. Since the Palace of Roses is part of the harem of the clan head, it will be very difficult to seize power over it. Even if the Palace of Roses was beyond the interests of the clan head, being a place where all sorts of scum were collected, the Palace of Roses still had his support. For this reason, all they need is to get some justification to destroy this place. Fortunately, when Theo staged a massacre at a meeting of the dragon community, he gradually began to become a representative of the palace. So, using the incident as justification, they will be able to legally destroy Theo and his entire palace. At that moment, Aimila realized that all this time she considered Theo's growth frightening because she was afraid of the increase in the size of the palace if the head started paying more attention to Theo. But now, if they use the strengthened Theo, the Camellia Palace will be able to wipe him off the board using legal methods. The Palace of Roses will have no choice but to submit to them, which will allow them to take control of the palace without making any noise. Realizing how perfect this plan was, Aimila smiled happily, wanting to know from Ed how much time they had for preparation. But it turned out that the man had already done everything. The next morning, when Aimila wakes up, she will hear news that will definitely lift her spirits. So he asked Aimila to soak in the bathroom and enjoy a good sleep. In addition, he prepared a gift for her, aromatic candles from the volcanic region of southern Archon. At that moment, hugging Ed, Aimila understood the reason why she always loved her older brother so much. He always did what was expected of him. At that time, the hero was staying with Remington, who was still confused, because he did not expect that Theo would worry about him so much. The situation in the community of the Scaled Dragon still did not leave his mind. Because according to Remington, the hero really stood his ground even despite the insults directed at him. But at the same moment, when it touched him, Theo did not hold back and came to his defense, and he could not even do anything. Remington realized that indeed, the more he looked at the young master, the more he was surprised. Theo endured times when he was looked down upon as an illegitimate, talentless child. But he still grew up to be a strong man. Especially considering the fact that he came against an opponent over whom he had no advantage, but nevertheless achieved victory and resolutely drew his sword against the Camellia Palace, against which no one dared to go. Remington understood that all this was for his sake, which brought tears to his eyes. Even his status showed how deeply moved he was. Theo understood that the boy had clearly misunderstood something. At that moment, Remington realized that his clan had given him a mandate to secure good relations with Axion, but he had another idea. Therefore, resolutely rising, he decided to become a follower of the young Master Theo. At that moment, the other followers also heard these words and rejoiced that the Strong One recognized Theo's strength, because they were both simply magnificent. The hero intended to explain something to Remington, but Evelina contacted him telepathically. She explained that this was not the worst misunderstanding. Besides, it seemed to her that in fact the reason for joining Remington was simple. Everyone wanted to get along with him. The hero only smiled, because he understood that he was not someone special. His success was largely due to the message boards. Looking at another plate, he became interested in what it actually was, because initially he thought otherwise. Looking at how detailed the plates were, he understood that it was clearly something else. However, he had a vague feeling of déjà vu. As a result, after the end of the incident with the community, the level rose. The hero realized that by increasing the level, he receives points that can be used to improve the characteristics, so he decided to increase them at his discretion. He wanted to know what the future would be like if he became stronger, but obviously the first step was to prepare for a counterattack on the Kameli Palace. So he asked Remington to help him. Handing the guy a piece of paper, the hero explained that the war between him and Axion would soon escalate. Therefore, he asked Remington for help in preparing for these times. The hero knew very well that in the future, Remington would become the head of the Narzo clan, and their strength would be enough to challenge the Ragnars. So he had to take the opportunity and finally put Remington on his side. The hero prayed that the boy would take this leaf, and he did not refuse the hero help. Remington promised to follow the young master and do everything he could to help him in the future. Before the hero had time to rejoice, armed men suddenly entered the pub where they were sitting. These were the swords of the law. They provided a letter that indicated that Theo should be immediately arrested on charges of blackmail, violence, and incitement to riot. Evelina clearly panicked, not understanding what was happening, but the hero calmed the woman down and approached them himself in order to get acquainted with the letter. From it he understood that the seal of the warrant was real. Even the ink with which the decree was written had not yet completely dried, so they were in a real hurry to arrest him. The hero calmly let handcuffs be put on him, after which the swords began to lead him away. The last thing Evelina and Remington saw was the hero's calm smile, so they understood that he was expecting a similar development of events. Immediately after that, Remington looked at the paper in his hands and realized that it must have been some kind of hint on how he could help the hero. Soon this news reached the palace, and Cecilia could not believe that her son had really been arrested. When she found out about the tribunal, she could barely stay on her feet, falling to the cold floor. She asked the butler what Theo was accused of, and he said that he was being accused of sedition because of the events in the Scaled Dragon community. The woman clearly could not believe this, because she knew her son well. She could not believe that they would actually go to the tribunal. Butler explained that Theo had completely destroyed the Scaled Dragon community, so they certainly wouldn't let it go that easily. Cecilia could not think that inviting her son to the community would turn out like this, but she believed that her son would cope with it. She knew how strong he was. Looking out the window at the sun, Cecilia was waiting for her son to return home as soon as possible. At this time, the hero was calmly riding in a carriage, surrounded by guards. Finally, the carriage pulled up to the castle of the tribunal, and the only thought that haunted Theo in echoes was how long it had been since he had last been here. Since he destroyed the Scaled Dragon community, a simple detention will not end, so he will definitely be brought to justice. Bringing Ragnar's heir to the tribunal means that they will test his worthiness to be his heir. Soon after the arrival of Theo, they began to take him out, and he understood that for sure Axion wanted to finally crush him this time. But his demands caused only a smile in the boy, because all this was part of his plan, and he counted on such an outcome. Finally, the hero found himself in front of the massive doors, and the knights entered first to report that the prisoner, Theo Ragnar, had been successfully delivered. Then the guy was invited to come inside, and he resolutely looked in front of him without a trace of fear, ready to do what he had planned for so long. And in order for his plan to be crowned with success, he definitely needs a sufficiently large stage, such as a tribunal. In addition, carefully examining those present, he knew how significant the people gathered here. A familiar face turned out to be Julius, the commander of the Dragon Riders in white armor. Also, there was a director of the Central Intelligence Agency named Ed. There was also a dragon sword, a palace of a blooming plum named Wasp Ragnar. And the last one is the Dragon Elder, the head of the council. Looking at everyone gathered, the hero realized that all 4 of the 9 dragons protecting Ragnar had gathered here. In his past life, he would have been so overwhelmed by emotions that he could barely breathe. Wolfgang was the first to greet the hero. He also calmly responded to the greeting of the head of the council, whom they had not seen for a long time, and expressed regret that they had met under similar circumstances. Looking at the man, the hero knew very well that he, as the head of the council, evaluated the pedigree. For him, half-breeds and illegitimate children like Theo looked quite disgusting. Even from the expression on his face, it was obvious that the man did not try to hide it at all. After greetings, Wolfgang decided to find out if Theo realized that he was brought here to answer for his crimes. The Byron clan, the trade guild Red and White, and mercenary societies, even the Hanara clan, because of Theo's stupid actions, shouted about breaking ties with the main family. So, with swollen blood vessels in his eyes, the man shouted, trying to find out if the hero would be able to pay for the damage caused, because he will bring him to answer for insulting the honor of the Ragnar clan. Calmly listening to all the insults and shouts pouring in his direction, the hero calmly recognized the rightness of Wolfgang, because he was too dishonorable. After calmly surveying all those present, he said that if he could go back in time, he would order these people to cut off their heads, not their hands, because they were still their subjects. The hero reminded everyone present that it was their lord who bestowed honor on these people, and the subjects offered their loyalty and life. This was the path of chivalry. However, they dared to threaten their mistress, which was immeasurably insolent. For this reason, the guy said that if he had known that they would be so insolent, he would have beheaded them on the spot, because they should be punished, and the principles of chivalry should be restored. After all, the hero, as a member of the Ragnar family, could not sit and watch as his honor, which had been supported for 1,000 years, was trampled upon. Julius watched this performance with pleasure. The guy was impressive as always, and from the very beginning it was expected that everything would end with the usual punishment for him. To these loud statements, Theo immediately responded to the head of the council, not understanding how the boy dared to insult him with this sophistry, but Osa, having listened to his opinion, agreed with him, because in theory, everything was said correctly. But the dragon's sword explained that despite the fact that Clan Ragnar was strong, this was not their true greatness. After all, if the clan does not listen to the voices of vassals and knights, they will certainly fall. Because the basis of government is that you cannot rule the world with the help of tyranny alone. The hero promised that he would remember her words. The hero himself was actually nervous when he saw the first wife of the head of the clan, who was the best fencer of Severus. But to the great happiness of the hero, she did not look hostile to him. But then the hero had many questions. Why did she, even knowing what was happening with the Rose Palace, not come to their aid? In addition, the Wasp strictly warned the boy that he would receive the punishment he fully deserved. And the hero, looking at those present, wanted to know how he would be punished. After a short silence, the head of the council explained that he would have to undergo 3 months of obedience, but the hero calmly reminded the council that the awakening ceremony would take place in just 2 months. Wolfgang was angered by the fact that the guy dared to contradict. But Osa calmly explained that the council decided to allow the hero to participate in the awakening ceremony that will take place next year. It was also decided that the 15 children who had been maimed by them would also participate in the ceremony next year. Ed, who was watching this, understood that the hero escaped punishment quite easily, thanks to the intervention of the demonic dragon. However, the postponement of the awakening ceremony was a disgrace in the Ragnar clan, and a similar disgrace of a representative from the Palace of Roses gives the Camellia Palace a justification for subordinating the Palace of Roses. So the plans will be set in motion. Theo can't do anything anymore. If he tried to appeal the decision of the tribunal, he would simply be killed. So Ed understood that the guy was not so stupid, but he was very mistaken, because it was the hero who filed the petition for appeal at the same moment. After what was heard, all the dragons present immediately became alert, which made Ed laugh inside. He understood how much the hero was a fool, whose arrogance knew no bounds. Excited, Julius decided to ask the hero for the last time whether he knows what his filing of the appeal means. The guy knew very well that for such a thing, they are usually punished with far less than 3 months in the novices. Therefore, this question was addressed to the hero only in order to dissuade him from such a rash decision, and it became obvious that Julius had to sweat even for such a light punishment. But the hero calmly explained that in the strong and proud Ragnar clan, submitting an objection meant war, and he was ready to face all the consequences. He explained with a smile that he knew very well. Only the winners write history, so he was looking forward to a similar opportunity. After that, The system notified him about the beginning of a new scenario, where he will be able to reveal many secrets and secrets of his world. The first plot task was the heirs task, which he had to overcome. Somewhere at the same time, a fierce battle was going on in the hidden northern branch of the Trade Guild, which was led by Evelina and Remington. Soon after the victory, Remington finally found what these people were so carefully hiding, and he found it exactly in the same place that young Master Theo pointed out. Finally, they realized that with such evidence, the Camelli Palace would not be finished. But self-satisfied Ed, who was happily imagining how he would get rid of the enemy, did not even suspect it. Looking at the guy with misunderstanding, people tried to understand. Is he really going to exchange 3 months of obedience for war? After all, his arrogance literally knew no bounds. Therefore, they became interested. Does he really think that he can handle the troops of 15 clans single-handedly? But he calmly promised that he would deal with it. In a similar case, when there was such a significant difference in power, the appeal had to go through a representative battle. Julius realized that the guy really knows the law well, because the usual appeal means that only victory in the war will decide which side is right and which is wrong. However, in the case when war is impossible due to a significant difference in strength, each side sends its representatives, and the winner will be determined in a one-on-one sword fight. This was called a representative battle. Most likely, he assumed that it was Theo who would represent the defense for obvious reasons, while there is a high probability that Action will be the representative of the prosecution. Well aware of the skill of both guys, Julius understood that it was possible to guarantee the defeat of Theo with precision. So he did not understand why the guy chose such a path, and what trump card he had up his sleeve. After all, it was absolutely stupid to expect that someone like him or Evelina would come out as his representative. If he counted on this, he will be fatally disappointed. The hero calmly explained that, according to the law, they will choose representatives for the representative battle in a week. The tactics of the guy who planned to convince Julius or Evelina to become his representatives immediately became obvious to everyone. However, everyone understood that given their character, they would not do this, and Theo would have to fight personally, one-on-one. The first to speak was Ed, who still decided to put Action. In this case, Theo's death will help the whole palace to realize their situation. But suddenly, to the shock of everyone present, before the announcement of the answer, the doors opened, and the unknown man was surprised that Theo was not at all the stupid child he knew him to be. Finally, Kyle Ragnar appeared at the door, who was amazed that his son was so skilled in creating such cunning plans, and had changed a lot since their last meeting. Immediately, everyone present in the hall bent down on one knee in order to greet the great head. Theo himself also bowed after them, greeting his father as the reincarnation of the great dragon god. At that moment, a new task suddenly appeared right in front of his eyes after the capture of the Camel Palace and the disclosure of his secrets. At this moment, the hero finally remembered why he saw that familiar blue light in one of the windows of the palace. Because in all the bustle, he completely forgot about it. He realized that something important was definitely hidden in that place. But now was not the right time to be distracted from urgent tasks, because first he had to take care of the Tribunal and the unexpected arrival of his father. After all, now that a new variable has appeared, his plan may be interrupted. The hero wanted to know why he decided to come here. Instead of answering, the man ordered his son to get up. As it seemed, the head heard about his situation on the way here, and understood that the guy was clearly in a difficult position, once he decided to file an appeal through a representative battle. But it was obvious that it would be difficult for him to enter the representative battle on his own. Therefore, studying the boy, he wanted to know who he planned to make his representative so that he would go to this battle instead of Theo. But the hero explained from the very beginning that there was not a single person who would agree to go to battle instead of him, so he planned to appeal on his own. The father understood that in such a case the hero would lose immediately, but the boy did not rush to conclusions, since he did not even try to do so. Proudly straightening up, the guy explained that he is not ready to bow to such demands of his own free will, so even if he is forced, he will fight to the end. Hearing these words, the man just genuinely laughed, because these words really came from his son's mouth, and they couldn't have described Ragnar better. Moreover, such a position of Theo pleased the head very much, and he, bowing down, thanked him for such praise. Although the hero himself thought that this whole representative battle was just a pitiful provocation. In fact, he wasn't going to fight, so he could just tell the truth, whatever it might be, because he had already instructed Remington and Evelyn to find evidence of the Camellia Palace's treason and conspiracy. With this information, his victory will come even without any battle. But suddenly the man explained that he wanted to give Theo an opportunity. And as the Lord of Ragnarok, he wanted to test his ego. He offered the boy to forget about the trial, because if he can withstand his only blow, then he will be able to save him from all the accused. But suddenly Ed's voice was heard from behind, who explained to the head of the clan that they could not allow this. He realized that the fact that Kyle himself offered to test Theo's ability to withstand one of his blows meant that he recognized his son. And if the hero really survives, everyone will know that he has already received the approval of the head of the clan. And despite the fact that Ed did not think that Theo was capable of withstanding this, he had to be sure that he would not even be given such a chance. Therefore, he excitedly explained that no vassals and mercenaries dare to doubt the nobility of his son's blood. So it is really worth conducting everything according to the laws, through a representative battle. But the head looked maliciously at the heavenly dragon, ordered him to shut up, because if a vassal dares to say such a thing, then he should just get rid of Ed right now. After that, Kyle also turned his gaze to the celestial dragon, and clearly heard that the man started giggling literally a moment ago. But getting up from his seat, Julius calmly explained that he was genuinely surprised by the behavior of the head, because he had not shown such interest in anyone for a long time. The man only smiled at the words of his friend, after which he turned his full attention to his son, decided to find out if he was ready to withstand one of his blows. At that moment, the hero understood very well that his plan was completely destroyed. This variable that appeared could really interfere with him, but such a change seemed only beneficial to the guy, so he barely managed to hide his smile. He explained that he would not be able to cope with this blow, because it is impossible to compare war with vassals and at least one blow to the head. Kyle already thought that the hero was going to refuse his offer, but he only pointed out that it would be a little unfair, because since the test has become so serious, then in this case the compensation for Theo should also increase. Kyle was determined to listen to what his son wanted, and looking at Ed with a smile, he offered to give him the Camel Palace as compensation. Wolfgang was shocked to hear such stupidity from the hero, and his courage suggested the same to the leader. It became obvious to everyone that Theo, as a half-breed, clearly does not know his place, because such an agreement exists between equals. But to everyone else's surprise, Kyle accepted his son's terms, because if he was going to become the heir, he would really need a sandbox like Camellia Palace. Turning his gaze to Ed, he decided to see if he had any objections. But obviously, he could not say anything to the lord to whom absolutely the entire Ragnar clan belonged. When there were no objections, the man immediately got up and asked for a platform to be prepared, so that he could test Theo Ragnar here and now. Soon, everyone gathered around the site, and apparently Ed was under the greatest tension, because the site, which was supposed to be a trap, became for the hero a stage for exaltation. But he understood that there was still no reason for great anxiety, because even if such a creature became stronger, it would not be able to withstand a blow to the head. After all, such a thing was difficult even for high-ranking swordsmen. Therefore, Ed understood that the guy would most likely die here and now. The hero himself perfectly understood what Ed was thinking, but unfortunately for them, this will not happen. He was well aware of his reward for completing the training, so he accepted a similar proposal from the chapter. Even Kyle saw that the boy seemed to drink some kind of elixir, because of which he felt a sharp change in his strength. But even so, it made no sense for the head to worry about how his son became stronger. The hero immediately realized how alert the head was, because even the 9 dragons did not notice the changes in him. But it seems that the head was not really bothered by such subtleties. He understood very well that no elixir could help if the person did not have the strength from the beginning. So he suggested the hero to start. He explained that he usually uses a 2-handed sword, but since the hero did not yet know how to use mana, he would take a normal steel sword. Obviously, there were no objections to such a decision. Therefore, without thinking for a long time, Kyle with a smile began to release all his strength, after which he headed for the attack. The hero immediately felt the incredible pressure of fighting spirit alone. In addition, the man was amazed even by the fact that the guy could still stand on his feet. These words made the boy smile. All his strength was practically restored, because the award received for completing the training. This is the same elixir of experience, the use of which gave him 5 levels. He invested all the obtained characteristics in his power. Now, looking at his indicators, the guy had the feeling that he was finally ready to leave the world of the ordinary and step into the kingdom of the extraordinary. Moreover, with such strength, even he will be able to repel his father's attack. Therefore, finally standing up, he saw a clear line of attack and strained every muscle in his body. As a result, his body was able to withstand this blow. Despite the fact that his clothes and sword could not withstand such pressure, he was able to prove his strength. And the father only smiled joyfully and said that he had been looking for a worthy one among his sons for a long time. At that moment, he announced to everyone gathered that Ragnar had proved his innocence of his own free will, and his trial was over. Since he completed the suddenly found task, he received inventory as a reward, as well as some unknown blue key. Soon after the sustained attack, the hero suddenly woke up in his bed, where a frightened mother was sitting next to him, who was waiting for her son to come to his senses after losing consciousness in that arena. She told what a terrible state she was in when she heard that he lost consciousness after the blow of the head of the clan, and tried to find out if everything was okay with the guy. But the hero, looking around, could not understand what kind of place he was in, and Julius came to his aid. He decided to explain to the guy that according to the order of the head of the clan, the former lady of the palace, Camellia Axion, and the director of the intelligence department, vacated the premises of the palace. The hero was surprised to realize what this meant, and Julius confirmed his guesses with his smile. Now the entire Camellia Palace belonged to him alone. At that moment, he received a notification from his system. The task had reached 50% progress, since he had already managed to get the palace. The last thing left for him is to reveal that very secret. Around this time, Aimila was indignant, not understanding how her palace mistress Camellia was forced to give up her property. The maids tried to calm the lady down so that she would pull herself together, but nothing helped, and she continued to lose her mind. At first glance, it seemed that her brother was much calmer than his sister, but at that moment he ordered Axion to kill Theo by any means necessary. As it turned out, the guy didn't plan to take his hand off during the wake ceremony, but that didn't satisfy Ed anymore. He wanted the boy to head Theo straight over the target in front of everyone. Somewhere during this time, the hero was walking around admiring the palace, and although everything did not go according to his plan, the result turned out to be much better, and he was able to get the palace without even using his trump card. In addition, now he had another unusual device, an inventory. To check his ego, he put an apple in the inventory slot, which he was able to get out calmly as well. And although he was surprised by such a system, he could not help but admit how useful it was. In addition, he decided to get a special blue key from the inventory. It was a consumable that was able to open the corresponding gate in the dungeon. As soon as the hero took out this key, it became obvious to him that it was somehow connected precisely with the palace of Camellia. In addition, he paid attention to one of the doors in front of him, because on this door there was a very unusual magical carving. When the key was turned and the door was opened, a huge cave appeared in front of him. As a reward for the first discovery of the dungeon, he received a doubling of his experience. The hero himself was surprised by how the cave could be in the inner room of the palace. But he understood that it must have been another complicated task. Be that as it may, the guy had no reason not to follow the system's prompts. He planned to clean the dungeon so as not to miss the double experience. But he suddenly remembered that he shouldn't set off empty-handed, especially now that he had inventory. Soon, when the inventory began to look like a space completely filled with weapons, he finally realized that he was fully prepared for the upcoming battle. After a short wandering around the dungeon, his first opponent turned out to be a huge white-haired wolf with eyes burning brightly with rage. The guy immediately admitted that the size of this wolf was impressive. He was clearly huge enough to be considered a demonic beast. Soon, this demonic wolf clearly got tired of waiting, so he pounced on the hero. What helped him to save himself was his truly strong shield, which he took with him. Finally, he realized the strength of his opponent, but understood that he would not lose even to such a beast in strength. After these words, a real battle began. Already after the first counterattacks, the hero realized that the skin of this animal was quite thick, and the monster itself was fast. If the hero does not fight at full strength, he will not be able to even injure him. It was obvious that an extraordinary wolf was fighting against him. After all, even if it is not a demonic beast, he should at least be as strong as the demonic beasts beyond the northern wall. Then this would easily explain his strength and why it is so difficult to deal with him in battle. The hero hoped for only one thing, that he would see in the battle with the enemy the same ray of light that he saw during the battle with his father, when his mission was to repel one single attack. He saw a breathtaking arc of pure light, which helped him survive. When the hero remembered the battle with his father, he suddenly understood why the man decided to fight with just one blow, because even this is enough to kill a weak opponent. Then the hero realized that the only way to victory is to invest everything in one blow. Throwing away his shield, he decided to hone his sword skills and the secret art of speed. These were the very arts that his teacher had taught him. With his use, he was able to get close enough to the wolf, purposefully hit it in the eye, thereby making it vulnerable. After such a small victory, the hero was filled with confidence, so he rushed into battle with renewed strength. 2 months have passed since this event, and many people have gathered at the 4th training ground. The training ground was so crowded that they had to find a bigger place for training, because after the news spread that Theo had survived the blow, more and more people who wanted to spar with him began to gather. Suddenly, Sybil was approached by Henry, who wanted to know when he would finally be able to fight Theo, because it had been 2 months since he had been seen, although the boy never missed training. Henry even assumed that Theo was a coward who decided to run away when his fictional story began to attract too much attention. Henry understood that perhaps there was some truth in the hero's words, since he was able to avoid punishment. But since there were no witnesses, most likely it was just an exaggeration, and the rumors that Dragonscale destroyed the community were just rumors. Sybil could no longer listen to such slander against his master, so he hit the guy hard in the face. Henry's comrades began to panic, not understanding how someone like Sybil would dare to punch Henry in the face. But at the moment when these words were just uttered, the gaze of 100 furious eyes turned on them, who looked at Henry, somehow restraining themselves from anger so as not to resort to violence. Sybil explained that such freaks as Henry and his accomplices are not even suitable for his young master. He could not forgive them for the fact that they always behaved like the last bastards, and even dared to come here in order to insult his master, who was absent now. Therefore, Sybil assumed the role of leader and ordered his men to prepare their swords, because now a real war would begin against these unfortunate losers. At the moment when it seemed that the battle could not be avoided, an unknown girl appeared who managed to stop the opponents on both sides with her icy power. Everyone immediately recognized this girl with such a unique attack tactic. She was one of the 4 hounds of Severus. She was called Ice Sword Ray Ragnar. After the girl, Black Bear Calcus from the 4 hounds also appeared, who did not understand why they decided not to invite him to such fun. The suddenly arriving man looked distressed at the crowd present and wanted to know where the shining tiger was. No one even understood who Calcus wanted to find, but as it turned out, he was looking for the shining tiger, the head of this training ground. That's what he called Theo himself. Somewhere during this time, the hero was sitting on the body of another animal he had killed. At that moment, he had already killed 170 demonic beasts, which greatly increased his level. At the moment, the only surviving animal remained only 1 monster, which he still had to find. By this time, the characteristics of the guy who had reached the 15th level had increased significantly, which was definitely worth all the effort and time spent on this dungeon. Soon, in order to continue cleaning the dungeon, the hero took out of the inventory the healing potion of the novice, which had already saved him several times when he was on the verge of death. Looking at all the work he had done, the hero understood that although at first it was quite difficult for him to fight with animals, but as the levels increased, it became easier. Now, when the last beast remained, he had no choice but to finish this dungeon, especially knowing that now the main boss was waiting for him. Climbing the stairs, he realized that his sword was completely broken, which made it useless. Throwing away the unnecessary trinket, the hero went to inventory for a new weapon. This was the last of the swords taken, a ceremonial sword given by his mother on his birthday. Looking at the weapon, the hero remembered that in his past life he had many disagreements with Cecilia, so he simply threw the sword away to rust in his room. However, only now did he see that this was a really good sword forged from snow-white steel. This thought made the boy sad, and his brain began to reproduce pictures from his last birthday. Then, his joyful mother and her servants came to her son's room exactly at midnight to congratulate him and shower him with gifts. But the hero, embittered by peace, only asked that his mother not disturb him. After all, the awakening ceremony was to be held very soon, and he could not waste time on useless gifts. In addition, he perfectly understood that his mother should know. Even good equipment will not change his pedigree in any way. So he simply asked Cecilia to go away. Only now the hero realized that no matter what awaits him in this life and no matter what shocks he has to go through, he will definitely not repeat the mistakes of the past. Unexpectedly, at that moment, he received a notification from the system, which warned him that he had entered the boss's room, where the strongest demonic beast was located. Then he saw a sleeping creature. To his great surprise, it was no longer a wolf, but a real dragon. Ego wondered why the final task had something to do with dragons. In addition, considering that the Ragnars were descendants of dragons, the final boss was clearly somehow related to this. Although the hero did not know whether it was just a coincidence or not, he had to defeat this monster in order to complete his task and reveal the secret of Camellia's palace. Despite all his steadfastness, deep in his soul the hero doubted whether he would be able to win because the dragon stood against him. Despite his lower rank, at least to begin with, the guy decided to use the flash technique, which he had previously practiced many times on wolves on the way here. Although it was obvious to the hero that he had not yet reached the level of a dragon flash. Like his father, the head of the clan, he hoped that at least something would come out of it. He had hopes that if he used his dragon heart to the full extent, he would be able to seriously injure the dragon. As he planned, he succeeded. But the dragon that woke up in time was not going to die so easily at the hands of a stranger. He immediately began to fight off the boy with his tail. The hero realized that his plan to injure the dragon's brain was not successful because his attack was not deep enough. Now, looking at the enraged dragon, who had clearly lost his temper, he saw this as a chance to win. His first thought was to use a secret technique called Steps of Death, with the help of which he could move like lightning, inflicting precise cutting wounds on the enemy's body. The hero had a plan. He wanted to distract the dragon with a normal attack and then hit his weak spot. But the dragon's roar, which activated the intimidation, prevented his plans. Fear was imposed on the hero, an effect that reduces his speed, and because of this effect, it turned out that he would not be able to avoid the final attack coming at him. And although he could not avoid it, he was able to at least slightly reduce the damage with the help of his blade. Despite this, the boy was expected to be seriously injured, which made it obvious that it was not worth dragging out the battle for a long time. Resolutely rising to his feet again, the boy faced the dragon again, looking for its weak point in order to finish the fight as quickly as possible. It was then that he saw a special place on the neck that seemed to be the most vulnerable. It was called the inverted scale. When the hero's sword rushed toward the dragon, his tactics worked. The dragon roared loudly and weakened its grip. But it was not possible to kill him, which is why their fight had to continue. Around this time, Theo's followers, still with frozen swords in their hands, were listening to a furious argument between Ray and Halkus. They couldn't agree on who should fight Theo first, and Ray was clearly adamant in her decision, especially considering that Halkus had already lost to her once. This remark really offended the guy. All his losses happened as much as 3 years ago, and his skills have been improving every day since then, so he closed the gap between them a long time ago. But this did not change the fact that he still lost to her once, so she was not going to back down at all. Dissatisfied with such a decision of the girl, Halkus directed the sword in her direction and suggested that they fight again in order to determine the final winner 3 years later. And the one who wins will get the chance to be the first to fight face-to-face with Theo Ragnar. In just one moment, despite the fact that the attack was unexpected, Ray managed to deflect the attack of her opponent. Those watching the incident did not understand what was happening at all. But soon the fight was stopped only thanks to the intervention of Remington, who asked his comrades to arrange a fight somewhere else, more suitable for this place. He reminded that they were now in the possession of young Master Theo, so he could not allow them to make such problems in his absence. But Halkus didn't listen to Remington at all, so he happily declared that the guy had appeared just in time, because he also wanted to fight him. Suddenly, all three stopped and fell silent when they felt that there was a murderous pressure on their bodies. And when they turned around, they realized that this pressure was coming from Theo himself. Remington didn't even understand what could happen to the guy during his closed 2-month training, since his strength was progressing so quickly. Halkus, it seems, was not even scared. But on the contrary, he was glad to finally see his opponent, who at that time activated his skill, Intimidation of the Lower Drake, which filled the entire field. Going back a short time, after the hero still managed to attack the dragon, it fell dead to the ground, and the battle was successfully ended. Theo, despite this, continued to carefully examine his opponent, who after the attack on the reverse scale began to rush with such force that the hero already thought that he was about to die. Finally, he decided to lie down on the dragon's scaly body and exhale, rejoicing that the dragon got tired over time, and the scales still turned out to be his weak point. The system did not give the guy a break, as it immediately notified him that he had received items, the tooth of the lower drake and the claw of the lower drake. Both of these materials were used to improve weapons. A tooth improved strength, while a claw improved sharpness. Looking at his weapon, The hero decided that he wanted to repair the sword given to him by his mother, because the fight with the dragon had worn him down a lot. In addition, suddenly he also received a new skill, Intimidation of the Lower Drake. And, after reading the characteristics, he realized that now he can reproduce the same pressure that the dragon himself created. This made the guy extremely happy, because he had heard that only a select few could use such a skill. He never dreamed that he would be given such a chance. Hiding all his materials in the inventory, the hero gathered himself out of the dungeon, still thinking about this skill, and not knowing how useful it will be in the Ragnar clan. He had to prepare for the fact that many outstanding personalities could participate in the battle. Finally, after a short time, the doors to the dungeon closed. The hero was able to seize the Palace of Camellia and reveal its secret. Of course, a reward was waiting for him. And this time it was really unusual and represented a compass of a dragon's nest. He did not understand how he was supposed to use such a thing, but assumed that it must surely be connected with his next task. Obviously, to begin with, he decided to take it to the inventory, and he himself decided to return to the room and rest, since he was insanely tired during these 2 months. But he was not lucky. He met a maid who, as soon as she saw the young master, explained that she had an urgent message. The excited maid said that there was confusion on the 4th training ground, and a serious fight broke out there. The hero clearly could not ignore such news. Soon after that, he went to his uninvited guests and immediately, with the help of his pressure, completely enveloped Henry and his henchmen, ordered them to run away as far as possible, because he was seriously tired and wanted to rest. But Calchas was not disturbed by such words. As soon as he felt such a stunning, murderous pressure, he immediately decided to attack the hero in order to have fun with him and see how strong he was. Despite how much power Calchas put into his strike, he was easily parried by the hero, with such ease that it was hard to believe not only Calchas, but also the rest of the hounds, even Theo himself, who acted on a machine gun. The Black Bear wasn't going to stop because he was always considered the weakest of the 4 Severus hounds, because he never replenished his arsenal and was not unique. But even so, he was a son of the clan, because of which there was no one who could compare with him in strength. However, the hero clearly saw his weak point, so his opponent's sword was parried with ease, and he was even able to counterattack. All this was thanks to the ego raised to the 16th level. After such an attack, Calchas immediately fell to the ground without strength, and the hero even worried that he could kill the young man, because he unintentionally used all his strength during the blow, without even realizing it. He was reassured only by the thought that his opponent was known for his vitality. Suddenly, to the shock of the hero, after his victory there was a joyful applause from his subordinates, who began to praise the power of the young master, who defeated the Black Bear and killed one of the Severus hounds with one blow. But at that moment, while the boy was calming the raging crowd, he did not notice how his already worn-out sword gave a crack, after which the whole thing fell apart. While no one noticed his emotions, the boy panicked very much, because it was a sword given to him by his mother. The others, on the contrary, believed that the power of the mistress was so great that he could even break a weapon with one blow. All the while, Ray's attentive gaze was still fixed on Theo, and she plunged into deep memories. It turns out that they had already met before, when they were very young. Then Theo, who met Ray, wondered why she was so lightly dressed in such cold weather. He tied his red scarf around her neck to warm her at least a little, but he understood that even this would not save her from the cold. Therefore, taking the girl by the hand, he asked her to follow him home, at least while the snowfall is coming, and as soon as it ends, he will return her home. Looking at the boy, Ray could not suppress a slight smile, after which she turned around and left unnoticed. Theo was the only one who noticed the change in her mood because he knew that Ray was one of those who literally never smiled. A little later, all the servants gathered to congratulate the young master on receiving the title of Shining Tiger. It was a huge achievement for everyone. The maids knew how hard the young master had been working all this time, and they asked him not to rest on his laurels and continue training for the awakening ceremony. Just at that moment, Cecilia arrived and prepared a special obolon dish for her son. These were special mollusks that lived in small quantities in the Idria Sea and were slowly fried in oil produced only on farms in the Fugai Mountains. The woman began to feed her son, as well as special meat of a rare bird, which was fed only with nuts. The hero could not refuse his mother the pleasure of greeting and feeding him. He remembered his past life, remembered how he pushed Cecilia away, how despite this, she loved him very much to the very end. Therefore, instead of getting angry, The hero just smiled and thanked his mother for having prepared all this for him. Soon, it was time to tell the mother what had happened to her gift. Taking out the broken sword, he began to apologize to his mother for breaking her priceless gift. But the mother was not at all angry with her son, but with the woman who sold her this blade. After all, the owner of the workshop assured her that since the sword is made of snow-white steel and ebonite steel wood, it will never break. Even the hero was surprised when he heard about the ebonite steel tree from the southern jungle, and Cecilia explained quite well that this sword had to be made only from rare and valuable materials. But this was clearly a lie, because otherwise the sword would not have broken so easily. The hero was clearly worried when he heard how valuable his sword was, because the ebonite steel tree is a plant whose roots wrap around iron, which makes the material flexible like wood and hard like steel. Although the hero knew that his blade was really good, he did not know how expensive it was. He was wondering where his mother got it, but the woman resolutely declared that she would not put up with such a thing and would go to demand an explanation, and this time, she would get the perfect sword for her son. The hero tried to explain that he could use other things, but Cecilia was firmly against it. After all, when people finally understood what her son was worth, they needed to be scrupulous as never before. In addition, the awakening ceremony was less than a week away, and she could not allow her son to be at the ceremony with a dull steel blade. And since the situation was so out of line, she decided to immediately go for a new sword. As it turned out, the woman knew where the best workshop in the entire capital was located. It was the Basque Workshop. Basque Workshop was one of the 3 weapons workshops of the Snow Capital. The fame of this workshop is connected with the huge size, comparable to the factory, and also with the remarkable peculiarity of its owner. Her personality was listed by the intelligence department in the category of persons with a special rank. She was a blacksmith with the title of Master Craftsman, which was worn by only 2 craftsmen of the Ragnar clan. The hostess was also known as the elven embodiment of capitalism, under the name of the demonic craftsman Curson. Curson paid attention to the unexpectedly visiting guests, looked at them in surprise. The hero could not even think that he would meet such a tycoon. And he did not understand how his mother knew the demonic craftsman. Cecilia immediately greeted her mother, indignant that she had not stopped smoking as she had planned. Curson was unhappy with such treatment, and reminded Cecilia that their family relationship had ended since the day she ran away. The hero still could not realize the fact that his mother, whom he considered an orphan without a family, was somehow connected by kinship ties with a demonic craftsman. He assumed that she was the daughter of a half-elf, and in that case Theo was 1/8 elf, which perhaps made him so attractive. Curson decided to find out from Cecilia the reason for her coming here for the first time in such a long time. She dropped the sword and said that she wanted to return the low-quality product. Such words about his work made Curson very angry, because no one dared to claim that the sword, personally forged by her, was of poor quality. But when she tried to take the sword out of its scabbard, its hilt remained in her hands. Cecilia explained that she considered the breakage of this blade to be nothing but a defect. But Curson understood that it was something else and decided to see the owner of this sword in person. She understood that this was the same Theo, Cecilia's son. The woman described her son as a true genius, who would surely one day rule the entire Ragnar clan. Excited by such a meeting, the guy did not get his bearings right away, but soon bowing down, he introduced himself and admitted that it was a great honor for him to meet the famous owner of the Basque Workshop. Responding to the greeting, Curson admitted that she had already heard the fame surrounding Theo, and praised Cecilia for raising her son in such a way that he knew manners. The only question she wanted to clarify was whether only Theo actually used this sword. As confirmation of her words flew from the hero's lips, Cecilia explained that for this reason she considered the blade to be of poor quality. Curson understood that the reason was clearly hidden in the friend, so she decided that the 3 of them were waiting for a long conversation and led them inside the forge, while the demonic craftsman walked forward, escorting the guests. The hero decided to find out from the mother why she never told that she was the daughter of a demonic craftsman. Looking at the 2 of them, it was very difficult to see a kinship. Cecilia, seeing the hero's confusion, realized that she had indeed missed many points about her past. Looking at Curson with a smile, she explained that for a short period, 6 months, the half-elf became her foster mother and took care of her. The reason was that her mother liked absolutely everything beautiful. This list included jewelry, music, theatrical productions, and even illusions. This was the reason why Curson decided to take her as an adopted daughter. Hearing these thoughts, the woman asked to stop talking about the past, which was meaningless. Cecilia, who knew the woman well enough, only laughed, because she could bet that she did not consider her words just chatter. Soon the hero decided to find out why his mother left this place. But Kirsten herself answered, explained that she had run away, said that she wanted to become the wife of the head of the clan. Remembering that day, Kirsten still could not understand why she went to such a miserable place voluntarily, because even the fact that she survived until this time was worthy of praise. And Cecilia's dreamy nature only smiled, explaining her decision by the fact that the head of the Ragnar clan was handsome. Besides, he was very dashing and courageous and really loved her very much. Ignoring Cecilia's explanations, Kirsten remembered the moment when, despite running away, her named daughter appeared an hour ago with requests to forge a sword as a gift for her son, which, in her opinion, was a real shamelessness. Insulted by such words, Cecilia began to ask her mother not to say such things in the presence of her son, after which a good-natured dispute broke out. This did not scare the hero at all. Looking at their conversation and arguments, he realized that it was the first time he had seen his mother like this. In addition, he was saddened by the fact that during his entire past life, he did not know anything about his mother. For this reason, he considered himself an unscrupulous son who was too self-absorbed and obsessed. The hero saw that Kirsten, despite old grievances, really cared about his mother. He wondered why she didn't do anything when they were in danger in her past life. Finally, the demonic craftsman stopped in front of the large door of the office. Cecilia clearly did not understand why it was necessary to bring them so deep inside for the sake of a simple conversation, and simply asked that the woman give them the best blades she had ever forged. But Kirsten did not listen. Instead, she grabbed her son, dragged him into her office, and asked Cecilia to wait outside. As soon as they were inside, the woman examined the guy with a stern look, and her only question was whether he had the relic of the primordial dragon. Without any pretense, the guy just looked at the woman in amazement, not understanding why she was remembering the ancestor of the dragon protector that protected their clan. During his life, the hero heard only the legend that their founder distributed the treasures of the primordial dragon throughout the snowy Midlands to the descendants of the Ragnar clan. Kirsten was madly offended by his words, because it was obvious that the boy was pretending to be more ignorant. His words didn't make any sense. If he didn't have any relic, then he couldn't turn her sword, which she had forged with all her heart and soul, into such rubbish. She was confident in her products, and knew that they could not break simply from simple training. Suddenly the woman called the guy to her and showed him a box sealed with heavy and strong chains. Just one look at the box was enough to notice the blue glow that was associated with the task. He saw a similar glow at the door in the Camellia Palace that led to the dungeon. Looking at such an unusual expression on the guy's face, Kirsten realized that he had clearly noticed something, although even she did not feel anything unusual. As it turned out, she tried more than once to break the chains and find out what was hidden inside this box, but everything was useless. Therefore, putting the box right in front of the hero, she explained that the relic of the primordial dragon, which appeared a long time ago in the Age of Myths, was most likely stored here. Then the primordial dragon pulled out one of its fangs and forged a sword from it. It was a monstrous sword, the blade of the white moonlight. For this reason, she offered the hero a deal. If he could break the chains and extract him, she would give him the white moonlight blade. But she immediately warned the boy that everything would not be so easy, because he could even lose his life in the process of removing the sword, and she wanted to know if he was ready to take such a risk. Immediately after these words, a sly smile appeared on the hero's face, because he already wanted to appropriate this sword for himself, and the task received from the system was a confirmation that he was on the right path. From his past life, the hero knew very well that this sword was the blade of the leader of Black Snow, and one of the 9 dragons named Black Dragon. However, very few knew what his sword looked like, because almost everyone who saw it or talked about it died or went missing. By pure chance in a past life, the hero managed to cross paths with the Black Dragon, and he was able to see the true form of the blade of the white moonlight. After this meeting, the hero had many questions. Why did the man leave him alone alive? Now the hero understood. If the blade of the white moonlight of the Black Dragon was here, and it really was the same original sword, then it was a great luck. The fact that he had to meet the Black Dragon in 4 years meant that the sword had been kept in Kirsten's possession until then. In addition, the hero understood that this time history was repeating itself. There was also the same keyhole as in Camellia's palace. In this case, the blue key should become the ego's main assistant. As soon as the hero inserted the key into the well and turned it, the chains quickly broke off from the sealed chest, from which immediately after that light began to emerge, a witness to the power of this blade. But this was not the end of the ordeal for the hero. In addition to the light, a black mist began to emerge from him, which eventually completely engulfed the hero's body, and no matter how Kirsten asked, she was never able to help him. Opening his eyes, the hero found himself in the very scene when Randall forced him to look at the body of his dead mother to show how incredibly weak he was. To prevent this, he needed as much strength as possible. Strength to defeat Randall and crush Camelia's palace. But even at the moment when he was experiencing the most terrible moment of his life, he noticed the approach of a bird that was trying to attack. He closed her beak, scolded her for trying to capture his mind. He understood that she planned to use his own thirst for power against him, and finally realized why the sword was called monstrous. The bird was outraged by the fact that some guy managed to recognize her plan so easily. But the hero calmly explained that she did not manage to capture his body, because he had long ago overcome the fear that the sword tried to instill in him. He did not understand. Did the bird really believe that he could buy him with pitiful scraps of power when he already had his own goal? In addition, the hero clearly noticed that this animal was different from the griffin that Theo met earlier. It was 10 meters tall, and now it was on the same level with him. Most likely the change in ego size was due to the long sharpening of the griffin in the blade. But this was in the hands of the hero, because he could defeat him, and finally deserve the blade of the white moonlight. Seeing the serious intentions of the hero, the griffin suggested to his master that they discuss everything like civilized people and not stoop to physical violence. All this time, Cecilia tried to wake up her son and looked at her mother in fear, trying to understand what had happened to the boy while she was gone and why he was in such a terrible state. After all she asked to do was to forge a second sword for him. Instead, Kirsten did something similar with it. The frightened woman was worried about the second. She felt the energy of the monster, which connected with the blood flow of the hero, and she had never heard of anything like that before. In fact, despite the warning, she thought that the boy would be all right, since he already had the relic. At that moment, Cecilia, despite her tears, became much more determined and swore that she would never forgive her mother if something happened to her son. This clearly frightened Kirsten, but soon the boy's body began to leave and release a terrifying power, which then just as quickly returned to his heart, completely absorbed by his body. At this moment, the hero finally managed to open his eyes, and immediately Cecilia began to hug her child and cry bitterly, because she was worried that he would never wake up again. Responding to the embraces of his excited mother, the hero explained that such a test could not harm him and asked her not to worry. The system congratulated him on the fact that he had successfully finished the hunt for the griffin. Now the blade of the white moonlight belonged entirely to him. But for the most part, it was due to luck, because the griffin was weakened due to its imprisonment, so it was easy to defeat it. In addition, the psychological attack did not work on the hero. Suddenly, he received another notification from the system, saying that with the help of the white moonlight blade, he had increased his magic by 30 units. Now his magical power exceeded 20 units, because of which he began to acquire divinity. Then the hero finally realized that he had unexpectedly raised his level enough, and now his magical power had reached the level of a high-ranking swordsman. He was sorry that he couldn't use all his magical power yet, because he had to restrain himself until the awakening ceremony. Having made sure that the boy was all right, Kirsten congratulated him on completing the task and promised to fulfill her words, because elves could not lie. Suddenly, the hero noticed that his blade was trembling. He was worried that the sword still did not want to recognize him as its owner. But Kirsten understood that the matter was different. The blade had been chained for too long, and now, when he finally found himself in their world, he sought to release the accumulated irritation. After that, she pointed the boy to a wall with deep scratches and dents, and offered him to test his blade. He hit the wall with all his might. The hero did not understand why Kirsten was not against it, because it could lead to serious destruction. But she knew that even if the blade of the white moonlight was in the hands of the hero, he was still a boy who had not passed the awakening ceremony, which is why he would not be able to damage the wall of her workshop. This kind of attitude was a little annoying, so since he had the opportunity to hide his dragon heart at will, he decided to take the opportunity to experience the full power of the white moonlight blade. Taking a firmer grip on the hilt of the sword, the hero apologized in advance for the fact that something might get out of control. Because now, preparing his attack, He planned to use not only his power, but also to combine the very power of the blade with his magical power. Immediately after that, the system notified him that he had activated the power of the monstrous sword possessed by the griffin, which was the true power of a dragon. In the next moment, the entire wall was completely destroyed by just one blow made by the hero, and as a result, the crack that went through the entire building became a proof of his incredible strength. While Kirsten tried to recover after what she saw, the hero realized how dangerous the weapon in his hands was. The sword literally began to absorb his magical power in order to deliver such a powerful blow. Due to the fact that all of the hero's magical power was absorbed, when the demonic craftsman quickly approached the boy to test his magic, she did not detect a drop of magical power in him at all. She could not understand how he managed to achieve such a result only thanks to the sharpness of the blade itself, because it literally defied any laws of logic. The only conclusion the woman came to was that the guy in front of her was a real genius. And since this genius was her grandson, she could find many opportunities to use his fame to her advantage. Therefore, she immediately took the boy by the shoulder and announced that she would become his patron. In return for her patronage, he needs to fully spread his wings and show the world what skills he has. Kirsten understood that such a person would become for her a living advertisement of the Basque workshop, which would be beneficial for the two of them. Despite Theo's delight at such a proposal, Cecilia quickly discovered that her mother's eyes were completely filled with thoughts of money, so she was immediately caught in her little manipulation. Very soon the carriage took Theo home, and Kirsten was left alone with two of Drake's fangs. Theo voluntarily gave her these fangs as compensation for the wall he destroyed. Kirsten realized that the boy had received the trophy from Drake along with the relic, and it also became obvious that her daughter had raised an incredible son. Suddenly the elf heard a familiar voice that greeted the demonic craftsman. Turning around, she saw Rana, whom she knew well, and decided to find out that her old friend had forgotten her here. 5 more days passed since these events, and finally the day of the awakening ceremony came. The hero, without wasting time, honed his techniques in training with his teacher. Evelina immediately noticed the increased strength of her student. His fencing skills became much stronger and more dexterous. This did not surprise the hero, because his mentor was Evelina herself. Even during the fierce fight, the woman did not leave the thought of how much had happened in 6 months, and how Theo had begun to change. Now he has become strong enough to stand up to her, and when he awakens his magical power, he will become literally invincible. So this day could be considered the true birthday of a real monster. Finally, when the fight ended, Evelina praised the student for the excellent work he had done and assured him that he could become the best at this awakening ceremony. She believed in his success, and the hero also felt it, for which he was incredibly grateful. In addition, the boy promised that he would definitely mention his teacher's name when he became the best at the ceremony. Immediately after these words, many of his followers gathered near the hero, who also wanted to have the honor of being mentioned by the idol himself, which only caused a slight smile on the hero's face. Soon he had to leave the training ground in order to go to the main residence where the annual awakening was held. With the help of his mother, having dressed up in a ceremonial uniform suitable for such an event, the hero from the Camellia Palace appeared in front of the gate. Looking at those gathered, he understood why people looked so excited. After all, the awakening ceremony was the most important event of the year for every Ragnar. Each participant dreamed of showing themselves well at the awakening ceremony, because this was the first place where they, as swordsmen of the Ragnar clan, could receive recognition and honor. Especially considering that every member of the clan will be watching them, including the head of the clan, Kyle Ragnar himself. In addition, the well-known 9 dragons and former heads of clans also had to attend this event. Just the former head of the clan, Hilda Ragnar, interested the hero because she did not look as if she was really 150 years old. In addition, the hero had a good relationship with Hilda, so he was really glad to see this woman under such circumstances. Finally, the judge swordsman of the Dragon Gate, Van Ragnar, who was responsible for announcing the preliminary exam, spoke before everyone. During this test, the participants had to pull out the swords stuck in the arena and leave a mark on the upper part of the steel wall located on the platform. The man warned that this wall was made of snow-white steel, so ordinary swords would not even be able to scratch its surface. The situation changes only when magic is invested in the sword, so he will provide each participant with a special pill. One such pill contained magical powers equivalent to a 10-year supply. This is an elixir that will help each of the participants open their mana chambers. They had to swallow the pill and open a devil of mana in the Dantian. Only then they would be able to cut through the snow-white steel wall with ordinary swords. In addition, the depth of the cut itself will be carefully measured and evaluated with certain points. After all the participants had read the rules of the annual revival, Van explained that the participants, whom he would call, should come up, take their pill, and climb the platform. Participant number 1 was Theo Ragnar, who immediately, without fear or embarrassment, stepped forward. After he easily pulled the sword out of the arena, he headed towards the platform, remembering that last time, Axion became the best graduate. But in this life, he was determined to change everything. Besides, he had no second choice, since his assignment literally forced him to become the winner of this awakening ceremony. Looking at the boy, Hilda's former head immediately realized that most likely, this was the same child that Kyle had told her about. The man also noticed that his son clearly attracted the attention of this woman, but it was not surprising, because after what the head said, she was curious to see how he would cope with this task. She believed that this exam should perfectly show what kind of talent this descendant of the Ragnar clan really has. Before delivering his blow, the hero decided to stretch and calm down. Remembering the ceremony of awakening from the past life, he remembered how nervous he was then. Finally, Van approached, indicating to the guy that it was time to take the pill. The hero did not resist, although he remembered that in his past life, he was not able to gain full control over the mana obtained after swallowing the pill. As a result, this damaged Dantian's ego even more. However, as soon as he swallowed this pill, all his experiences dissipated. He realized that the scenario of his past life would not repeat itself. Mana began to envelop his body. Van even thought that the hero was a real madman, since he released such powerful flows of mana that caused suspicion in his ability to control them. Everyone knew very well that when swallowing the pill, it is necessary to carefully use the received magical power to allow the palaces to take root in the Dantian. It was also known that the more talented Ragnarov had so much mana that if they could not control it, they simply became disabled. It was obvious that the matter with this guy seemed to be settled, but Van quickly took back his words, because the hero could not only withstand the flow of mana, but also completely concentrated in his body. So he got not only the dragon's heart but also mana hulls, which made him many times stronger. Despite this, the hero was slightly disappointed. Unlike in his previous life, he coped with the task so easily that even he himself did not expect it. In any case, in the current situation, it did not matter, because from this moment on, he could officially use mana. After using the pill, he had a much larger supply of it. So all he needed to do now was blow out all the accumulated mana in one blow. This blow was so crushing that as soon as the smoke cleared after the attack, it immediately became obvious to everyone. He did not just pass this test, but passed it with incredible success. The onlookers looked quite shocked, because they had not seen anything like this since the time of the young master Torkel, and it seemed incredible that such a result was demonstrated by someone who used mana for the first time. After that, the hero received recognition from observers. His luck went from negative to 0. Thus, his curse of failure ended its effect, and his glory began to spread throughout the world. The hero was extremely happy that he finally managed to reach the point from which everyone else began to act, because in his case, it was a huge achievement. In addition, the system warned the hero that many people were interested in his talent. Even Osa Ragnar wanted to make him his student, because of which, Julius was very dissatisfied with the amount of attention directed at the hero. In addition, even Robert began to feel some fears in relation to him, and Hilda Ragnar showed an unprecedented interest in the boy. Looking at all these notifications, the hero understood that even though the attention of the Black Dragon and the Dragon's Sword was unexpected for him, the only person on whose attention he was really aimed was Hilda. Therefore, this announcement really pleased him. The reason for his interest was that Hilda possessed Garuda's heart, and if the hero manages to get it, he will become invincible. Soon after that, it was time to demonstrate my strength, and Sybil, who in the end also managed to deliver a not-so-impressive blow, but enough to pass the exam. After Sybil, 3 of the 4 Severus hounds took turns, each of which also had monstrous results. But even despite all their strength, none of them managed to leave a mark even close to the results of the young master. Until this moment, only one student, Axion Ragnar, who was invited to the front, had not demonstrated his skills. Many observers and participants understood that now, a real competition between the Shining and the Dark Tiger would begin. Although it seemed to many that even Axion was not capable of repeating such a stunning result, everyone was amazed by the abilities of the Shining Tiger. Listening to such admiration of his hated brother, Axion was furious. As a result, after absorbing the powder, the guy literally went into a rage and attacked the wall with the same unprecedented force as Theo himself. The chief judge just looked in surprise at what was happening, because he did not expect that the participants would continue to surprise him until the very end. The trail left by Axion was almost indistinguishable from the trail left by Theo, so no one knew which of the two would still be the winner. The only thing that could help determine a reliable result is an accuracy estimate. That is why Axion, dissatisfied with his achievements, simply decided to leave the stage. Finally, after all the results were studied and evaluated, Van congratulated the participants on passing the first stage of the awakening ceremony and praised them for the fact that many people showed excellent results. Then all those who passed had to prepare for the second stage of the awakening ceremony, which will take place in 4 days. Also, soon the grades, which the students were waiting for so much, will be announced. And of course, there was a special interest in who will take the leading place in the first stage, whether it will be Theo or Axion. Finally, after a short wait, the results were announced. The winner was Theo Ragnar, who scored 10 out of 10 possible points, as his technique, magical power, and speed control were impeccable. In addition, the depth of his sword mark was comparable to the record of the young master Tarkal. And, hearing about it, no one could believe that Theo really matched the results of such a legendary person. After all, Tarkal Ragnar was one of the 5 main candidates, those who were considered the most likely heirs. The second place was taken by Axion Ragnar, who also received 10 points in all categories, but his sword trail was shorter than Theo's, which is why he took second place. The third place went to Remington Nartsov, followed by Ray Ragnar, Halkus Lang, and others on the list. After all the places were announced, Van decided to inform the passers-by about the second stage of the awakening ceremony. In 4 days, all 87 past participants should arrive in the Winter Mountains fully prepared. At this point, the first stage was finally completed, so everyone was sent home. The hero, returning home, met with his friends, who praised Theo and Remington with the first and third place, which showed the true power of the 4th training ground. The guys sincerely thanked all the followers for their support, although the hero reminded that this is not the end yet, because his goal was that they could all pass the second stage. In addition, he hugged Remington by the shoulder and promised those present that he and his friend would become the final valedictorian and salutatorian. After such a loud statement, loud applause fell on the 2 guys. Finally, Evelina came up, who congratulated the guys but decided to clarify whether the hero was sure that they would cope, although in fact, she already knew the answer for a long time. Remington, on the other hand, decided to congratulate the young owner separately from everyone else on the excellent result, because it was nice to see that his efforts bore fruit. However, he was deeply disappointed that he was so far behind the hero in his results and took only 3rd place. But Theo's friendly smile calmed Remington. He explained to the guy that he was very lucky this time. Besides, he believed that they were real friends, so he was not worried about the result. These words really inspired the young swordsman, so he thanked his master for the kind words that helped him clarify his doubts and thoughts. He suggested Theo to give his full strength also in the second stage, so that the results exceeded all expectations. Soon the hero decided to go to the Winter Mountains, and looking at the snow-covered peaks, the guy realized that he could not even dream of taking the first place at the awakening ceremony. Although he would not have been able to defeat Axion in direct combat, it was still difficult for him to believe that this was not a dream, but his new reality. But obviously, he shouldn't have given up at the beginning of his journey, because Randall's stop was just the first step. After all, he was just a performer. The real enemies of the main character were Axion and the Sky Dragon, so he had to use everything he had in order to fully take revenge for the events of his past life. In addition, he took out his compass nest from his pocket, which all this time led him to the Winter Mountains. It became obvious that during the second stage he would be able to clarify what kind of nest he was talking about. Suddenly, the spy following the hero discovered that his target had disappeared somewhere in the blink of an eye and intended to follow him, but Theo's movement was only a distracting maneuver. He found himself within walking distance of the spy and, pointing the sword at his neck, demanded to introduce himself. The excited guy raised his hands in surrender and, introducing himself, explained that he was in the Storm Swords platoon, and the platoon captain had sent him to watch the hero's performance at the wake ceremony. As it turned out, their captain offered the hero the opportunity to pass an entrance qualification test. The hero was surprised that they offered him to pass the test, And not just join, but the spy explained that their headquarters was famous for the fact that even getting a chance to join was already a huge luck. Another mysterious swordsman suddenly appeared and criticized the Storm Swords platoon for acting like a bunch of idiots. This swordsman was a girl who explained to the young hostess that she was from the Black Iron Cavalry, who would like to see a hero in their ranks. This girl was the deputy commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. She was called the Fire Goblin by the name of Ayan. Immediately after this girl, several more who wanted to recruit Theo joined. Among them were representatives of the Black Sword platoon, ready to promote Theo to the rank of leader after 3 years of service, as well as representatives of the Swords of Law, as well as the Security Bureau. After that, a real scuffle began between the Fire Goblin and the others who wanted to recruit the guy, because they were clearly standing outside the queue in the desire to get such a valuable candidate. The hero could only awkwardly watch this, realizing that the best solution would be to slip away until these guys started getting on his nerves. But unexpectedly, the lady of the Plum Blossom Palace herself, the dragon sword wasp Ragnar, who, although she understood that many would consider her greedy, decided that a small loss of reputation was not so terrible if thanks to it she would receive such a talented swordsman. Many immediately wondered what brought the first wife here, but she calmly explained that, like the others, she had come to see Theo Ragnar again. Somewhere at the same time, while the hero was receiving all the applause and recognition, Axion went crazy with a thirst for revenge, simply killing his sparring partners one by one to release his rage from such humiliation. In order to stop the anger of his nephew, Ed appeared in person, but Axion, completely consumed by his rage, decided to attack his own uncle. But this attack was not a problem for the Heavenly Dragon, who only scolded Axion for his pettiness because he let go of his anger, which clearly did not lead to anything. Throwing away his nephew's sword, Ed suggested that he cool his head and come up with a good plan for how they could clear the interference, and calmly invited his nephew to a conversation in which he would tell him in detail how he would turn the second stage into a funeral for Theo Ragnar. The story is transferred to the hero. While many were surprised by the appearance of Lady Plum Blossom, she created a space that isolated them and Theo from the rest so that no one could interfere with their conversation. It became obvious to everyone. If Osa resorted to such a serious technique, then most likely she wanted to share her personal fighting techniques with Theo. After that, the two of them were locked in a separate space that amazed the imagination. Looking at him, the hero immediately recognized the crowning technique of Lady Plum Blossom, which creates a completely isolated space between the inner and outer world, despite the fact that he knew this technique in theory. Seeing in practice what he had only heard about before was truly incredible, and he finally realized how great his popularity was. At this time, the wasp only laughed at the reaction of the young swordsman, and the thought that the demonic dragon would be furious if he found out that she had come here to meet the hero in person. But she wanted to give him a gift, and even the demonic dragon could not stop her. The hero was really interested in what kind of gift we were talking about. Wasp calmly drew out his sword, explaining along the way that the clan head's swordsmanship skills were incredibly high. It was like a dragon's fire descending from heaven, which burned everything in its path. But she, his first wife, was different from Kyle. She used countless variations of her sword, because she was striving for a dragon, which contains unlimited changes in one breath. He demonstrated the technique. She explained that she called it Rain of Heavenly Flowers. It was the first technique of full illumination and flowering of plums. The hero watched what he saw with his mouth open, because what he managed to see was amazing. There were 120 circles and variations in one continuous movement. So the rumors that the wasp in the context of pure fencing is superior to the head of the clan were true. The hero already understood what awaited him if he could use what he saw in one blow. But he doubted that he was worthy of such a gift. Wasp was flattered by the fact that the hero really liked what she demonstrated. Dispersing his space, she invited Theo to find her after the awakening ceremony, because she saw potential in him and wanted him to become a new wind in this place. At that, Osa disappeared as if she had never been there, and the hero understood that he had received too good an offer, so it would be shameless on his part not to show gratitude. In addition, the boy immediately understood that it would not be easy for him to become a disciple of Lady Plum Blossom while serving the Dragon Riders. But these were thoughts that should be dealt with after the second stage. Finally, 3 days passed, and the hero went to the snow-covered mountains for the second stage of the awakening ceremony. The winter mountains stretched for a long distance from Theo's house in Snezhnaya to the Demon Sea. Here, the Ragnars have been protecting humanity for 1,000 years from the cursed lands behind the Great Northern Wall and the Demonic Sea, teeming with countless demons. Jackie Ragnar, responsible for conducting the second stage, explained that everyone in the future will inherit a similar honor. That is why the Snowy Mountains were chosen as the place for the second stage of the ceremony. Since they were still students and were not ready to go to the Sea of Demons, the area of the second stage was limited to the inner part of the mountains. Therefore, they need to be as careful as possible so as not to accidentally wander into the Sea of Demons. Their task was that they had exactly 15 days to defeat the demonic monsters in the Winter Mountains. They also had to take away the bells that were hung around the necks of these demonic monsters. Bells are painted in one of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, violet, each worth more points than the previous one. Naturally, more expensive bells are tied to stronger creatures, especially the most difficult to obtain purple bells. Similar bells were found on monsters that none of the students could defeat, but even a battle for a bell can bring a lot of points. In addition, each student could choose the method of hunting for his own opinion. Whatever they do, their main task is to return with the bells before the end of the exam. The hero understood that these words clearly meant that they could also intercept other people's prey or bells, which could clearly sow the seeds of discord in their ranks. However, this did not surprise the boy because he knew very well in which family he was born. It was the Ragnar law of the jungle. Finally, Jackie warned that there were totems located all over the mountain that scared away ghosts. Inside these safe zones, supplies were also buried, which they could use as they saw fit. Finally, the second stage of the awakening ceremony began, so Jackie suggested to all the students to go hunting. Many understood that since their test would last for 15 whole days, the supplies would be of great importance, so they decided to go first for them, and then to help the young master. Axion also went to battle, who remembered the words of his uncle in a strict order to act exactly according to his plan. Only then, the Winter Mountains will become a grave for Theo. When the hero was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by Remington, who decided to make sure that Theo really considered him a friend. The problem was that for 3 days, he thought about their friendship, and realized that he perceived Theo as both a friend and a rival at the same time. Because of this, the desire to reach that level as soon as possible to truly surpass the young master grew stronger in him. The hero was not sad because of the words he heard. He remembered the fight with Remington and understood that they were no different. He was well familiar with this feeling, because he also considered Remington his friend and rival, and the boy's soul became lighter, because he was afraid that his feelings were one-sided. After that, smiling, Remington explained that he would make every effort to surpass the hero in the second stage, and Theo wished him luck. After that, Remington immediately disappeared, and the hero, against the background of the fact that Remington made him his target, had very exciting feelings, because now he has an even greater incentive to become someone truly strong. Finally, having taken out the compass, the hero decided to begin with the search for the dragon's nest, because this was his primary goal. Yes, after some time he found himself on the outskirts of the Winter Mountains. The compass showed that he was in the right place, and the arrow led him somewhere down. Although there was emptiness around, the hero even suspected that he might need to dig down to find what the compass was leading him to all this time. He realized that it was a mistake not to take a shovel with him, because he clearly did not want to use the blade of the white moonlight as a tool for digging up snow. But the hero understood that the compass was clearly not going to change its decision. So he took out his sword and with its help, dug up not only the snow, but also the earth, thereby getting closer to the secret that the compass was hiding from him. Immediately after this, the hero ordered the hidden spies to come out, and although at first no movement was observed, soon 3 guys came out of the ambush, realizing that they were quite noisy. In addition, they were worried that they would not be able to defeat Theo, who turned out to be stronger than they thought. They didn't have a choice. The guys were the 3 bastards of Mount Van: hide, cow, and run. The scoundrels of the mountain killed civilians under the guise of random incidents during tasks. Such groups flourished due to the ideology of the right of the strong prevailing in the Ragnar clan. The hero could not forget the massacre they arranged in the village of Van when he worked for Black Snow. It was he who came for their heads. He was more familiar with their horrors than anyone else. According to official records, 7 on 16 dead and 220 missing people are due to their fault, and none of the corpses could be identified, since the heads of all were destroyed. The hero assumed that their terrible nature would become an obstacle for him in the future, so he was going to deal with it. And the fact that they themselves decided to leave was only a simplification of the task for him. The hero guessed that Axion could have sent them, but they laughed and explained that they would not obey someone of their age. It became obvious that they were sent by someone so high-ranking that it would be difficult for the hero to prove his involvement. The head of the council became an obvious customer for him, and all three were clearly worried about his assumptions, not understanding how Theo managed to recognize them so easily. But he calmly explained that considering their words, pedigree, and heritage, they were in collusion with someone, and since the person responsible for conducting the tests did not come with them, they conspired with someone else. The guys began to worry that such knowledge of the hero could lead to considerable problems in the future. Their leader knew that the guy could already be considered dead. Smiling and taking out his sword, he only laughed, imagining how he would enjoy breaking his cute face, and promised to crush him beyond recognition. But as soon as the hero took out his sword, it immediately became obvious how stupid their words and assumptions were. Using the 3 claws of the dragon technique, the hero completely defeated his enemies. And since the guy did not want to become like these 3, he decided to do the opposite. Only their heads remained intact, and their bodies were destroyed into small pieces. The guy himself, surveying the place of such a quick battle, understood that these 3 did not cause him any problems, since they were young enough. In addition, the rain of heavenly flowers that Lady Blossoming Plum demonstrated to him helped a lot. After 3 days of continuous study and practice of this style, he was able to strike 3 times in a row with the help of circles, and Theo learned to use various variations and transformations to form curved lines. The streak of 120 hits demonstrated by Osa was still a long way off. In the end, the hero only had to get rid of the remnants of his enemies and continue to think about how they would penetrate underground. But suddenly, when he was about to leave, he saw that from the cliff, where he had just thrown his head, a light began to appear. After the heads fell there, an invisible ladder, which he hadn't noticed before, appeared there, and the system board offered him to explore the blue cave. Without thinking for a long time, the hero immediately went down, rejoicing that he managed to find a way out without digging the ground with his sword. Around this time, the first results were read out, and among all those who passed the first stage, the first place was taken by Axion, who collected 41 demonic bells in a group of 21 people, and the second place was taken by Ray. Julius was interested in how Theo Ragnar was doing, because he had placed big bets on this boy. According to their information, the guy had neither bells nor a team yet, and they assumed that either the guy was moving secretly or he was sitting in ambush. Wasp understood that this assumption means only one thing. Those responsible for conducting the test cannot predict the final results. The floor was taken by Wolfgang, who believed that Theo's excellent results in the first stage did not mean that he should do well in the second as well, because his heart might not be ready for a real battle. Laughing, he understood that it was probably due to the fact that he was just a bastard, and in his heart he was glad that his mercenaries had done their job better than he expected. Ed immediately drew attention to such a joyful head and, with the help of telepathy, expressed the hope that the head of the council was in no way connected with Theo's missing results. The head of the council immediately realized that he had forgotten to warn Ed about his plans in advance, but he understood that now it did not matter since his plan was crowned with success. Ed sincerely regretted that the old fool had entered his war without permission. The problem was complicated by the fact that after the capture of the palace by Camellia, he took the opportunity to go around the entire palace, but he could not find the relic of the primordial dragon anywhere. Therefore, Theo clearly knows where to look for her, and he wanted to find out everything the boy knew before he was killed. Having contacted one of his assistants, the man demanded that he quickly inform Axion to hurry up with the implementation of the plans. Osa clearly noticed that the head of the council and the director of the Central Intelligence Agency were up to something, so she warned Julius that they also needed to be on their guard. Julius was sure that if Theo faced something like this, he would have to deal with everything on his own, and there was no need to go so far, interfering in the test for the sake of helping him. In addition, he could not ignore the fact that Osa was so interested in Theo, whom he had seen earlier, that she even personally met him behind his back. At this time, the hero finally went into the dungeon, where he saw many corpses, and those who tried to stretch out their dead hands to him. The hero immediately understood that it was a trap in which a strong mental attack was used, and most of those caught in it simply broke. However, after passing the test of the Blade of the White Moonlight, you will not be able to understand it like that. The only thing that worried the hero was why the compass nest brought him exactly here. Therefore, touching the walls, he tried to expand his senses in order to scan the territory. Finally, he realized in which direction he needed to move and found the lair of the baby dragon. He knew that after 3 years, Black Snow had to destroy the baby dragon and take away the legendary objects protected by him. He apologized in advance to Black Snow, with whom he collaborated in the past life. The legendary items will be given to him. As soon as the hero entered, his face was distorted with astonishment, because he realized that this was not the lair of cubs, but the lair of a real ancient dragon. In this case, it was almost impossible to defeat him for the sake of collecting treasures, which made the situation of the hero very difficult. And although he wanted to get the grimoire, such a collision was guaranteed death for him. The hero was interested in why an adult dragon was here, and not just a newly hatched dragon. He suspected that perhaps Black Snow had deliberately spread misinformation, or because he had arrived 3 years earlier, the dragon had not yet left his cave. In any case, regardless of the assumption, the hero had to escape immediately. He realized that he would have to return later, closer to the moment when Black Snow discovered this place. But he was not lucky. The dragon had already woken up, and calmly looking at the hero was surprised that the Chosen One had not come to this place for so long. The name of this dragon was Lobrock. Carefully examining the hero, she explained that she was the ruler of the Winter Mountains. That's how the Ragnars called her, the Dragon Protector. As soon as the hero realized how big the dragon was in front of him, he immediately knelt down to greet the great dragon ancestor. Lobrock was very surprised by such a treatment, but Theo only explained that he considered her the second half of their ancestor, Lord Sigurd, and the mother of the second head of the clan. Lobrock was only surprised when she heard the name Friedlife and explained that this damn chatterbox had spread nonsense. Even though she and Sigurd were very close, their relationship represented a connection between two intelligent beings who respected each other and concluded a pact of spiritual connection. There was no romance between them. In addition, she did not understand how the reproduction between a dragon and a human was even possible in Theo's head. At that moment, the hero realized that the stories about dragon blood in their veins were just propaganda, but Lobrock did not agree with such assumptions. After all, due to the pact made with Sigurd, she really shared her dragon blood with him. At this, Lobrock decided to end courtship and fulfill her duty as a dragon protector of the Chosen One. She, in accordance with the original covenant, gave the Chosen One who passed the test the opportunity to ask 3 questions. The hero was clearly reassured by the fact that he not only escaped the battle, but also could ask questions. After all, his goal is to rise to the top of the Ragnar clan. For this, he needed to carefully study his clan, and he decided to use this opportunity to gather as much information as possible. Around this time, Axion managed to defeat another monster, from which he obtained a green bell, which he immediately handed over to a member of his group. This was already the 57th bell on Axion's account, but there was none on Theo's account due to the fact that he was hiding somewhere. Axion's lackey, Orin, assumed that Theo was scared of meeting real monsters, because it was literally impossible to easily defeat a high-class monster. The only one who could cope with this task is Axion himself, who exceeded all limits of reason. His lackey understood that he had to do everything in his power to maintain good relations with him, so the boy explained that despite the fact that the hero had become stronger, he had been a worthless Ragnar for too long, and he would not pass such tests. Angered Axion began to strangle the boy, realizing how weak he really was, why he was so cowardly. After all, a real person who has strength is never afraid of anything. That is why all his stories about Theo's fright were nothing more than delusions, because he was definitely up to something. At that moment, Axion was distracted by his assistant to deliver a message from the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. The man ordered them to quickly proceed with the implementation of the plan. Therefore, throwing away the annoying toy, Axion asked to tell his uncle that there was no sense in hurrying him. No one wanted the death of the hero more than he himself, and he would finish Theo the moment he appeared. At this time, the hero, not suspecting of insidious plans, stood and pondered the questions he wanted to ask. Finally, the first question was why Lobrock was locked in this place. She immediately understood that this was a fundamental question aimed at obtaining as many details as possible, so she praised Theo. Her answer was that the reason lies in a monster located beyond the demonic sea at the very edge of the world. He was called the Nameless Lord, and for 1,000 years she remained here, bound by a duty to protect the world from this monster. Winter Mountains were just an outpost. The hero could not believe that in Lobrock's eyes during this story, he really saw fear. The nameless lord, whom Theo had never heard of before, immediately appeared to be a truly powerful being, capable of instilling fear in an ancient dragon who had been the Lord of Dragons more than 1,000 years ago. Now, the hero has many questions left, and he would like to learn more about this master. But it was necessary to ask about other things. He wanted to know that Lobrock is known for the relics of the primordial dragon. She was surprised at such a question from the boy, despite the fact that he already had 3 relics, and he, for sure, was very lucky if he managed to get them. The hero did not even guess about such a large number of relics. The first one was in the dungeon of the Camelai Palace. The second one was the blade of the Moon World. And the last one. This is what the last relic was. The hero could not even understand. Lobrock calmly explained that the relics of the primordial dragon were a response to the threat of the nameless lord. The primordial dragon Fafnir created them, divided his soul into 31 fragments in order to protect people. All relics are different from each other. They can be objects, some experience, or even strange phenomena. Finally, the hero realized that the third relic he had was a phenomenon thanks to which he returned 10 years ago. This phenomenon was regression. In other words, the relic itself was itself. The beginning is falling into place. Everything that is happening to it was the desire of the primordial dragon. But he wondered why every relic was protected by a dragon. But in the case of his regression, there was nothing like that. The hero has the last question left. He already guessed that the reason for all the strangeness was his chosenness, so he decided to find out why even Lobrock recognized him as the chosen one. He guessed that his goal was to confront the nameless lord, but he was really too inept and weak for such a great mission. Lobrock believed that in order to answer Theo's question, she should ask a counter-question. She didn't understand why the guy was talking as if he was the only one chosen by the first dragon. At that moment, the hero realized the whole truth. Both Axion and the Black Dragon, they all knew about the relics and tried to collect them. If they were also chosen by the relics, then they could also see the same message that the hero saw. Moreover, they can also be regressors. He got one step closer to the truth of this world, but everything got very complicated. Since the Nameless Lord is an entity that even an ancient dragon fears, the probability of the existence of other regressors increased greatly. Finally, the hero asked all his 3 questions, and now, when the task was completed, it was time for his reward. The guy remembered that he had come here for Amon's grimoire, but his desire had changed. He wanted to get something bigger, something incomparable to any other thing. The notification of the system made him understand that he could get all the treasures of the primordial dragon. Lobrock explained that her lair was filled with treasures from all corners of the world. Precious stones, elixirs, secret manuscripts, and weapons. Whatever the hero chooses, it will be an item of incredible value. She was ready to give him any one thing that was in her lair, and asked Theo to name what he wanted to receive. But the hero only happily declared that he wanted to get Lobrock. The dragoness only laughed, realizing that her fame is timeless, but referring to the joke, asked the hero to choose a real award. However, he insisted on his decision. When Lobrock realized that this was not a joke, she immediately got angry and applied dragon intimidation to this insolence. She did not understand how he really tried to take possession of all her wisdom and treasures. The hero understood that the dragon's intimidation of the dragon protector could not be compared to any pressure he had experienced before, but he had to endure. For this, he used his intimidation of the lower drake, which at least somehow helped his body. But Lobrock thought it was just stupidity. She definitely won't be defeated or resisted by intimidating the lower drake. The hero, who could hardly contain the bleeding that opened up all over his body, declared that according to Lobrock, he could take any treasure into the lair, and it was not said that Lobrock herself was not this treasure. And even though the hero understood that he was participating in an adventure that could cost him his life, the result was definitely worth it. Because Lobrock is a dragon protector that founded the Ragnar clan with the progenitor. There is no more amazing evidence of legitimacy than getting close to it. And so that the past does not repeat itself, the hero could not miss such an opportunity. Therefore, the hero insisted that Lobrock keep the promise given by her divine word and stand on his side. At this moment, in this weak boy, Lobrock clearly saw old memories of Sigurd, who once also came to her. In the end, he got her consent, and assuming a female form, she admitted that the guy managed to interest her, so she agreed to give him a chance. Looking at the expression on the hero's face, she understood that he was struck by her beauty. However, she warned that she was more than 2,000 years old. But the hero was actually more interested in the chest of the great dragon protector. Then she explained that she lost her heart 50 years ago. Since then, she has been patiently waiting for her death. And in the best case, she has 3 years left to live. Because of this, she also could not leave her lair. In other words, she was unable to help the hero directly. Therefore, she decided to ask him again if he still wants to choose her as a reward. But his answer remained unchanged. She considered it a stupid decision, but understood that it was probably commonplace for the chosen ones. The hero promised Lobrock that he would definitely become stronger in order to find a larger relic of the primordial dragon. He will do it for the sake of the dragoness, and find something to replace the lost heart. And even the dragoness herself understood that among all the relics, there could definitely be something capable of this. The hero understood that he had to do at least something in order to be worthy of the title of Close Dragon Protector. Smiling, Lobrock hoped that the hero would take care of her as her new second half, and warned that she could not leave this place. Therefore, until the guy found a solution to her problem, she would be in hibernation. In addition, she had a request for the hero. In order to form a true bond of souls with her, he had to read the book and awaken the gates of the mind. Then he will be able to cope with it in a month, and in the vicinity of the den there was a variety of food, so that he will be able to devote his time to reading. The hero understood that the given object was the grimoire of Aemon, and although he was glad that he was able to get the grimoire, the month was too time-consuming. She explained that this is exactly how much time it takes for the first awakening of the gates of the mind, and she did not understand whether the hero had more important things to do than to create a soul connection with her. He excitedly explained that he was in the process of going through the second stage of the awakening ceremony. The test lasts only 15 days, and he had less than half a month of time, so he asked for an extension to return after completing his test. And although Lobrock understood that it was possible, she still refused the hero's request, because she could have let him go. But that's not interesting. Therefore, she offered him to cope before the end of the second stage of the test. Until then, she forbade him to leave his lair. The hero understood that in this case there were 13 days left until the end of the second stage, or 310 hours if he refused to sleep. The events are postponed for 3 days before the start of the second stage in the Central Intelligence Agency. There, Ed explained to Axion that they are capable of creating a security zone. It was formed due to the presence inside the marble totems of summoning demons. The increased energy of the monsters locked in the marble did not allow other creatures to approach. However, if you destroy this marble, you can at any time call the same ghost that he demonstrated. Ed explained that since the goal of the second stage was to destroy monsters and accumulate points, Theo would have to hunt monsters. Uncle wanted Axion to lure Theo out with a similar marble. And although Axion was partially right, the important point was that you can't just lure the hero and kill him, otherwise they might miss the clues leading to the relic of the palace. The guy did not understand what the problem was in asking Theo everything he needed before killing him. Ed was disappointed that the guy himself did not understand what the problem was. After all, everyone, including him, had to understand that the difference between Axion and Theo in skill was not so great, and it would not be easy to catch him and question him. However, the hero seemed quite sentimental, so it was possible to use the ego of his followers against him. It was possible to take any of those weaklings who gathered at the 4th training ground. It will be easier for Axion to take them hostage, and then demand information about the relic. Then Axion understood the true idea of his uncle, and even though this was the plan, he could not even think that instead of wanting to, Theo would hide and appear only before the very end of the test. The remaining time was only 12 hours, and while he took first place, he scored 860 points. Axion wondered why Theo was simply wasting his time. Although they even pierced a few people who were observing the progress of the exam, one of Axion's assistants even thought that perhaps one of the 3 sent by the head of the council caught Theo. Otherwise, there is no explanation why he still hasn't appeared. The guy who put forward such an idea was a swordsman, a student of the Palace of the Plum Blossom, who took 7th place in the second stage. Axion was very annoyed that such a talent of the Plum Blossom Palace had such disgusting insight. It was not strange why the people of the Plum Blossom Palace were so interested in Theo. They have their own way of thinking. After such a remark, the guy was insulted, because all this time he was trying to help Axion catch Theo, and he still dared to make fun of him. In any case, Axion stopped wasting his time, and realizing that Theo did not want to appear, decided to do everything possible to force him to do so. He addressed the community of Pure Dragon Scales and Plum Blossom Palace and announced that the hunting season had arrived and they would be killing the scum from the 4th training ground until Theo showed up. Ray, who took the 3rd place in the 2nd stage, managed to overhear all this. At this time, Theo's followers were able to kill the ice lizard, a medium-class monster, and obtained a yellow bell from it. At that moment, Sybil took 68th place, Eod managed to take 53rd place with 52 points, and Band 62nd. What still worried Sybil was that there were only 12 hours left before the end of the 2nd stage, and the young master had yet to be released. But Eod was sure that Theo was busy with much more global things, and he clearly had more important things to do than just a set of points for the exam. Sybil also understood this because the main condition was survival, and the place did not matter. And still, Eod would be happy to see the young master again take the 1st place. But suddenly at that moment, Sybil's body was unexpectedly struck by a piercing attack in the chest from Orin. Eod, on the other hand, did not understand what this meant at all, and how they would perceive such a gesture from the Pure Dragon Scales community. These guys calmly explained that they were just sacrificial sheep, with the help of which they intend to call the owner, because they wanted to see Theo as soon as possible. At the same time, the hero finally managed to open the gates of the mind in less than half a month. Lobrock was only happy that the information he had heard in his past life turned out to be true. The most important factor in the study of Amon's grimoire was the quantity and quality of magical power. Since he had mana chambers and a dragon's heart at the same time, it is quite natural that he learned twice as fast as ordinary people. But since the hero's characteristics were too low, the low-level skill, baby synchronization, was formed. This is free manipulation and reading thoughts left on objects through psychokinesis. Lobrock realized that this was already enough for her to recognize Theo as her loved one. Now that he had mastered the basics, he had to figure out the rest himself through training. When he reaches a sufficient level of mastery of this technique, he will also be able to hear her voice. In addition, he will also be able to borrow her power, an incredible opportunity for the hero, which he could not even dream of. But Lobrock warned that for the sake of her strength, her recovery should be his priority, and reminded her that at best she has 3 years left. The hero promised that he would definitely do it, and Lobrock, satisfied with the words spoken and the work done, decided to complete all the preparations. After that, she cast a spell on the hero, thereby announcing the fulfillment of the first covenant. She will wait for their next meeting and hope for the success of her new loved one, who appeared for the first time in 1,000 years. Immediately after this, the hero was able to leave the cave, rejoicing that he managed to conclude this deal, but he did not achieve any results regarding the awakening ceremony. In addition, there were only 12 hours left, so he had to catch up with the rest of the participants in such a short period of time. If now he will hunt for the ghost in the usual way, then he will not take the first place. Consequently, there was only one strategy left: stealing bells from others. And since the hero knew that Axion took first place in his previous life, this time the result definitely did not change much. In other words, it is enough for the hero to defeat Axion and take the first place, although even defeating this guy would be very difficult. Suddenly turning around, the hero saw a heavily mutilated and bloodied Ray, who had been looking for him all this time. The guy immediately came up to find out what happened to her, and what kind of creature did something similar to her, because he knew that she was a strong enough fighter. But later he saw that there was a wound on her chest made by a sword, so no creature could leave such a wound. She explained that she would be able to tell everything later. Now he had to go west, but Ray could not say anything else and lost consciousness in the hero's arms. Then he was able to read the thoughts left on the sword through the use of baby synchronization, and began to absorb the memories of the sword's owner. In the vision, Ray sat in ambush, eavesdropping on the hunters. They had already dealt with Theo's followers, so they expected him to appear at any moment. They also left many footprints on the 4th training ground, and also set traps to corner the hero. Examining the work done, Axion did not understand these people, because there were too many of them, and even a couple of live hostages would have been quite enough. Therefore, he decided to get rid of them. At that moment, Ray came to the defense of these people, who warned Axion that he had already crossed all borders long ago. But the guy warned that she had to leave and not get into other people's problems. When Ray insisted on the release of Theo's comrades, Axion realized that she too had joined a similar scumbag. After that, the fight could no longer be avoided. The last thing the hero saw in the flashbacks was how they fought, and in the end, how Ray was wounded by a similar monster. Due to the fact that the hero had too low characteristics, he could no longer count any memories. As soon as he brought the girl to his senses, he tried to find out what was going on and why, from the very beginning, Axion was frantically trying to capture him. But since he was nowhere to be found, he decided to take his friends hostage. This news literally turned the hero's world upside down. As it turned out, Ray desperately came here all this time to warn the hero about this, and he was madly angry because of all that Ed and Axion had already done. He understood that these people would not leave him alone even in this life, but he was no longer the same person who was used to falling on his face. So he began to ask Ray where this useless Axion was. Finally, after a long time, Axion's subordinates found Theo on the northern slope. They were completely sure that it was him. Besides, he was talking to Ragnar, and therefore most likely he would soon come to them. Then Axion realized that this was a great opportunity. He would finally be able to prove to everyone that such a nothingness would not be able to surpass him in any way. But suddenly the guy was contacted telepathically by an unknown person who reminded them that they had no reason to confront him directly. They only needed to find out about the relics, after which they would kill him themselves. Then Axion said that he certainly had no reason to worry because he would distract the observers with the help of the summoning marble, and the stronger comrades would do the rest. As it turned out, Ray dissuaded Theo to the last because she understood that if he went to Axion, he would definitely kill him. In addition, she knew that people from the Central Intelligence Agency were somehow involved in this, and he would not be able to defeat them. She knew that this was no longer just a competition and a test, but a real massacre. And they had set up a trap specifically to kill the hero, so he could not go there alone. She suggested calling the examiners to help, but the boy understood that they simply did not have time for this. Therefore, he thanked her for her help, but still decided to go there to save the hostages, because no one knows what Axion can do with them, especially knowing his character. Even in spite of this, Ray did not understand how the hero could be so stupid, because he would surely die if he went there. She saw no point in dying here and now, because it would be much easier to act more carefully than to lose one's head in an unequal battle, especially for the sake of a few people. But the hero firmly stopped the girl and reminded her that she did not want to lose any of her people, at least not again. The hero knew that their goal was to ensure that everyone could pass the second stage alive. He made such a promise to his people and could not refuse it. After all, they all had to gather in the bar again in order to celebrate their victory. As a result, no matter how Ray asked to reach the guy, he just calmly stopped the girl, explaining that she herself did not remain indifferent. Remembering all his past, all his weakness, and all the losses associated with it, he explained that he no longer wants to be on the side of the losers, like a worthless fool, so he definitely will not agree to repeat his past mistakes. Therefore, with all severity, he looked at Ray again and asked her to tell him exactly where Axion was. Soon after this, Remington, together with 2 more of the 4 cardinals, discovered supplies collected by some of the participants, as well as discarded bells and blood, which meant that something had definitely gone wrong. Although Remington understood that Halkus and Erica most likely did not have much desire to deal with this, he nevertheless asked for their help in dealing with this situation, which clearly went beyond the scope of a normal test and could have serious consequences for all involved. Soon after this conversation, the hero was already on his way to help his friends. Unfortunately, a lot of monsters came across his path, but the hero did not have time to fight them. Therefore, as soon as he killed them, he did not even bother to collect the bells that fell from them, and here he ran away. He understood that Sybil and the other hostages were most likely safe, because Axion was probably controlled by none other than Ed. He probably prepared everything in such a way that he would kill only the hero himself without making any noise. The proof of that was the inspectors from the bureau on duty with Action. When the hero was attacked by 5 more monsters, he simply used the 3 claws of the dragon's skill on them and, having dealt with them in an instant, continued on. Thinking about the inspectors deployed for his murder, he understood that these people would certainly monitor Axion's actions, so he would definitely not make any extra noise. And still, the hero had to act quickly, because Axion was indeed an unpredictable variable. But thanks to this unpredictability, the hero would surely be able to catch him. At that moment, Ray looked in the direction where Theo went, and realized that it was a stupid decision to try to talk him out, because he had been like that since childhood, from the very first meeting. Remembering her past, when he helped her in childhood, she decided that she owed him at least some kind of repayment. So this time she would help him. Somewhere around this time, while Sybil was trying with all his might to resist and somehow get out, Axion came up to him, and with a strong kick in the face he trampled the guy into the ground. After that, he began to take out his katana and reminded that he had promised to kill him if he did not shut up. But at that moment, with the help of telepathy, observers contacted the guy and asked him not to forget the instructions of the director of the bureau because he was not supposed to create unnecessary noise. Therefore, the guy had to stop in his demands for an unintended treasury, after which the only thing he could do was just sit down and wait for the appearance of his main goal. In addition, the boy understood that 4 senior inspectors of the bureau placed to kill the hero should be quite enough. But he did not understand why, in the end, his uncle decided to give others the right to kill such a pathetic bastard. Finally, Theo himself appeared in front of everyone, and his friends were really worried, seeing the hero, because they were worried about what might happen to him after meeting Axion and his men. Finally, Axion also noticed the appearance of Theo, so he greeted the finally arrived and late Theo Ragnar. The hero did not pay any attention to the words of such a monster, and instead, all attention was paid to the ego of the beaten people. Then he turned his gaze to Axion's accomplices and Axion himself, who was sitting on his first follower Sybil, as if on a throne. Axion was disappointed that the hero made him wait, but the guy was more worried about the appearance of Sybil, who seemed to be insanely exhausted and lost too much blood, because of which he could even die. This brought the hero out of himself so much that his claws began to grow out of irritation. At the moment when Axion saw the hero's hostility, he was about to get his weapon, but the guards stopped him right away. Therefore, realizing his situation, Axion calmly explained that since the hero is probably aware of the whole situation, he suggests that he immediately get down to business. If Theo really wanted to save his friends, then he had to do something. But the hero did not understand why Axion suddenly started to negotiate, as if frightened. Axion was angered by such arrogant words, so he asked the hero what he meant, giving him a chance to justify himself. But Theo, only with a haughty smile, decided to ask if Axion was afraid that he might lose to him. This angered the guy even more, who did not understand what it was about. But the hero could not explain the situation in any other way. Such a pitiful delight of the hostages, sparkling eyes aimed only at him. In addition, he assumed that all this was done by Axion only because of his fear of him. This was clearly a great shame for the strongest in the northern 4th district. If Theo was wrong in his words, then Axion could simply fight him in a Ragnarok style, in a fair fight, and Theo hoped that he would accept his offer, if Axion had even a drop of pride left. After all, this was the only way they could resolve their conflict with dignity, as befits true warriors of the Ragnar clan. The hero promised that if he loses, he will give his head and everything Axion wishes, and if he wins, the hostages will be released. But Axion could hardly contain his laughter at such a proposal. After all, some worthless Ragnar offered him a duel. His insolence clearly knew no bounds. Literally shaking with rage, Axion wanted to know only one answer. Does Theo really think that he is afraid of him? At that moment, with the help of telekinesis, they tried to warn the guy not to engage in such a provocation, because it was impossible to succumb to tricks that would initially destroy their plan. But Axion immediately ordered them to be silent, as he no longer intended to endure such humiliation, and decided to accept the challenge of the main character. At that moment, all the mercenaries who had gathered far away realized that everything had not gone according to plan, and did not know what to do now that the situation was out of control. After all, if Master Axion begins to lose, they will have to act according to the plan, and perhaps their actions will be revealed. At that moment, Axion explained that since this was a duel between the proud Ragnars, then until it was over, no one should interfere, including the hostages, until the moment of Theo's final defeat. After that, both clashed in battle. The first attack was for Theo, and Axion barely managed to stop it with a reaction. After the attack, the hero only thanked Axion for not wasting time anymore. After that, they already had a serious fight, and Theo was the leader in it. Even Axion was amazed at how he tried to turn and attack, but warned that the hero would still not be given victory. Having used the skill Heavenly Dragon, he decided to show Theo that the real power of Ragnarok was in himself, and not the pitiful remnants that remained in the bastard. And although at first this attack even scared Theo, he pulled himself together in time and decided to counterattack to dispel the technique with his 3 dragon claws. As a result, the equipment was completely destroyed and chopped into the smallest pieces. And while Axion did not understand in shock what kind of tricks Theo used, the hero only calmly asked if the guy had enough strength to teach him. Observing this, Hanaba, an officer of the Ecclesiastical Order of Dragons who took 14th place in the second stage, was literally amazed. After the first awakening ceremony, he doubted Theo's actions, but now he realized that he really was insanely strong. This became a serious problem because Axion could even lose to him, so the boy thought about betraying Axion and siding with Theo before it was too late. After what he saw, he realized that Axion was the only confident one. But the only thing that kept him from betrayal was that the inspectors from the Bureau were still on their side, because of which they would deal with all the problems. All he needed was to distract the rest of the observers, so he turned around and ordered the entire Dragon Order to disperse and not interfere, relying entirely on Axion's strength. The story goes back many years when Axion was still a very small boy. Then Ed and his mother, Aimila, set the boy up in every possible way, so that he should be the only one to take Ragnar's throne for the sake of his mother and the good of his uncle, so that the Troivan clan would get everything. After all, the name Ragnar was only an empty shell. He was actually Troivan, and he should not forget that. After these memories, the fight became even more fierce. But no matter how hard Axion tried and didn't give his all, Theo still could deflect his attacks with a smile. The hero understood that he was very lucky, because Axion really acted exactly as he expected from him, so this made his task easier. Soon everyone was informed that Theo Ragnar had finally appeared, and that he had met with Axion. This made Julius very happy, because if the boy showed up, everything was fine with him, and he was not hurt. The head of the council was annoyed by the fact that the thugs hired by him did not cope with the task. Even Ed breathed a sigh of relief, because he understood that if the guy is alive, then you can calm down. And although it is not clear why he was busy all this time, now everything will go according to his plan. After his nephew finds the key to the relic, he will be killed or beheaded. But suddenly, a new message arrived, that Theo and Axion Ragnar had engaged in a duel. This completely contradicted all Ed's plans and clearly scared him very much. At this moment, while continuing to fight against the enemy, who had also mastered the technique of the moving magic swordsman, Axion finally realized how strong the enemy was. His progress was indeed worthy of attention, but even in spite of this, he believed that the boy was not strong enough to defeat him. At some point, he managed to calculate his maneuvers and prepared to attack, throwing his katana straight into the hero's face. This really managed to scare the guy, who for the first time noticed that his opponent was using double blades. In addition, this throw of the blade reminded him of the past, in which his life ended with a similar throw. Without waiting for the result of his attack, Axion only explained that magical fencing with a predetermined formula easily shows the enemy the next step. But Theo managed to easily stop this throw with his bare hands, and finally realized who the same enemy from his past life was. Then that man ordered Randall to stop talking and to end the showdown. Theo did not see the continuation, since he was dead. But after his death, Axion finally removed his bandage from his face and offered Randall to finish what he had not started, and finally return the Palace of Roses. Now the hero has no reason left to spare the bastard who completely destroyed his ego last life. After all, then, on the day of the hero's death, he was destined to simply leave this world, and he never found out who burned the Rose Labyrinth. He was powerless, but luckily, Randall took off his mask and revealed himself, and thanks to Evelina's investigation, they found out that he was closely related to the Troivans and the Camellia Palace. Then it was logical to assume that he also died at the hands of someone from Troivanov. There was only one person in their clan who immediately fought with paired blades. This is Axion Ragnar. Only an arrogant bastard like him wouldn't worry about losing a weapon during a fight. But all this time the hero was not fully confident until he saw his technique with his own eyes. Now he had no doubts, therefore, crushing the blade with his own hands, the hero decided to find out from the boy why he so longed for his death. However, the answer did not interest him, because in this life, everything will be different. Both he and his comrades will survive. With these thoughts, the hero rushed into battle, but after reading the trajectory of his movement, Axion definitely noticed that the guy was clearly aiming somewhere wrong. It was just a pitiful parody of his weapon-throwing attack, but the hero knew it wasn't like that. After that, he spread his power. His aura filled the entire battlefield. He felt a wild thirst for blood. She was far from ordinary, so it became obvious that all this time, even during their duel, Theo was hiding his strength. In addition, Having gotten close enough to the guy, Theo even switched to a close attack, no longer restrained by anything. Armed with his new blade, he gained even greater power, giving him no chance of losing. The only thing that interested Theo was when Axion would finally show him the true power of Ragnar. Getting seriously angry after such a remark, Axion firmly grabbed the boy's hand, then brought his blade to completely pierce his face. But at the moment when it seemed impossible to escape from the attack, the hero managed to avoid the blow in time, because of which it hit only his shoulder. After that, the two swordsmen met again in a duel, and finally the hero managed to knock the sword out of the enemy's hands. The last thing he wanted to know from Axion was whether he knew what it felt like in the body when he was pierced with a sword through, after which he attacked the boy himself, aiming straight at his chest. The leader of the Dragon Shishuya community is the 14th place, with 179 points. After the first stage, he began to doubt, looking at his opponent. Is he so strong? Orat understood that this could be a problem. If the Axion loses, don't you should betray it and go to the side? But he quickly rejected this opinion. There are observers from management, and they will understand everything. It is better to focus on the distraction of other examiners. He returned to the members of the community and ordered to disperse. They cannot interfere with chaos. This is an Axion. The little boy stood, squeezing a wooden sword. It was an Axion. His parents looked at him, and his father firmly said he should take the throne of Ragnar for the sake of his mother, uncle, and prosperity of the Troivan clan. He explained that the name Ragnar is only a shell. At that moment, the Axion learned the truth. It is a real Trojan. Already an adult, he remembered these words, and he was a strong impression. The enemy he was fighting with now. At the same time, his opponent was satisfied. Everything went according to his plan. Meanwhile, the important news was discussed at the large wooden table. Theo Ragnar finally came to contact with the Axion. The one-eyed warrior was happy. He waited for a long time when the Theo did his move. But this man was a little puzzled. It seemed to him that those abomination had already dealt with him. Another man sighed lightly. He is alive. As if the stone fell from the soul. It is difficult to say what he conceived, but now the plan can finally be put into operation. As soon as the Axion is given the relic information, the selected sword will kill him. It is this insidious plan that developed this scum. Suddenly, he heard a conversation behind his back. Two men discussed something important. They uttered two names, Theo Ragnar and the Axion. The most important thing came. These two are now fighting each other in a duel. Herd struck him so much that a cold sweat spoke on his forehead. Meanwhile, the Axion was fought, teaching the full, using the secret technique of Shuta steps. Both recognized the enemy's power. But the Axion noticed, Theo is not so fast. His movements were easy to read, and at one point the Axion sharply threw the sword directly in his direction. It was a throwing sword technique. Theo could not predict it. At the same time, somewhere else, other warriors sat with tied hands and faces, hidden bandages. They were brutally beaten. The Axion looked at the feasibility study and warned, secret technique with certain movements is a trap. She helps not him, but his opponent to calculate the next step. From the sword, blood flowed slowly. It was not only the blood of the wounded body. The sword did not pierce the brain, but it broke his hand, because Theo managed to grasp his bare palm. At the same moment, his memories flashed before his eyes. And he understood. It was an Axion. It was the one who made so much disaster during the bloody battle. Now, even more excitement broke out in Theo. He had to complete this duel. On the day when the hero died, he was doomed to die, and without knowing who burned the palace rose. The feasible then just running, squeezing his sword in his hands. At that moment he was powerless, but fate gave him a chance. Randon himself removed his mask. Through the investigation, Evelyn the Theo has revealed Randon's connection with the Camille Palace. It is logical to assume that his murderers were the Troivan clan, and among them is a warrior who has an unusual sword-throwing technique. At this point, everything went into place. This warrior was the Axion Ragnar. After all, you need to have incredible self-confidence to use a technique that deprives you of the main weapon. Now Theo knew exactly who his current rival was. Earlier, he could not be confident. But after all he saw, there was no more doubt. He squeezed a broken sword in his hand, not paying attention to the blood flowing from his fingers, and fiercely asked these scums, why did they so desperately want his death? The Axion was in confusion. How did the Theo manage to break the sword with his bare hands? The events of the past life will not be repeated. At this point, Theo has clearly decided that this time he would not allow himself to die. He will save himself and his comrades who are now related to the Axion's back. Strongly squeezing the sword's fragment, He sharply threw it back. Cut off the blade right towards the Axion. However, he just smiled mockingly, calling this technique pathetic imitation. But suddenly the earth began to shudder. Theo no longer was about to restrain its strength. It's not just the intention of killing. It was a crazy, uncontrolled man's wave. The Axion thought for a moment. Did he hide this scum of his true skills during the first stage? He did not have time to blink, as Theo ended up in a few steps, mowing up with a sword. The explosive wave from his blow swept through the entire forest. The Axion barely had time to set the sword to repel the attack, but Theo did not even think to stop. One blow changed another. "When will you show me your true power?" he asked, continuing the offensive. But in response, the Axion only abandoned that he was a pathetic bitch. Gathering all his strength in his hand, he sharply grabbed the Theo for his wrist. However, the Theo managed to evade. His sword was squeezed in millimeters from the neck of the Axion. From the shockwave, both fighters flew in different directions. Now there are no more than 5 meters between them, but none of them intended to retreat. In the next moment, the Axion realized that he was in front of him. No one. The feasible disappeared. It was in vain to think so. He just went on the side. Only one stroke, and the sword flew from the Axion's hands at such a speed that it created a sharp whistle from the air. Theo desired only one thing, that the Axion would feel that feeling. Feeling when your stomach pierces the sword blade. The sharp blade in his hands flew to the abdominal of the Axion, almost touching his chest. There were bloody traces in the snow, but they did not belong to the children. They were pulled by a man. White-haired realized that only the Axion could dare to such a brazen act. But he could not understand him why he was. He takes the first place. Does he want even more bells? In order to lure the young master of Theo, the Axion grabbed his comrades. He probably intends to kill him during the second stage. Herbus immediately shouted that it was an honest competition. And how can you think so, calling an Axion a coward? But the girl had her explanations. She said it was a ceremony of awakening Ragnars, and such situations are not uncommon. That's why I do not like Ragnars. They believe in the right of strong, but it is already going through all boundaries. The blonde threw. The girl warned him that he now speaks very risky words. The white-haired sought one to save his comrades, because he was convinced that this is how the young owner of the Theo would do in his place. "If you want to help, then at least be useful," he said, squeezing his fist. Holidays immediately added that it is time to go. But this was not interested in the sister. She followed Blondin in search of Theo Ragnar, but he was nowhere. She despised the weak and could not say that she had the desire to save someone. Her brother immediately suggested that she was a scum, and these words were touched. At the same time, Blondin turned to Erica, expressing his understanding of why she's so seeking to meet the young master of Theo. She even stopped to listen to him. "Well, then I guarantee you, if you help, it will greatly bring you closer to your goal," he said. In a few minutes the boys raced forward. But there was an unexpected surprise on their way. There was a dozen armed abominatives in front of them. Blondin immediately recognized them. It was a company of scaffolding dragon. "They have not seen themselves for a long time, Remington. Since then. How did you turn away from us for the sake of this worthless?" One of them threw, and then added, "Do you even get with these awkward bears?" Herbling barely held rage after such words. The white-haired only asked them to move away. He did not want to fight with his former comrades, but in response he heard only a cold refusal. Well, the choice was not left. I had to reach the sword. He took the first step into the battle, and behind him was a teddy bear. Meanwhile, the guy, being tied, squeezed the sword between his knees, trying to pull him to his stomach. At the same time, the Theo was fought, teaching the full. He applied all the forces to break through the Axion's defense, but his sharp blade flew past. It was then that the guy realized the master of the Theo deliberately gave him a chance to cut the rope. Despite the uncomfortable position, the guy did not lose the opportunity. He took advantage of this chance. Meanwhile, white-haired along with the bears led a fierce battle. Arion and Theo were also fighting powerfully, and suddenly another fighter intervened between them. Theo has long waited when they finally come into effect. But this abomination only apologized to the young owner of the Axion. And then he promised that after the ceremony the awakening humbly would accept his punishment. This scum was the test observer, the high early sword of Liam Troyvon. He immediately ordered everyone to follow the young master. When several of his dogs gathered behind the Axion's back so they could be called these people, Liam rushed to fight Theo. They even turned the sword that had previously knocked the Axion out of the hands. Now it has become easier for him, but the joy on his face was barely noticeable. Theo felt a great tension. It was difficult for him to repel the swordsman's attacks. He had to put a lot of strength to evade. But it is time not only to defend itself, but also to attack and kill. The first blow with a whistle cuts the air, but the sword is evading. Although it is more correct to say, does not evade, but simply substitutes his sword. Again and again their blades face, cutting sparks. It is worth admitting. It is a spectacular battle. The Axion acknowledges that Theo is strong. He is able to fight not only with him, but also with a sword that recently received a high rank. But even so, he believed that Theo was far from him. There are no other observers nearby. This is the only chance. I am convinced that all this for the sake of the Trojan clan. The observer waved his sword. Theo could only watch the sharp blade rising above his head. But what solution will he make at this critical moment? In his eyes it was reflected as the bloody splashes were flying in the air. But it was not his blood. It was the blood of a sword. He died, grinding and spitting red clots. The most amazing, he died from the Axion's sword, not even understanding what happened. The Axion was only coldly repeated what he said earlier. No one has the right to interfere. It was because of this that he took the life of the observer. Slowly, as if in a slow shoot, he began to kneel. The shouts came behind. "The young owner of the Axion, what are you doing? He intervened because I thought I was losing? It's a mockery over the throne heir." He threw the Axion with contempt. Meanwhile, the hero, watching everything from the side, thought that the Axion was finally crazy, once killed his own subordinate. But after a few seconds' silence, the Axion finally said, "Okay, I recognize the feasibility study. You're strong." It was clear. He despised the slack. But the Axion was also born talented. As a child, he was told, "Go on your heads, climb to the top. Only you can sit on the throne of Ragnar's." And right now he was torn by the rage. He could not accept what Theo had to be weaker than him. For him, this order of things seemed natural, to become the strongest among all and to take the throne. He could not afford to lose, and everyone who would interfere with him was ready to destroy. With this warning, he rapidly rushed to the feasibility study, starting a new attack. Theo instantly grabbed his every movement with his view. He saw the earth flies on his way. The Axion, as a lightning, jumped into the air after hitting the ground. There, in the air, he waves again. But it will inevitable. His blade flies into two parts. Meanwhile, Liam crawls on his knees, and his people immediately rush to him, asking if everything is fine with him. But the sword does not understand what they do. After all, he orders them to forget about him and to help the master kill the Theo Ragnar. However, they cannot do anything because the Axion is strongly against third-party intervention. But Liam insists they must go and kill the feasibility study. Because if the Axion perishes, then their lives will end. At this point, the Axion screams loudly. He puts everything on the con and again rushes to the attack. It was simply impossible to believe what was happening. Again, words from the past came in his head. That unpredictable things can happen to the descendants of Ragnar. Even incredible. The fire in the wind at any time can either extinguish or flash brighter. And right now the Axion refused to believe in what he saw. He remembered how Theo once discussed with others. He then called him a talentless worm, which could be a little tame and make his place. Such was his plan. He believed that there is a huge abyss between him, and that he was much stronger. But now it became obvious it is not true. Again the Axion shouted loudly, declaring who he was. He is the one to whom he is intended to become the patron saint of the North, and the heir to the throne of Ragnar. A giant dragon silhouette appeared before Theo. "The throne! But let it. All your damn ambitions have led to the death of many people. If you do not let go of your greed, I will make you surrender," said the Feasible, squeezing the sword. These were proud, decisive words. He was a bearer of giving force. And at that moment, he called a giant blue dragon, directing it directly to the Axion. He gave all his strength to activate the triple dragon's claw. The Axion did not expect such a turn of events. Theo was now ready to become so strong to destroy everyone who would be on his way. And that's what he did. Others stood, raising their heads, and followed this battle. They saw only one thing, as the Axion shouted loudly. "It remains to take a few steps." Theo soon took them. More precisely, he finished his attack. The splash of energy was so powerful that the mana flew far forward. The knees hit the snow deftly, and under them blood flowed. It was blood flowing from the body of the Axion. And soon it fell. His head flew into the air, rotating. But in a moment she fell into the snow. The long trace of the blood stretched with a white surface, from head to beheaded body. To interrupt this gloomy moment, the Theo sharply pushed his head. He stood over his body as a real winner. This battle cost him a lot of effort. In the eyes of the sword, life went out. At this last moment, losing everything, both his life and the life of the young owner of the Axion, he only shouted his name out loud. At the same moment, All other Abomasivers who were on the side of the Axion rushed to the attack. Honestly, it was a real lottery, even in a good condition to fight against 4 high, Wart swordsmen for the feasibility study would be impossible. And now, when his strength is on the verge and the mana is exhausted after the previous attack. But it was at this point that, as if the rescuer of fate, white-haired appeared, reflecting attacks. Bear came with him. Theo, Ray Judges, Rema, Erica, Halkus, and all others. But he didn't understand why they were here, and asked it loudly about it. Blondin only replied, "It is quite natural to save comrades who were in trouble." Theo listened to these words. Erica, looking at him closely, noted that he was even more pretty than it seemed. Halkus, in turn, expressed his admiration. He never saw someone so strong, and he liked it. The young man also listened to his loyalty. She suggested that he should help the master of Theo, and could not afford to be a burden, and here their swords cross with blades of enemies again. The interference of observers is strictly forbidden. Moreover, an attack on a test participant, recalled White, haired these scums. He did not leave them a choice. At the same moment, the sword barely had time to defend himself against his hot attacks. Other abominations were asked what to do because the situation was out of control. The leader of these garbage rose, not knowing what to answer. He only understood one thing. They are now in the full zop. Let's think. We could not know anything about the relic of the palace rose, and could not eliminate Theo. What now? But what to say there? They not only got on hot, but also allowed the death of the young owner of the Axion. Now it would be wise to think about whether there is a way to fix everything. But it is not. Everyone turned to Liam again and again. He understood, in such a situation, the best way out. To kill everyone. He decided that the best plan was to destroy all the witnesses, and then to say that there were some unusual demonic with children, and killed all the test participants. He considered it the only way out, and he got the bag. In addition, it was necessary to hide all the evidence of the involvement of the Troyvon clan in this case. He began to pose his contents, saying, 20 of the 5th grade. He was convinced that it would be enough to settle the situation. He did this in the glory of the Trojan clan. At least so said. But as soon as he swung his sword, it happened. Dragonian grassroots in white armor. Observer Salford Gardner. Dragonian grassroots. Observer Rinbakis. They looked at all this and did not understand what was happening here. And after them were 2 more, Natasha Kopel Observer and Sally Hartner's Observer. At the same moment, something heavy just fell to the ground. Selford calmly ordered 3 to stand still and go with him if they wanted to live. And when he offered them to fight, if they wanted to finish like Liam, they read in their faces that they did not want this option. Observers set the swords on these scums. Theo was glad to see them. A weak smile appeared on his face. It was a real relief. But what did his body feel now? The answer was simple. It simply denied. His forces were exhausted, and he began to fall. Holding, he only thanked the white-haired. But he believed that it was full of nonsense and not worth the victims. Observers quickly linked all the abomination who committed the crime and took them to punish. Meanwhile, white-haired again and again turned to the feasibility study, repeating how dangerous it was. Erin reminded that she also helped them and did not want to forget about it. They all went so far for the sake of the young master of Theo. And even if they die, they will not regret it. Listening to these words, the Theo swayed and fell on the shoulder of the white. At this point, he realized who these people were for him. The white-haired look at all others. They are his strength. He jokingly asked Theo if he would give him the bells, because he wanted to take the first place. In response, he only heard silence. What it meant, it was unknown. It has passed some time. The man could not believe that he had just heard. This news was announced at the giant wooden table. The man in the posture unfolded a letter. The first word he read was the name Axion. And then the most important thing was he died. The results of the second stage of the test. Everyone gathered. Everyone was eagerly waiting for the announcement. Finally, he made a step forward and praised everyone for his good work. Then he solemnly announced the completion of the second stage of the awakening ceremony. This old man was one of the 9 dragons, Zenita Dragon, Faryu Ragnar. It was not quite clear to many why he was here, because he rarely appears in public. In the meantime, he continued to read the results. Out of 87 participants, 45 were successfully tested. A fairly large number of surviving is really the most talented generation. He was especially impressed by the number of points in the one who took first place. The feasibility was waiting for him to say next. I am sure you all know those who have passed this stage are increasing from the rank of the sword puppy to the rank of low earlier sword. You can be proud of yourself, he continued. From now on, you have the right to participate in important events as proud Ragnar swords. All who stand here deserved this right. And now it's time to announce the results of the second stage of tests. The first place is occupied. Theo Ragnar, motnghin mot tramhai moi mot gm. And again Theo headed the list. All around were stunned. How did he do? After all, before the end, he had 0 points. Second place, Remington Narcio with 926 points. Third place, Erica Lank, 843 points. Fourth place, Ray, 789 points. Fifth place, Halkus. 45th place, Ayla Lyman, 28 points. Faryu praised everyone for their coped well. But the awakening ceremony was not yet complete. The third, final stage remained. Those who have been qualified for the third stage now raise their hands. And finally, the participants began to raise their hands. The palms of each worthy rose up. He especially drew attention to the Theo, which took first place. The secret part of the test was the development of the technique of elementary breathing. To do this, it was necessary to find and understand the fragments of the text randomly placed on the inside of the bells. It was difficult to find them, but even more difficult to understand their content. Only those who successfully mastered this technique could give their Manhu an attribute of one of the elements and get the right to participate in the third stage. In his past life, Theo could not decipher the text, but in this reality, he got the ability to synchronize, which allowed to read the memory of objects. Thanks to this, he was able to obtain visualization of the text that changed everything. This allowed him to immediately realize every word. Even one passing contender is already significant, but Faryu saw 4 raised hands. In the past life, Phoebus, Ray, and Remington could not study elementary breathing. But probably, it was a spectacular chain reaction that he himself has just realized. The old man asked each one in turn to show his find. He proposed to start with the feasibility study. Without an axion, a lot will change, but we should not be afraid, he said. Going forward, Theo was convinced that the future would become brighter than ever. He stepped on the ground and began to talk about his find. It's an incredible force, he announced. Watching it appeared in the air. He then described his find. This is a thunder pipe. And immediately a thunder came, symbolizing the pouring, embodiment, control, expansion, and release of aura. Initially, it drained the Manhu with an attribute. The next step was quite simple. Then it was necessary to embody this process. Pouring, embodiment, control, expansion, and release of aura. Others were delighted. They could not believe that he was not only able to drain the Manhu with the element, but also to embody it. The words were heard, as expected, from the young master of February. Many would have finished on this, but not Theo. Incredible energy burned in his chest. He then went to the next stage, control. Even for the old man, it was impressive. To think that in such a short time he had already reached control. But the next one surprised everyone even more. The same energy continued to glow brightly. Even the land around the Theo began to crack. It was a real explosion of mana. His look became even more confident. Attribution of thunderous light. It was only necessary to wave the sword a few times. And then the Thunder Dragon appeared. He glowed with a bright golden glow. After the control, the stage of expansion came. Does he attack? Everyone flashed in the heads when the dragon rushed straight to the old one. But the old man was delighted, quietly saying himself to his nose, "Ho ho, have you reached the stage of expansion?" He just raised his hand. And in an instant, he stopped the dragon with an attribute of water flow, Water Blade. Even he acknowledged that Theo has earned the right, and asked him himself. The Theo replied only with a smile, exactly the same as that of the old one, but everyone else were only revealed from the shock of the mouth. Good work, praised him the old man and awarded 1,000 points. As expected of Zenith's dragon, he is always generous to those who have a competitive spirit. The first place is the female Ragnar, 2,121 points. Second place, Remington Narcio, 1,426 points. And so on. More than 2,000 points? It was a real shock for everyone. Then the old man moved to the other 3. What did they find? Remington Narcio received plus 500 points. He reached the control stage. Ray Ragnar received plus 300 points. She was at the stage of embodiment. Erica Lang received plus 300 points. It also reached the stage of embodiment. The old man was delighted with their talent. Usually 1,000 points are enough to take first place, but these 4 exceeded all expectations. Now in the first place, 2,121 points in the second, 1,426 in the third, 1,143 in the fourth, 1,089. They really deserved praise for their work. Those who did not go to the third stage were allowed to go home and prepare for the nomination ceremony, which will take place in a week. Only 4 remained in front of him. He was now ready to tell them the next step. His gaze focused on the top of the mountain. The voltage in the air began to increase, and then the old man finally said, "It is time to start the third stage of the awakening ceremony." What's the devil? Why? Theo could not understand why he felt Lodbrok's energy, a giant creature that was hiding behind the top of the mountain. The third stage of awakening is a meeting with the head of the clan. No one knows what will happen. It all depends on his decision. This meeting will also decide who will participate in the tournament of the heads of the clans. Is an honorable and dangerous mission. All 5 candidates are participants in the last tournament. To get on the list means to gain recognition as a strong contender. Theo is clearly understood. At the top, he is already waiting for the head of the clan. It was indisputable. Even from afar, he felt the aura of Lodbrok which hung above the mountain like a storm. And suddenly it was illuminated, really. Did her heart take away? It was the most horrifying thought that could appear at this moment. But it was inevitable. It was then that the elder said that everything began, and ordered to go through the flames of the dragon to stand before the head. Everyone tensed. At that moment the mana thickened around, like a storm, and felt every cell of the body. Aaron could not even imagine how to climb up in such a state. The forces disappeared on the approach. Theo thought soberly. He suggested not even trying to break through by force because it would be pointless. Magic waves were required to synchronize. Only then, the path will open through the flames. Remington added, to create an anti-phase wave to neutralize the impact of energy. If you do not know how to control magic, you cannot even dream of meeting with the head. Aaron thought about these words. Anti-phase wave? Interference? What is this strange language? White-haired a little more explained. Magic is a wave with an oscillating nature, as is the energy of the head of the clan. To neutralize it, you need to create the opposite wave. In simple words, you need to run a wave that counteracts this damn magic pressure. And why not explain so? Thought in Aaron with notes of annoyance. She even came to the point that she called a white-haired botanist, though mentally, but with a smile. But was it now time to discuss this? The situation was becoming more serious. The atmosphere was becoming more tense. Even the air seemed to ring from magic. All the views focused on a Theo, which began to slowly release their energy. He warned everyone, if you want to become the head of the clan, the path should not be easy. His words were forced to think. And before someone managed to say something, he had already moved forward. The old man only sighed and advised others not to delay. Time plays against them. The order of arrival also matters. It depends on the assessment. So it's better to rush. There was no soul left before the old man. All disappeared in the flame. He even smiled quietly. In his old age, he was pulled to take the student. Funny, but somehow warm. Meanwhile, a courtyard. The girl fled the corridor rapidly, looking into every room that happened in her way. Seeing her, the maid enthusiastically exclaimed, "Oh, the master of the forge is here!" Since the young Theo began to succeed, the atmosphere in the palace has changed significantly. The gentle girl stood in the middle of the room, designed as if something important was spinning in her head. And suddenly a crazy woman flew into the room with a cry. "Here you are, where, daughter?" "I wanted to remind my mom that the palace should be maintained," the girl thought. "But what are the decency when you soon become incredibly rich?" But the daughter calmly replied that in fact, she is already rich. But her mother hugged her and stated her proudly, "Not just rich, very, very rich. By the way, I am the elf of capitalism." She rejoiced because after the Theo became famous, the order came into the workshop continuously, and finally talked about it. The daughter was also genuinely rejoiced in listening to the fascinated voice of the mother. Such happiness to divide with a loved one. And she always believed, Theo will cope. There was no doubt for her. But at the same time, the excitement sharpened the heart. Suddenly he is seriously injured? Will the pressure and counter stand? All she had left was to wait. She did everything she could, and now she just watched. Although, of course, she wanted to help somehow to do something more significantly. Meanwhile, my mother was crying from her back that they would now make not only weapons. From now on, everything will be on sale, including accessories, jewelry, and little things. And as a result, the plan to raise the revenue 10 times sounded for her quite realistic. But suddenly, the daughter turned to her mother and asked quietly, "Mom, did you ever make prostheses?" The man laughed at the full voice, saying, "The future head of the family. I like your determination, Theo. I understand your excitement. But even parents have no right to stand in the way of their children's dreams," he added more seriously, "especially when it concerns Janicurian dust. It will not stop it. We were once so. And the place where he stood now was the grave of swords. And this is the best confirmation of his words. When he spoke it all, even the crow did not resist and laughed. But the man addressed her. Don't worry, I just want Ragnar to flourish. And if something is interfering, I will eliminate it, like everyone else. Although nothing has been decided yet. Time is still enough. You can simply watch and wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, the Theo was stepping forward. Quickly, confidently, like an arrow, which would no longer change its direction. He was the head of the Ragnar clan, and his name was Kyle Ragnar, a formidable leader who was legend. But suddenly a Theo, an unexpected meeting with his father, which he did not expect. Theo rose for 4 hours, although it usually lasted one. Something incredible pressed from above, as if the mountain itself tested it. The father reached out and asked, "Do you know what is this place?" Theo replied confidently, "This is the Hall of Polumekiv. The swords of the warriors, whom the head of the clan won personally, are stored here." The father nodded. The burden of the head of the clan is to stand alone against endless threats and challenges, without the right to trust even close to loved ones. True power is only your personal power. Only she determines whether you have this place. And now looking at his son, Kyle asked directly, "Do you really consider yourself worthy?" Theo, without the slightest hesitation, replied, "Yes." But his father stopped him. "Do not rush to answer. Thousands, tens of thousands have already fallen, seeking my place." And at the same moment, voices were rushed from all sides, with threats, curses, rage. The ghosts of the past rushed to the feasibility study, but he remained standing, unwavering in his determination. "Why?" the question came. But the answer was simple. Theo rose here for the sake of revenge for the past, to put an end to the damned circle of struggle for power. And for that he was ready to go to the end, without fear, without hesitation. He got his sword and asked for permission not to answer with words, but with a weapon. My father agreed, but warned, "From now on I see you not a son, but a contender." "Let's see why she taught you," Kyle said. The words hung in the air, leaving in the eyes the Theo is easy to be surprised. The uncertainty in the eyes of the feet arose not just so. He realized his father knew about Rodbrok. And suddenly, without any warning, Kyle waved his sword. The blow was lightning. Did I died? This thought was heard in the head of the feasible, as if the last bell before the darkness. He did not even have time to realize. Everything was suddenly changed. It became alien and incomprehensible. The world began to blur, like paint in water. Perception was destroyed. Kyle performed the technique of Sword of the Heart, attacking without regret, exactly and mercilessly. At the same moment, a crow appeared behind his back, and he asked with a smile, "What, really sorry? The successor can die?" In response, only a death kick, as if death did not want to speak. But Kyle continued, "Only one who has true will and unwavering determination is able to test the sword. Hardly especially for someone who has just completed the awakening ceremony. But with such a weak determination, it is better to die now, to lose your soul, because it will be a burden for the clan no one needs." At the same moment, Theo began to feel something. Strange, incomprehensible, as if the space itself changed. His body was gradually dissolving. He realized that he was already dead, and it seemed logical. He fell from his father's sword. No regrets. He did everything he could. And yet, he captured the Camille Palace, destroyed Randall and Axion. Is it really an end? And yet the Theo perceived everything that happened, as his luck, just played fate on his side. Isn't this life happier than the previous one? Isn't it brighter, stronger, real? His heart completely dissolved. But suddenly he heard the voice of a giant bird who asked, "Maybe already enough?" And at the same moment he said to himself, "No, it cannot end so much, not now." He remembered his oath, the one that gave before the beginning. And then his body began to reincarnate. His silhouette again acquired clear outlines, restoring the shape that seemed lost. The sword was again in his hands, and from his last power he waved it. Because did he not swear to go through all this, as it may not hurt? Didn't it be a break, not to sink, even before death? And after these words, another decisive blow to the sword, full of faith and stubbornness. The bright flash illuminated all the space, blinding, erasing the boundaries of reality. The space began to collapse, the world around the seams, as if torn from the inside. And here, return to reality. Theo opens your eyes. He stands with the sword in the same pose in which he was. He did not expect it to see this. And a smile appeared on his harsh face. A week has passed. The day of distribution of tasks in the central administration has come. Halkus and Aaron stood among the crowd, and it was because of this tight Halkus that barely held anger. He was annoyed through a bunch of people around, and Aaron, on the contrary, kept peace, like silence in the middle of a storm. "Relax," she said. "You have no business. You did not even get a protective sign." But these words only started him, like the oil into the fire. The Halkus was annoyedly asked, "Tell us already that you received from the head of the clan in the 3rd round. But Aaron just smiled and replied, "It's a secret. Be that as it may, the fate of the link is to become a Ragnar sword. And that means you will have to put life on one of them. And the smartest is to choose the strongest, the most influential, with ambitions capable of leading." This is how the Chalkus was described by Theo, as the one who has the power, authority, and character of a true leader. He wanted to entrust him to his life, sincerely calling him our Theo. But suddenly he heard the unexpected question. "Do you agree with it?" However, Halkus did not think it was a question. The only option is to stand with him in the same row. Do not hesitate. Moreover, the head of the clan has officially announced that he would not take Theo to his detachment. So the choice is obvious. And at that moment the sound of the drum, loud, solemn, forcing everyone to die. The mustachioed man spoke forward and urged everyone to listen carefully. The distribution ceremony begins. First, the best graduate was announced, and he became the female Ragnar, the undisputed leader of all rounds. He was immediately invited to go forward, and the students exploded around the applause, raising their hands in delight. Under these loud applause, the feasibility was steadily stepped, slowly, step by step, like a real hero. All views were chained to the young owner. He became the center of attention of the whole hall. His younger sister kept his breath, in the anticipation that he would choose. It would be good if he joined the detachment of white dragons. Although it is too self-confident, the thought flashed. "Congratulations on the first place, Theo Ragnar," said the presenter solemnly. "It impresses how you succeed in all areas. You have left no chance for competitors." But as soon as the mustachioed was going to continue the ceremony, as it was suddenly interrupted, someone else went forward. It was Ed Troyvon, the head of the Central Intelligence Department, the commander of the anti-ranking detachment. Does he want to take revenge on the Axion? They began to whisper around. The mustachioed was slightly lost, addressed him. "Sit down, please." That it does not mean. But Ed continued to continue. "Our Central Intelligence Management," he began solemnly. Theo at the same time thought, the death of the Axion probably struck greatly on Ed. But will he really arrange a scandal right in the middle of the ceremony? But Ed suddenly smiled and announced, "The CIA head offers you the post of deputy chief." And although this proposal sounded seriously, Theo was not happy at once, because he simply could not understand how to perceive it at all. The success of Theo was of particular importance. It was a breakthrough that no one believed in. It was the take off of the one who was previously considered the lowest among all, an outsider without a chance. And here, the shell finally cracked, the egg split. A real dragon flew into the sky among the deer. Many still could not believe that even the strongest beginner was able to defeat the Axion himself. The story of the Theo, which rose from the bottom to the top, moved the hearts of students and examiners. And the number of those who admired him grew rapidly. Views filled with disdain disappeared. Now they were filled with genuine admiration. No one called him Ragnar's bastard. Now he is the winner of the Awakening Ceremony. He also completed the plot quest number 3, Winner of the Awakening Ceremony. As the award was received the airtime, the artifact automatically appeared in his inventory, although Theo had no idea what it was. But if the quest was so difficult, then the reward is definitely worthy of attention. But again the same, well, bastard, if it can still be called, from the central administration, again reminding the promised position of the deputy director. Theo has only answered him again with a calm, casual smile. But this time I decided to apply the analysis. The technique of observation. Activating her, the Theo saw, the title, the dragon crazy. Talents, insidiousness, strategy, intrigue. 2. Leaf, ambitions. Status. He intends to use Theo as a tool for revealing the secrecy of the relic of the ancient dragon. Theo only confirmed his assumptions. Ed hunts for the relic of the ancient dragon, and already knows that she is in him. But from now on, there is no step on his plan. Theo was ready to destroy it personally, but not time. At that moment, one-eyed director of the Central Directorate, what do, huh? Do you seriously consider everyone fools? Do you think no one sees that you just want to take revenge on your nephew? Ed just smiled. I understand your suspicions. Like a man, I feel anger. But as a director, I want to get a talented employee. However, the audience did not believe in the sincerity of his words. It was too much manipulated. The mustachioed finally intervened and asked Ed to stop, they say. Understands his desire, but the procedure continues. So patience. Then he addressed the Theo. Well, did you make a decision? Theo honestly replied, so far. That is why I want to hear what suggestions you are ready to make. The hall rose in the hall. It was the wasp, Ragnar Lunas. She not only suggested that the feasibility study her student, but also promised him the post of the younger head of the Yard of Blooming Plum. Everyone who heard it opened their mouths. No one was waiting for such a proposal. It really seemed to be an unrealistic, generous, and even fantastic offer. Blondin was behind the feasibility study. Already 2 of the 9 dragons have made their move, and Mr. the Theo is truly striking. His pansies were stunned. They did not believe how far he could get, and suddenly the hall cut loud words. I also want to take part in this struggle, and followed by a powerful explosion. A mysterious figure in the mask appears on the stage. All the views are immediately chained to it. With long white hair, he landed enchanting and majestic. It was a black dragon, Robir Ragnar, the head of the organization Black Snow. He arrived to say a few words. He confessed that he watched him all the time of the awakening ceremony, and he agreed with Kyle's words. Theo really has something exceptional and worthy of attention. Robert made him a direct invitation to the ranks of Black Snow, promising the highest internal rank, Musol. Musol is the highest status in a secret organization. He gives the right to reveal his personality and officially accept honors. In the past life, when Theo was in Black Snow, there were only 8. Then he could not dream of this rank. And now, such a proposal sounds simple. At this point, the old man, sitting in his place, coughed. He also had something to say. It was Farah Ragnar, the owner of the Pavilion of the Eastern Dragon. He stated that the 3rd ceremony made a great impression on him, and recalled that the door of their pavilion was always open to the feasibility study. After these words, everyone present even widened their mouths. The feasibility study is inhibited by elite invitations on all sides. But that's not all. There was another one. The demonic dragon Julius Ragnar, the commander of the White Postakiv detachment. Julius spoke. Their detachment will not offer special privileges, and it was expected from him, a commander who believes in honor and justice. He acknowledged that he really wants to get Theo to his detachment and does not hide it. But he also honestly added, he will not give indulgence so as not to humiliate other warriors. The only thing he can promise is his full support and pride of a dragon knight, and this, he said, should be enough. Finally, the moment came. Everyone froze, waiting for whom the feasible will choose. A choice that can change everything. The wasp was eagerly catching his every movement. Her eyes shone with expectations. But suddenly, a strange voice came in silence with an unexpected question. Are you a regressor? The feasible for a moment. He didn't understand anything. What was it? Who said it? And here everyone noticed. One of the places of commanders was unexpectedly emptied. Hilda, the former head of the clan, sat on it. Theo did not understand what she was leading. Her words seemed alien and absurd. Boy, I don't know how you lived in the past cycle, but you just play brilliantly, she said calmly. Cycle? Theo is like free. Is there a few cycles in regression? Even the mustachioed noticed that something was wrong with the feasibility study. All is well? He asked. Theo only asked for a minute to gather with thoughts. But Hilda did not retreat. She calmly began to convey thoughts directly in his consciousnness. Don't worry, you cannot hide. I am also a regressor, although my cycles have already ended. At that moment the Theo realized, yes, cycles mean numerous returns. She doesn't joke. But the question did not rest. How is it possible at all? And how many more regressors are here now, just near? He decided to act straight. Say, does this mean that you can regress many times? Hilda smiled. Apparently, Kyle did not tell you anything, and in her eyes she had a shadow of memory. He hates regressors. Up to the end, not understanding what was talking about. Theo only guessed. Perhaps everything is because of the difficult trials he passed. Hilda did not hide what he saw, confusion in his eyes. He had many questions, but there was no time to explain. She suggested talking later. If he really wants to know the secrets of this world and clan, let him come to her. At the 3rd ceremony, the head of the clan did not give the Theo. He only gave him a spiritual sword. And as it turned out, he hated regressors fiercely. And yet, Theo has clearly remembered the power of Rodbrock, which he felt at the time of contact with the chapter. But most importantly, her stolen heart. The same pain that left the trace in his soul. Did the head really take the heart of Rodbrok? Perhaps because she is a dragon that meets regressors? The average person to defeat the dragon is unrealistic. This is an impossible level. But the head of the clan, which is considered a half-savage, he was probably capable of it. There is no other way. If Theo wants to reveal the truth about the clan and the mystery of regression, he must visit Hilda. It was it he chose. Remington made his choice. He joined the Dragon Hall. Now he is a student of the Dragon's Master, perhaps precisely because they both use the same style of battle. In his past life, Remington returned to Narzio family. He accumulated power and the last time rebelled against enemies. But this time he stayed with Ragnar. This is another of the changes provoked by February. Finally, the moment of farewell has come. They shake their hands firmly. This time they promised, everyone will be taught in their place to meet the next time. Both were sincerely waiting for this meeting. They were interested when their paths crossed again. Rei, as expected, returned to her restored palace, where her mother lives, an ice dragon. There is no better place for the Wren. There is its home, its roots. Sybil and the guys from the 4th Detachment wanted to go with the feasibility study, but they could not. And although it was painful to part with their comrades, everyone had to prove themselves where they found themselves. And it was at the moment when Theo was standing alone. Someone came to him and greeted. "I didn't think we would find ourselves in one detachment," said a familiar voice. It was a Chalcus. Aaron stood nearby, who, as always, considered her brother a full psycho. But new faces appeared. It was a great deal of Theo, that the circle of allies is expanding. He was genuinely pleased with Halkus and Aaron and thanked them for their help during the Second Awakening. No matter how cool, then they really rescued him. And suddenly, everyone subsided. The guy asked the silence ahead because the commander was approaching. Be that as it may, the choice has already been made. And everyone understood. Ahead of a real test. They got to the most honorable detachment, the 1st rank. And it was the perfect first step towards becoming a family head, the White Dragon Corps. And here they were, the commander himself. His appearance was caused by whispers on the rows. He wanted to hear the ambitions of newcomers. What everyone who became part of his elite detachment wants. Halkus, without thinking, he exclaimed, "I want to become a great dragon knight." Another newcomer dreamed of glorifying his name, to enter it in history. Aaron confidently stated, "I want to become the strongest among all my peers." Someone wanted to earn the recognition of the White Dragon Corps commander himself. But the answer of this last guy made others surprised to look. To put it mildly, no one expected to hear the same. The reaction was like a thunder in the clear sky. And here, among all, he confidently came out Theo Ragnar. He slowly said only one word. 5 years later, I will win a big battle detachment," he continued. His goal is to become a commander of the White Dragon Corps. Everyone was amazed. Theo did not hide his ambitions. For many, it sounded as boldness, to speak this right in front of the current commander. But the commander just laughed. "Great, you need to dream of great. Whatever your motives are when entering a white dragon body, remember one thing. Every drop of sweat, every drop of blood you spill is part of the legend of Ragnar. Today's difficulties are tomorrow's pride. Our shields are indomitable, our blades are still. A friend will always cover your back, and you will cover him. And at the end of the path, laid with blood, and then only one will expect for you. And this one will be honor," the commander said, lifting his eyes to the sky where the dragon was. He smiled and said, "I congratulate in the family of the White Dragon Corps." And it was at that moment that the giant dragon landed behind his back, lifting the wind and respect around. A huge dragon, a partner of the commander of the White Dragon Corps, landed in front of all. The commander solemnly presented him. Glada is a flying dragon, symbol of dragon knights. And suddenly a few more dragons began to land one by one, lifting a powerful wind. The commander ordered the senior knights to sit on their dragons. The ceremony began. So solemnly began the dedication ceremony. Newcomers were in the elite world. "It is time for each of them to find your dragon partner." The commander raised his hand and ordered, "All dragons, to the nests. Prepare." From now on, Theo will become a true knight. He will soon get his own flying dragon. One of the girls also sat on a dragon, and returning, turned to Theo. He looked at her, but he could not say a word. To see Evelyn here was a complete surprise, like a thunder from a clear sky. Why did she return? Why right now? She did not answer. She only left her gaze, mysterious, as if from another world. The Theo involuntarily turned his gaze on her hand, and saw a prosthesis. But on her face, there was a sincere, shining smile, one that he remembered all his life. A few days ago, she came to express her sincere gratitude. To see in one place Mrs. Camellia and Lord Curson was a real shock. No one expected. In response, the young lord only said calmly, "If it concerns a young owner, everything is fine. When you are genuinely recognized and supported. When a truly reliable person is a bigger, it gives you more strength than any magic, she said. She heard that Evelyn was just such a person for their Theo, a support in the dark. The same Evelyn did not recognize it. She considered herself only a retired, one-handed sword. But the light that leads in the dark rarely realizes how brightly it shines. They believed that Evelyn was the same flower, which is why they sought to help it light up even more. It was for this purpose that an individual prosthesis was created for her. She was grateful to the young master, because she heard that she was able to return to the White Dragon detachment. Theo was well aware. He was the first to take care of him. And he felt. His mother, without a doubt, put her hand to that. It's so similar to her, he thought, overflowing with his mother. At that moment, Evelyn made a promise to serve the young master faith and truth, committed to his sword. And Theo, he was sincerely grateful, and now he could rely on her. For a while they arrived at the White Dragon's nest. The new stage was already on the doorstep. It was exactly the place where the White Averns live. Evelyn explained, as you already know, a White Dragon detachment performs the task together with Auvergne. So the selection ceremony passes here. Theo was well aware. If he does not find his partner, he simply will not be able to participate in combat operations. He was interested in how things were in Aaron and Halkus. He even imagined those behaving among Auvergne. Then Evelyn suggested a little walk. Usually you feel right away what Wagner will become your partner. Walking on, the Theo suddenly saw Optirex, and he was amazed. There was a real giant in front of him, a monster with a brown scales, looks like a ram. The predator is more than 15 meters long. Then, air. A poisonous dragon that produces purple fog. It had a snake body, a long tail, and a deadly poisonous sting. A real living toxin. Sigia is a dragon with a person likeness. Peaceful herbivorous, hidden underground and attacks from an ambush when he feels dangerous. And yet, cycling. Small, fast, extremely smart. He hunts flocks and even know how to breathe flames. And after a while, Theo, along with Evelyn, sat on the back of one of these dragons, preparing for dedication. At this point, in the White Dragon detachment, the Valerna is classified into 4 main types. Evelyn looked at him with a smile and asked, he felt someone's attraction? Theo looked. Yes, he felt something. But the dragon to which he was drawn, he had not yet appeared. And it was here that the terrible events of 6 years ago. Then a mutated Vivena attacked the White Dragon's nest. It has destroyed more than 100 ranged dragons. 8 settlements were killed that day. Dozens of swordsmen died. She was nicknamed a dragon. In response, the Ragnar clan classified the dragon ghost as a second-level catastrophe, and immediately ordered his destruction. As a result, the ghostly dragon was caught only after the intervention of magical and blade dragons. He got his name because of the ability to hide in the shadows. Of course, it would be great to have such a partner, a creature with such enormous potential, especially when he saw this dragon in his past reincarnation. And it was at this moment that Theo finally found what he was looking for. His gaze stopped on the slope of one of the mountains, where there were several Vagas. On the other slope sat the commander himself, along with his dragon, in a quiet observation. A familiar figure landed to him and said with a smile, "You look happy." "And how not to rejoice," he replied, "when the dragon comes into your arms." "That's good," she said. "We can talk about it more seriously." Her question was straight. "Are you really planning to make the feasibility of a key figure of the detachment in the future?" The commander looked at her so far without saying a single word. She just sighed. Expected. The White Dragon Corps commander is always cautious in words, because the tongue is the source of all troubles. But it was this silence and look that made her understand. His plans are much larger than she could imagine. However, he still broke the silence. I said nothing, and then he added with cold confidence, "Don't worry, I have an offer for this guy." Theo was curious. What did she think? He had already chosen a White Dragon detachment, and had no right to move to the yard of Blooming Plum. What then can the proposal be? But she voiced, "It is a proposal for joint training between detachments." The expression of the commander's face immediately showed that he did not expect such a turn from her. And it was at this point that a few dragons flew into a rock projection, attracting attention. "Again, she," said Evelyn quietly, flying next to Theo. He was able to find out what she knew about this white and blue vaginal. Evelyn explained that this Auvergne was always pushed. Others tried to get closer to her, but unsuccessfully. They continue to be ignored. Probably because she is not a real Verna. Not Auvergne? How is it? Theo was surprised. She was born from the female of Auvergne and the male Bifur, Evelyn explained. But the Bifurus is the same demonic creature of the first class. He lives in depths. How is it possible? It's a mystery, Evelyn replied. Ideally, such a child should not be born at all, but it exists. First-class demon is a natural disaster. These are equated with typhoons and floods. If at least one of them breaks through a large wall, we are waiting for a catastrophe. Bifur is one of the most powerful ghostly species that live in forest shadows. Its nature is the danger. Now everything has gone into place. It is from Bifur that she seems to inherit the ability of a ghostly dragon. Her birth once caused a real stir. The department accepted it into the nest to observe. But even now, Overtes do not accept it. Full isolation is also not a way out. So this situation was really difficult and delicate. And what is her name? Said Theo with interest, not looking away from a white-blue creature. Her name is Umbar, Evelyn replied. Ancient word that means shadow. Shadow. The feasibility was quietly repeated. This name had something deep, forgotten, but very close. His eyes flashed with determination. He began to sink on the back of the dragon, getting ready for the jump. To the surprised question of Evelyn, "What are you doing?" He just replied, "I want to make it my partner," and without any hesitation flew. In a moment his body was rushing down, just towards the one who was rejected, Umbara. This time Theo wanted to give her a second chance, new life, the same as it once received. Because he, like her, was once those who were not accepted, who was despised, and he knew how it was to start over. And then, a bright lightning broke out on the slope of the mountain, a moment that changed everything forever. Just in the flight, without losing a second, Theo pulls the sword from the inventory. Everything happens at incredible speed. Activation, synchronization with blades. Tekinez, as a sword management tool. And the purpose is already chosen. One of the blades rushes forward, as a harbinger of his path. The feasible becomes skillfully on a flying sword, like a solid platform. And, step by step, he goes down, just in the air, as if he walked down the stairs from the blade. "How is it possible?" Evelyn shouts mentally. When he managed to master Tekinez so much to use it so accurately, for her, his speed looked unrealistic. Her eyes did not have time to watch. And below, the dragon has already unfolded the battle. He broke out, roared, collided with others. He roared fiercely, challenging anyone who dares to get closer. And Theo went down to him with a confident, cold look. Without fear, without a doubt. At that moment, he remembered how in his past life he was mocked, humiliated, trampled. And this is what became his fuel, his driver. He walked, despite everything. "Lightning light technique," said Thought. He activated her without hesitation. The swords directed towards the dragon, accurate, like arrows, perfectly verified. Behind them in the sky stretched a bright mark, a flash of light that cut the air like a lightning. After that, Theo activates the technique, opens the so-called Gate of the Dragon, and everything around flashes with bright light. One of his swords was fulfilled exactly, as the key in the castle. Behind him, a few more blades that opened the same gates, awakening something deep inside. All the other Auvergne were frightened, scared. They flew and flew, all except for her. Eternally, these panties are brave only when they are humiliated. Theo thought, watching it remained. He wanted to know, is she okay with her? Is she not injured? But there was no smile in response, no gesture. She just waved her wings and flew, quickly, without a word. The girl explained nearby. She is very aggressive now, advised to approach later when she calms down. But Theo firmly replied, no, right now. And he asked if she knew why this creature was still circling near the nest, although she was rejected with a flock. She alone, he replied to himself. The soulful wounds are much more painful than the physical ones, he added. And in his voice there was a personal truth. That is why he asked the girl, help me, keep her. The creature hid, somewhere in a deaf, quiet place among the rocks, where no one will find, where you can cry without witnesses. Cuts were clearly visible on her neck, traces of old battles or attempts to prove their strength. But as soon as she felt that someone was approaching, everything was surrounded and filled with rage. It's ready to fight, just not show pain. Many warriors were already trying to tame it, but all their attempts were in vain. Umbar is extremely distrustful, especially in such a wounded, destabilized state. Theo calmly asked the girl to bring something to eat for Umbara. And so far, I will try myself, he added. In the end, it is his personal dedication ceremony. And suddenly Umbra made an attack, complete fear, fierce and despair. She used a technique known as the fear of a little dragon. Her rick sounded like a thunder, a loud, wild, the whole body trembled from this sound. But Theo, like lightning, rushed to her, and without hesitation began to pour out something on her neck. It was a healing potion. It quickly relieved the pain, healed the wounds, and restored some of the vitality. Umbar changed in his eyes. Something new appeared in her look. Something that was not there before. In her eyes, hope broke out, warm, quiet, hope for trust. Perhaps it is because of the heart of the dragon that Theo wore in itself. His energy woke up something in it, and perhaps for another reason. But he felt exactly. There was a connection between them. Alive. Real. Anger burned in her heart, to the pack that rejected her. But at the same time, longing. The pain of desire to be with them. To belong. From it, it was extremely loneliness, which has accumulated years of isolation. And even to Theo, she felt something mixed. Initially, it is suspicious because it appeared suddenly. But then, warmth. Real, sincere warmth. The irony is that now, she didn't want to go at all. Theo gently stroked her on the head and whispered quietly, "Don't worry. I will not leave you." After that, he reached for his inventory. He sought something with a special intention. Finally, he got one decoration. He knew she liked brilliantly. She had weakness to beautiful. It was an incredibly beautiful amulet, silver, with a light glow and a sophisticated pattern. Seeing him, Umbra opened her eyes wide. Her gaze changed in an instant. But when the Theo asked, "Do you want him?" she suddenly took her head away and quarreled. She closed her eyes. It was painful to look at what seemed too good, too beautiful, for someone whom everyone had once rejected. But then she carefully opened the eye again, not with fear but with curiosity. And at that moment she saw. The amulet had already hung on her neck. Theo just put it quietly. It was a gift. The concern that melted protection. "If you come with me, you get a lot of such," he smiled. "I am convinced that she has already made her choice," Theo asked. "Well, what do you say?" Umbra only broke. But in her eyes a gentle smile was read. For the first time. Real. The feasible thought he imagined how to make her a baby, a saddle, and how to decorate it all so that she shines no worse than others. "It will be necessary to borrow the materials from the grandmother savage," he thought with a cunning smile. And somewhere at the same moment, the grandmother raised her head sharply. She was swept by a spooky anticipation, as if someone had just been going to steal a pile of precious metal into her. So everything is officially. Theo tamed Umbro. Her rick sounded better than any music, wild, proud, and sincere. The evaporator finally recognized him as his owner. It was not just acceptance. It was a choice. At the same time, he gained a new skill, a domestication of Ovatar. Rank, Art, 1%. The higher the skill, the more the domesticated dragons trust. The wings of the wings, and they flew, leaving behind the stones, fog, fear, and loneliness. Meanwhile, Evelyn brought food. But she was already waiting for a real surprise. She saw her to the depths of her soul. Theo played with Umbra. He laughed, and she was gently in line with him. It seemed simply unrealistic. This creature never allowed anyone. Theo is glad as a child, smiled sincerely without masks, as long ago he had not smiled. "It's nice to see that Umbra eats well," Evelyn muttered, almost without believing her eyes. She didn't stop repeating, "How did he do? How did he succeed?" Theo replied simply, "I just took care of her soul." A gift presented at the time of internal weakness is always the key to the heart. Even the dragon. Umbra was now so gentle that she even squeezed the other pieces of meat. A true rare moment. Evelyn just sighed. She did not doubt the young owner. Theo not only attracts people, he even managed to fascinate. And when Theo sat on her back, Evelyn solemnly greeted him. Because when Verna opens her neck and back, it is the highest level of trust that exists in their world. But suddenly Evelyn shouted, trying to stop him. "What are you doing? Right in the middle of the meal?" Theo calmly replied that it was the most natural in the world. "But she asks to ride. Even if she recognized you as a partner, you did not go through any flight training. Without a saddle, without a kid is suicide," Evelyn shouted. "So to fly, it is like dead." But Theo just smiled and assured, "I have a way, don't worry." After flying, he activated the skill of taming Overtna. She partially compensated for the lack of experience of horseback riding. Evelyn remained behind, silently escorting him. Anxious, but full respect, she watched as he climbed higher. High in the sky, confidently, freely. Flying on Umbra was a pure honey, the flow of air, a sense of power. But when she roared, Theo realized she wanted somewhere. And without thinking, he was ready to fly to where she would only say, "Freedom!" Umbra was strongly waving her wings and rushed forward, rapidly with excitement. But somewhere in the depths, the Theo felt strange. Why is such an obedient, good Vivin? Is really a demon? It was a mystery that he could not solve. But it was definitely important. Just a few minutes later, they flew to a majestic waterfall, a striking place. But this is where something has changed. In the air began to vibrate a spooky, dark energy. It appeared from the shadow, slowly, stubborn. The fact is that Umbra was not alone. Just on these slopes, many other dragons were waiting for. And it was felt in every movement of air. Theo once believed that he had well explored the winter mountains, working in black snow. But who would think that something so strange is hiding near this waterfall? And taking only a few steps, he came across these flowers. Now everything has taken place. That's why Umbra became a ghostly dragon. It seems that it was nourished by this plant miracle all this time. Wow. Theo recognized this plant. Ghostly grass, saturated with pure magical energy. It grows only in the depths of the magical world and feeds on the moonlight. An invaluable healing source for magical animals. But dragons and magic are like incompatible things. So how did Umbra be able to absorb this power? Is it a real riddle? In any case, the place was dangerous. Theo decided that everything had to be burned. But when you turned to Umbra, he said gently, "Don't worry, the crystals you like, I will not touch." But here his facial expression changed sharply. He saw directly in front of him a man, chained to the wall with heavy chains. Around, strange characters, cut in a stone. Although it was difficult to call it man. It resembled more skeleton. Is he still alive? The alarming thought flashed. But when you came closer, Theo realized, no, it's a corpse. He died. At least 10 years ago. But the body is hardly decomposed, and it was clear it's not just in the cold. During his life, he possessed a stunning level of magical power. Theo stopped for a moment, staring at the almost imperishable body. A master of this level died here in lonely sharpening. Suspiciously. It will be necessary to return and investigate later, he decided. But so far, it's time to focus on the main one. You need to deal with ghostly grass. However, he had to turn away as a skeleton for a second. Shouted, loud, sharply, creepy. Umbra reacted instantly. She rushed to him with all the power of instinct. She clearly made it clear, now she is the main. But instead of flames, there was only a loud, piercing rick. She did not burn, but warned. With her powerful paw, she clenched the dried body, suppressing it, but the words suddenly sounded from the dilapidated mouth of the skeleton. No. Name. Kyle ... And unexpectedly, his jaw clicked, and his teeth clung to the fence. The skeleton was growing his hand with his teeth. Kyle, Robert, crazy. Theo shuddered. He understood. These were names. Ragnar's family head and Black Dragon Robert. Who are you like that? The feasibility was in the head. This mysterious prisoner knew too much. And it was at this critical moment that Evelyn appeared. A jerk, a flash of light, and a white dragon technique. Multiple blows sword-cut the space around. She struck exactly and without hesitation, freeing the feasibility of the female jaws. Theo fell to the ground, lying, immediately muttered, "Excuse me, this is my mistake, full of stupidity on my part." The pain was covered by a wave, so much that the world around began to darken. The eyes were barely open. It was a terrible poisonous bite, saturated with magical energy. The body weakened rapidly. Without antidoret, do not survive. Evelyn instantly decided, it is necessary to immediately send him to the headquarters. Put a little, she asked, though she saw how difficult he was. Umbra suddenly began to rub her. She was not fully understood what she was doing, and felt Obu just wanted to help. Stop, Umbra, Evelyn shouted sharply. A little more, and I will have to forget that you are a partner of a young owner. But Theo stopped her, voice, though weak, but decisive. Wait, give her a chance. I want to try something. He turned his head to Umbra and asked, Do you know how to save me? And she nodded. Without hesitation, Theo decided, trust her. Fully. Undoubtedly. Evelyn, in turn, could not put up. It's too dangerous. Eat mixed with magical energy. You need to the medical part, immediately. But even with the right treatment, the chances of survival in such poisoning, less than 30%, and this is official. But Theo believed in Umbro. It grew to a second-rank monster thanks to local plants. She, of course, has repeatedly encountered corpses, poison, and magical energy. She learned to live with it. That is why he was ready to trust her. And Evelyn asked to do the same. Umbra gently put her paws on his chest, as if stroking, soothing. Her eyes said, "Everything will be fine." Then, a sharp movement. She grabbed one of the bushes of ghostly grass, and immediately crushed several magical crystals with her paws, releasing energy into the air. Everything is mixed. Petals, leaves, and debris of crystals fell to the ground with a small radiant pile. "Mix it and give it?" Evelyn asked herself mentally. Umbra nodded. Yes, that's what she meant. Evelyn lowered his gaze down. She looked at this homemade cocktail, a strange mixture of flowers, leaves, and broken magical crystals. Then she turned his gaze on the feasibility study. He lay powerlessly, silently. There were no decisions. Time was going. "You need to act, and quickly." "It was not," she whispered, and began to mix everything together. As soon as the elements united, the energy broke out. The mixture began to throb, like a living heart. She with caution raised the elixir to the mouth of the Theo, a viscous, warm, smoky elex. Theo lay with his eyes closed. The liquid flowed down his cheeks, dressed in his lips, slowly, a drop by a drop. Evelyn and Umbra froze. They looked at him with the only hope, to see at least a hint of life. They wanted just to hear the word, see a smile, any sign. And suddenly, barely noticeable, the heart of Theo has been lit by soft light, the glow that made it from inside. It was incredible. But it really recovered. It started from the inside. The energy flowing into his body became more powerful. It spreads veins, strengthening each cell. But as soon as the energy in the Theo's body reached the peak, its color suddenly changed, from white to deep black. It scared Evelyn to ants. She has never seen like that. She has never even heard about it. But it was at this moment that the awakening began. Theo received characteristics. A creeping dragon. At the same time, somewhere far away, heavy silence prevailed in the office of a white dragon detachment. The commander asked once again, "Are you sure of this information?" "She is confirmed by a black socket?" The guy nodded in front of him. "Yes." "The cross-check is completed. The level of reliability is 79%. "Damn!" The commander muttered and struck his fist on the table. The papers and crystals flew to the sides. Something terrible comes for every good sign, he thought, and his heart was squeezed out of the caretaker. It was difficult for him to believe in what he heard. It is even difficult to breathe. This news exceeded all the worst forecasts. Who could imagine what happens right now, just in the heart of their territory? The 5th Detachment Commander of the White Dragons, the coach of Isbin, and all 15 members of his team. None survived. First, the cleansing of the body. The first stage, similar to ancient secret art, which removes slag from the body and makes it more susceptible to magical power. Activation of this process usually takes several days of continuous operation of strong magicians, and even then, the method works only for children up to 5 years. What happened to Theo was not logical. It was a real miracle, a born chain of amazing circumstances. The strongest poison has penetrated into his body, and was not only a threat, but also a carrier of a huge amount of magical energy accumulated over the decade. The sacred herbs, the strength of Umbra, the understanding of the antidostate, everything came together in the perfect balance. Instead of destroying or being absorbed, the feat of Theo has absorbed the very essence of this force. Evelyn, who had the last hope, finally heard her name. He was pronounced by Theo, quietly, but clearly. He looked at her and muttered an apology. "Forgive. Made you worry." The first thing he did was discovered his statistics, and what he saw made him die. He received the core of the spirit, which gives rise to the first dragon of the spirits. But this is extremely dangerous. Without control, you can give rise to a completely different, dark spirit. The increase in characteristics reached +85. It was madness. All crystals in the cave, the purest clots of primordial energy, have resulted in it. All this power not only neutralized the poison, she turned his body into a living potion, and now he could say for sure, well, that Umbre trusted. It was a solution that changed his fate. His body, Ragnar's body, was not just purified. It has received a new essence, a prize dragon, or even a dragon spirit. It is difficult to even imagine at what speed his strength will now develop. But the most important question still remained open. Who was the old man? And here Evelyn came closer to the wall. Her eyes stopped at the old, almost erased ends. Cut out small letters. Message. The mystery left forever. This place is perfect for preparing the revenge of Kyle and Robert, after they won me. But my body is already... Read aloud Evelyn, quoting the words cut on the wall. Further, it was that, even eating sacred herbs, he did not begin revenge. His strength was extinguished. He was weaker every day. Increasingly, he lost consciousness, fell into madness. He finally acknowledged there is no hope for him. He decided to leave everything here. He melted his precious sword. And together with the green serpent, he hid himself from the world. In the finale, the message said, I hope someone will find this place and fulfill my desire. Avenge will surpass them. Here, I leave my karma. After reading, everyone froze. The words simply selected the gift of language. But the real shock came when descriptions of combat techniques, a flying sword and a thunderous lightning began. These were the techniques of the legend, a master who once managed the wind. There was no doubt, it was the winding of the wind, Hector Ragnar. Theo has heard the legend of his death. But all this time he was here, forgotten by everyone, fading alone. Evelyn sat on one knee. She put her hand to her heart. Her eyes were wet. Even if he lost the current head of the family, the wind is still the legitimate heir to the Ragnars, she said in a trembling voice. For the vassal Ragnars, killing the heir is a crime punishable by death. Her voice settled, full of internal struggle, but the feasibility was gently stopped her. Stop. You did not kill Ragnar. You killed the madman, and did it to save me. There was no other choice at that moment. He promised, everything we found here will remain a mystery, forever. And taking a step forward, he added, and if you are interested in his secret art, then it is yours. Give him, learn, and honor his memory. Evelyn nodded silently. She knew that the vision of the winding of the wind was not inferior even by 9 dragons. But Hector Ragnar most wanted to see her stronger, in the status of his successor. The main thing is that she accepts his inheritance. True, rightfully. Only then will the winding of the wind can find peace. If she becomes his student, he will no longer be responsible for sin, because he will receive a blessing. Didn't you promise him to become my sword, Evelyn? The feasibility was asked with a slight smile. And further, as a real master, he called it Ragnar's senior sword. Evelyn is unusual. Evelyn dropped his knees, swore allegiance, and sincerely prayed to the great and wise lord to accept his vassal oath. Theo, in turn, accepted this oath, sealed her, in her heart, in her soul, and he swore that in a long way she would be his first sword. Meanwhile, in the headquarters of the White Dragon Detachment, Halkus was looking forward to when the feasibility was already appearing. In the meantime, he admired his plump dragon and thought, I am more steeper than the feasibility study? Look at this mimicity. But as soon as the Theo appeared in front of him, the Chalcus froze. The jaw is in the floor. You could expect anything, but not that. She stood next to the feasibility study. Umber? Came from different sides. The whole base froze. The gossip began. This is the ghostly dragon. Halkus quickly hid for his loose dragon, trembling. I would not eat. And then, seriously, with the feeling of an event that goes down in history, it came. Evelyn Senior Siege and Junior Sword of Theo. Report the successful completion of the test for compatibility. But as soon as Evelyn solemnly said the final words of the report, she suddenly noticed that the commander disappeared. One of the fighters, smiling and a little too pretty, explained, the commander has just received an urgent message. He returned to the office. And at that moment, the sky seemed to break. The dragon with a frantic roar landed simply on the square. A powerful blow, dust rises, the earth trembles. On the back of the dragon, the commander himself, the face is serious, the look like a blade. He arrived with an important message. More precisely, with order. Everyone, we immediately go to the shrip of the form. The voice heard so that no one dared to breathe loudly. It began. The feasible thought. Capture hostages of the service company's service. Right in the walls of the form. The purpose of the betrayal is the sword of the dragon killer. A symbol and strength that can change the balance of the entire continent. And all this stands no one than Ed Troyven. Commander, what is happening? How important is this mission if it is sent to beginners who have not even completed full preparation? Asked one of the recruits. holding back the excitement. Then the commander solemnly declared the truth. What happened forced everyone to die. Trainer is the oldest knight among the White Dragon detachment, Julius himself once asked him, and he disappeared. This is not the person you can just win. Theo knew it well. This is not an accident. Is it? And this is a consequence of the butterfly effect that I launched? He thought with anxiety. The commander continued. According to Black Snow intelligence report, they are dead. Probability, 89%. And even if someone survives, they are no longer able to continue the mission. Therefore, all available fighters form a temporary 5th detachment that must finish the case. The captain of the new detachment is appointed. Evelyn Unrivated. The mission begins in 3 days. By that time, everyone should complete the training course. The commander announced. But despite the official reports, he emphasized, I do not believe that they have died. But, even if so, we will take revenge. For everyone, he added firmly. And straightening his wings, the commander rose into the air and disappeared in the sky. In the official report, the incident was described as the abduction of members of the service of Black Skull, without victims, thanks to the coordinated work of the White Dragon detachment. But maybe it was just a cover. The true essence is the theft and transportation of the Balmung sword, the legendary killer of the dragons. Ed Trojvan planned to use this sword in his coup, but unlike the past life, the feasible, this time, everything went differently. If it happened because of me, I have to complete this story, Theo thought. At this point, a hidden quest was activated. See Balmung by the sword, the killer of the dragons. And here, 3 days have passed. The White Dragon detachment raced forward at full speed. The sky was humming from the wings of the wings. On the top of the tower, a signal was alarm. Loud, long, anxious. The sound was so strong that it was impossible to stay on the tower under the tower. Everything trembled. Evelyn did not miss a second. Drop bombs! The order sounded like a thunderous discharge. And here, powerful explosives flew down rapidly, leaving behind a loop of fire and smoke. The atmosphere in the castle aggravated. Everything exploded, and the moral advantage was completely on the side of the White Dragon detachment. Theo has already descended on the ground. His gaze was cold, movements accurate. He was ready to fight. Kill everyone to one. Evelyn's team was heard. The detachment moved like one avalanche. She wanted the enemy to remember once and for all what means to cross the road with white dragons. The battle unfolded at a frantic speed. The swords glittered. The Auvergne roared. Everything was mixed in a chaotic storm. Meanwhile, one of the hostile fighters ran through chaos, squeezing a sword. He understood. If he had lingered for a minute, he would already be a corpse. His task was clear, to deliver the sword, no more, no less. By this point, he believed that everything is under control. You can even relax a little, until you encountered it. This meeting became fatal. The next moment, his head remained where he stood, and the body fell further, the unknown leaning calmly. And he lifted the sword, for which everyone gathered here. Balmung, a killer of dragons. This is what they were looking for. Balmung was in the hands of those who planned to use it not for protection. The mysterious leader, who raised the sword, ordered his, "Prepare the next stage. It's time to move to the real part of the plan." His gaze was directed at the tower. There were still explosions. There was a fierce battle. "All you have to do is get rid of pests," he said in a cold voice. His people already got weapons, powerful artifacts, preparing for destruction. Meanwhile, on the other side, a detachment of the White Dragon has already won the enemies. Everything happened too easy, almost suspicious. Theo could not believe. Did they really manage to destroy the original 5th detachment? To get more answers, he activated the skill of reading the memories of the captive. And again, the same story. The prisoner knew that the sword was stolen, but he didn't see who did it. Not your own eyes. I would understand everything if I was talking about simple pawns. But even their older ones were in ignorance. What do I miss? His conceived face was noticed by one of the girls in the detachment. She leaned closer and asked, "All is well? Problems?" Another fighter, trying to cheer up, smiled. "But not Parsia. Everyone is nervous at the first mission. It's normal." Even white-haired from the group confessed that he wanted to return home as soon as possible. Without jewelry, straight and honest. "I have already suffered this gray powder," he muttered, shaking his clothes. But in the next second, the feasibility study. He rushed forward, without notice. His instincts shouted, "Something is wrong here." Theo, without looking back, ran forward. His sharp reaction left behind only one question. What happened to him? The girl who was called Malashka jokingly suggested, maybe he just doesn't like it, how this blonde smells, trying to discharge the situation. Meanwhile, the Theo squeezed his sword so much that the fingers were whitewashed. Then, in one movement, he waved him so that a radiation outbreak of mana, which illuminated everything around, escaped into the air. Yes, it is, Theo thought. His guess was confirmed. Threat nearby. Others have not understood anything yet. The short silence prevailed in front of the storm, until the moment when right in front of them, close, the explosive. Whole gun barrels are ready to detonate. You can't delay a minute. All, evacuation immediately, said Theo, looking at the field. But he already understood. They spent too long here. The whistle of the cartridges was approaching. Fast, predatory, deadly. And suddenly there is an explosion. Loud, blinding. Everything around flooded with dazzling light. In the meantime, the enemy recharged the gun. He worked harmoniously, without panic. Their leader watched from above. He waved his hand. Movement, like a sharp touch on the canvas. It was a signal. And immediately, another powerful explosion. To kill everyone. No animal should go alive. It is cold, as if the weather is about the weather, his voice was heard. But he carried out all these actions for her. At the same moment, at the other end of the fortress, the woman sat in front of a huge window. She kept the head of the Axion on her knees, stroked his hair as if she were alive, and whispered, "Did you hurt?" Blood flowed from her eyes. She sobbed, not with water, but with blood, obsessed with the sole purpose, to bring him the killer's head. That dirty freak. At the same time, the feasibility study was also actively defending itself. But instead of panic, he opened the gate of the mind. His consciousness began to expand rapidly. The speed of thinking has increased, the sensory perceptions exacerbated to the edge. He saw, heard, and felt everything around. The Theo was suddenly able to see even the smallest details. Movements, energy, pulsation of magic, placement of enemies, and what he saw was a cold shudder throughout the body. Suddenly, Evelyn appeared behind his back. "It's not time to die, Theo," she exclaimed. "We have to get out of here immediately." She grabbed him by her hand, pulling her, because seconds decided everything. "What are you looking at? Why are you standing?" Her voice was sharp, almost lost. They didn't have time. But Theo calmly replied, "No, we have to go inside. There is the key." Her eyes expanded for a moment, but she listened. The instinct suggested that it is worth trusting. In a few minutes, they ran to the main entrance of the fortress together, where no one should go. Other members of the detachment who followed them were nervous. What about the horseradish? Why do they turn back? Here you can die at any moment. We have 21 lives at stake, but Theo did not delay with the explanation. From the outside, even more artillery. There is a basis. All this was a trap from the beginning, and immediately activated the technique, synchronization with hatchling, to read the memory of the building itself. And then he realized the enemy was convinced that it is impossible to survive inside the fortress. This is what the plan was based. But with a new level of mental synchronization, February felt, thanks to the discovery of the gates of the mind, the chances of success increased sharply. On the left is an explosive. On the right, an attack from the air. The enemy squeezed the grip. The only way out is down the stairs, only the guns have not yet got there. Without a second, they rushed forward, in the darkness of the staircase. Everything was starting to move behind. The walls were cracking, the floor broke, the fire devoured everything. But suddenly, a deadlock, the wall right in front of them. Back. There is no road. Only death is waiting in hellish flames. The ceiling began to fall. The blockages flew from above. The stones fell. The fire rose. If you look from the outside, the fortress turned into a giant torch. The militants released all the shells that had. The earth was trembling for a long time. But even after that, their commander said with a cold determination, "Never forget. It is a revenge for the mistress of the Axion. And I don't care who we'll have to put for her. Although collect everyone in a pile. But I have to get the head of each of them, without exception." Meanwhile, our characters, all together in a small space, have almost accepted death. But in the last second, the floor under the feet was destroyed. They fell down, and landed just in front of a group of people who were no less surprised. "Who are you? Where did you come from?" It turned out, it was the Fourth Skull, another hostile unit. They also did not expect an invasion from above. But it was this path that the feasibility was chosen. He noticed the space under his feet even earlier. Looking forward, the Theo suddenly noticed In the dark corner, behind the bars, someone is moving. Yes, they were alive. Among them is Captain Tainor himself, coat into handcuffs. His gaze was empty, like a person who saw too much. In a few minutes, the boys had already released the prisoners, tearing the locks and squeezing the shackles. But the worst part was obvious. Behind all this stands the Central Reconnaissance Administration of the Ragnar clan, the CIA, their allies. Handairs with a death bell fell on the stone floor. Tainor turned his gaze to Evelyn and immediately realized she was not surprised. And she did not hide. I have been suspicious for a long time. It is not possible to organize such a large-scale ambush without the help of the inside. But did they really dare to raise the swords against their own? No, possibly, or if. The essence was betrayed. But Tain added, "Do not underestimate the enemy. They knew we were approaching. In our condition, it will be extremely difficult to defeat them. We need to be twice as careful." One of the liberated suggested to announce Black Snow. They can support from the outside. But Theo stopped them. No. The fact that they did not even try to help us means only one thing. Their detachment has already been destroyed. The enemy left no chance. That is why I broke here inside. However, he immediately added, "We still have a chance. The enemy is not mine to bury us, along with his own puppets. Their goal is to completely hide this incident, do not leave traces, and that means they will come to check if we are really dead. While they are rejoicing in victory and they will rush among the bodies, we have to ambush. The best option, according to Theo, will be hidden in ruins. There are narrow aisles, complex navigation, the perfect place for counterattack. Only so they stayed at least some chance of winning. And it was this plan that developed the feasibility study. Cold-blooded, clearly, thought out. Meanwhile, looking at him, Tainor could not help but notice. This guy already opened the gate of the mind. At such a young age, he smiled bitterly. I seem to have really aged. I give myself before the first obstacle instead of going on. But now he saw. These beginners have not only strength but also his head on his shoulders. And so, bending a little, he reached for his stick. She became his support, a symbol that he has not surrendered. You are completely right, boy, Tainor said. We are a White Dragon cavalry, and we have no right to just put up with such an end. He officially agreed with the Theodore. He was ready to follow him to the finale. And now, hardened, ignited, with a new faith, the whole cavalry of the White Dragon was ready for battle. Meanwhile, on the other side of the front, in the ranks of the enemy, one bastard was already squeezing a dagger. Look cold, without any emotion. If needed, I will betray anyone, even a friend. Meanwhile, the palace trembled from the tension of the events unfolding around. Hot tears rolled incessantly before her eyes, revealing the pain she could no longer contain. The hero called her a cursed bitch with hatred, emphasizing his own contempt. He accused her of forgetting her place, and how she could even dare to commit such an act. He demanded an answer about what she was thinking when she dared to steal his seal. After all, she realized that she had given the order to kill the White Dragon cavalry and Ragnar's illegitimate son. And he asked if she even understood what she had done, and how she dared to ruin the great plan of the Troivans with her insignificance. But then the girl cried, asking if she had asked for too much when she demanded to cut off the head of the bastard who maimed her action. She wished to destroy that boy and all his comrades to the last one. Only then could her heart find peace, and only then would Axion receive peace. But could she forget her duty for the sake of one miserable boy? These words ate away at her soul, leaving emptiness inside. And he continued to accuse her, saying that because of her, the Dragonslayer's sword, extremely important for their future plans, was lost. His cold gaze pierced more sharply than words, and she realized she was no longer a daughter of the Troivans because she recognized her father's in those eyes. They were, without exaggeration, as icy as his father's. After that, the master ordered her to be disposed of immediately, and as he descended the stairs, the servants begged him for mercy. But he understood that the carefully constructed plan was ruined. And all this because of one damn bastard, Theo Ragnar. Now he was ready to kill him with his own hands. Meanwhile, the boy sat in the room, looking out the open window at the status before him. From there, he took into his hands the legendary sword of the Dragon Slayer. But suddenly the weapon slipped and fell to the floor with a clang. Now it was clear why he was called the Dragon Slayer, and it was no coincidence. His essence was literally the opposite of Ragnar's essence, and the sword could not be used without first revealing its hidden secrets. They say that the mystical legacies of the Age of Myths are like a mirage, and only fate determines who will receive them. And by uncovering their secrets, one can gain incredible power. A power comparable to the heroes of myths. After all, such items truly are legendary. In a past life, the hero Ed Troyven undoubtedly possessed the mystical Balmung, and memories of that time gave him no peace, turning his thoughts back. All roads led to one place that repeatedly surfaced in his memory. But he could not yet go there to uncover the mystery, so he decided to return the sword to the inventory to let it lie there instead. And suddenly, he sharply turned his head toward the door, hearing a light knock that disturbed the silence of the room. Evelyn stood before the door. She quietly apologized for disturbing him so late at night, but had to deliver an important message. She said that the commander wished to speak with him immediately. Meanwhile, the commander was talking with an old warrior, asking if he really wanted to retire, and the warrior awkwardly replied that after the last mission, he had lost not only his youth, but also the dragon Rocinante. Due to his age, he had almost no strength left, and wished to spend the rest of his life where he was born, mourning fallen comrades. The commander immediately understood the old man was not going to object, and allowed him to do as he saw fit. But that was not the whole reason why the old man came. He had to tell something important about Theo Ragnar. In particular, about the fact that for his young age he showed something absolutely incredible. To put it mildly, it was stunning because an ordinary person is not capable of overcoming the wall that separates ordinary people from superhumans. The old man admitted that he himself was shocked to learn about this, and was convinced that Theo was not a born genius with open gates of the mind. Everything indicated that he had forcibly broken through those gates that had always remained tightly locked. This meant that his vessel had become much larger than it might seem now. The commander only became more eager to fill this vessel to the brim. And everything said before that became the last thing the old man could report before his departure. Both of them understood that everything further depended only on the boy's ability to learn. After all, the future of Theo Ragnar depended on this. A little later, the boy finally met with the commander, looking him straight in the eyes. The commander said he had heard about his merits during the last mission, but Theo replied that everything succeeded only thanks to his comrades. He smiled and remarked that there was no need to be so modest, and inquired how much the boy had grown in the theory of military art. Theo replied that now he felt much more comfortable in battle than ever before. But the commander meant not only combat skills. He raised his hand, and made it clear that he was asking about something else. He spoke about the sword, asking what light it painted in his consciousness. But Ragnar was not ready to give a clear answer to such a question. He only said that he focused on the aspiration to the sword of the clan leader. Hearing this, the commander drew his own sword, and a wave of energy instantly swept through the entire district. They stood in a place where even the air seemed different. It was an isolated zone where a trace of the dragoness presence was felt, and it was significantly different from what the dragon of the sword demonstrated before the start of the second stage of awakening. Theo guessed that this entire area was connected to his own theory of military art that he was trying to understand. At that moment, the commander loudly declared that his sword was demonic, and a beam of light rose above the blade as if piercing the very height of the heavens. He first moved into one combat stance, and then into another, each moving with the precision of an ancient ritual. Swinging the sword above his head, the commander sharply swung it in front of him as if cutting through space itself. He demonstrated the true pinnacle of mastery in blade wielding that an ordinary fighter could not replicate. So skillfully that even the illusion he created himself he could cut with a single movement. Before the hero rose a wave of energy resembling a huge moving wall that blocked the path. It was so high that for a moment it seemed as if the hero had entered a dead end. At that moment the commander asked what exactly was troubling him right now and what he was thinking about. Whether he was pondering the war art of the demonic dragon. Ragnar asked again if this power truly represented pure destruction. The commander nodded, confirming that this is the essence of the demonic sword. It is direct and clear on an instinctive level. Even if the blade breaks, it will still cut a straight line, tearing and destroying everything in its path. The explosive and destructive power forms the basis of this fencing style. After that, the commander inquired about how Lady Sliva's sword looked. Grom replied that the blade was dazzling and incredibly beautiful. Beautiful, you say? No wonder, for the essence of the Lady of the Blooming Plum Palace's sword is life, the process when a tiny seed awakens, and slowly transforms into a delicate flower. This is exactly how the natural force of life is embodied. Its movement is slow and precise with countless barely noticeable vibrations. And at that moment the hero finally realized what was hidden behind the words about the art of war. Because even if one has to bend or change the path of life, it still continues to grow no matter what. In fact, he meant that life and death, peace and violence are not as opposite as they seem. The commander could have explained this in words, but decided that such an explanation would be too boring. So he simply threw the book into Ragnar's hands, allowing him to figure it out himself. In response to the boy's question about what it was, he said that here are collected all the records of discussions with Lady Plum about the principles of the sword. He also noted that such detailed materials are very rare. But despite everything, the boy intended to follow both mentors. Both the sword dragon and the demonic dragon, their paths merged in his own development. Not long ago, these two were together and argued for a long time. He called her cruel when they discussed the approach to training, as if hinting that she wanted him to share Theo, although the boy already belonged to both of them. She asked him not to be jealous since it was all for Theo's future. She also raised the topic that Theo is already considered a rival by other heirs, his talent developing at an incredible speed. But this had another side as well, because just as quickly, he could hit an insurmountable wall, and the book she held was supposed to help him overcome this barrier. The commander understood that then Theo would become an enemy, not only of the clan leader, but of the entire Ragnar clan. She also realized this because most of those who develop too quickly meet a tragic end, and if history repeats itself, their training of Theo will turn into blood for them. For her, it was unexpected. She thought the commander was only fascinated by the boy, but hearing his fears, she finally became convinced. Commander Julius was truly a person to whom such knowledge could be entrusted. She asked him to observe Theo, and, when she was sure that the boy was not tainted by greed and knew how to value every moment, only then to pass these records to him. And at that very moment, Julius realized that Theo was already ready to receive this teaching. He could not believe that two dragons, the best swordsmen of the Ragnar clan, decided to teach him simultaneously both the dragon sword and the demonic dragon. Julius even asked again if the boy was ready for this and worthy of it. But he heard in response that there was no need for modesty, because the records are passed to those who truly deserve them. He added that starting from the incident with Rondon until today, Theo had always been a great support to him, and promised to repay him with kindness one day. No sooner had he said this than Julius turned around, explaining that the boy could repay him right now. "Let's fight," Theo said. "I haven't had a new student for a long time, because I can just sit idly by and call myself a commander if I'm not ready to act myself. The real lesson begins right now, and there is nowhere left to retreat." Behind Evelyn, only the dull hum of blows could be heard. The commander was persistently urging Theo on. She even stepped outside the door so as not to hear how Theo begged her through groans to save him from this horror. And only the next morning, when the sun quietly rose, did she finally dare to open the door. There she saw the young master, from whom the very smell of fatigue and exhaustion was literally emanating. The only thing she wanted to find out was whether he was okay after that night. She even thought that this time the commander really overdid it. She also reported that she had carried out the order, and the prisoner was already placed in the underground cell. But whether it was right to just leave him there, she still could not understand. After all, he was not one to be easily broken. But the young master said she need not worry because everything was planned. After this, he asked the girl to come closer and whispered something in her ear. After those words, a whole day passed, and only in the evening in the courtyard of the Blooming Plum did everything come alive again. Right in the middle of the palace training ground, a new meeting began. Theo greeted the guest, the lady of the Blooming Plum, who had come in person. She replied that she had been expecting this meeting and asked if he had received the gift they had prepared together with the demonic dragon. Theo did not hide that their gift had become a huge help to him. After these words, she extended her hand in front of her. One of the swords hanging on the wall slowly shifted and began to approach her. She pulled the blade with her power and then easily rose into the air, slowly levitating above the ground. "I am glad that you really liked the gift," she said warmly. "I want to continue teaching you the subtleties of the technique, the roots of fencing that are easily overlooked. Let us start with this, and at the end, I would like to talk about how to help life bloom with the help of the sword." After these words, she suddenly asked again, "Will he become her apprentice?" But before answering, Theo himself wanted to ask one important question. "Is she saying this as the master of the sword of the heavenly dragon? You know what most consider a forbidden secret, and I am not going to deny it," she said. "The sword of the heavenly dragon is a secret school that passes its art only to one apprentice, and I am its sole heir, the master of the sword of the heavenly dragon. I have no hidden motives from the art of the Blooming Plum to the mastery of the heavenly dragon. I pass it all sincerely and openly. I am going to pass all this knowledge to you and will not hide a single part from you." And after some time, the petals of the Blooming Plum began to fall, and he slowly left the yard. But he was stopped by a boy who called out from behind, asking if he was a new recruit of the Belladon Dragon Cavalry. "Yes, I am Ragnar," Theo replied, stopping and turning around. But such a brief confirmation seemed too rude to the boy. He did not even hear a simple greeting. He began to explain that since Theo became a disciple of the Palace of the Blooming Plum and a ward of the lady herself, he should show respect to his elders. and I thought something important happened. But this is just a pathetic attempt to patch up your wounded ego, Theo replied coldly. Elders, you say. You're not even my superior, so why should I care about your rank? Such a response clearly did not improve their mood. But Theo did not hide at all that he simply did not care about their arrogance. He explained to them that the main lady of the Blooming Plum really offered him to become her disciple, but he refused. Earlier, when she first made this offer, he honestly admitted that he did not understand why she was doing it if he had done nothing for her. But she said the reason was different. He was too similar to Kyle, the head of the clan. He reminded her of young Kyle not only in face, but also in how he once himself strived for his ideals and did not stop at anything. It was precisely because of this that he had no right to give up Kyle once also moved forward despite all obstacles. Every day fate threw new trials at him. However, despite everything, he never once betrayed his convictions, and she admitted that when she sees in Theo that part of Kyle she once fell in love with, she cannot stand aside. After this, she asked again if he would become her student. The offer is tempting, but I cannot accept it yet, said Theo. I have too many teachers right now. Along with you, Lady Blooming Plum, I am taught by the demonic dragon Julius, the senior writers Evelyn Selford and Aaron, my friends and comrades Remington Halkus and Erica from the 4th Training Ground. Even Axion and Ed Troyvin, all of them have also become my teachers. This stunned her, especially that he called even Axion and the Heavenly Dragon teachers, since she knew that his relationship with Ed was far from the best. But Theo sincerely admitted that it was precisely the difficulties they created that made me who I am now. My sword learned and changed under the influence of everyone who loved me or caused me pain, and because of this, I doubt I can follow the school as traditions and pass them on. Her heart ached. These words were at once enchanting and painfully sad. But that was not his entire intention. Even if I cannot be your student, I will gladly be your son. The lady after these words quietly sat down in a cozy place under a large plum tree, trying to hide the emotions that overwhelmed her. She slowly sipped this amazing drink, enjoying every soft note of the flavor. And she did not hide from the maid that the drink pleased her more than anything else today. Today the heavens gave her what she dreamed of. Her own son, a boy who promised to call her mother. And how could one not rejoice at this? The maid sincerely rejoiced for the lady. Her happiness was felt even in the air. She thanked Theo for this opportunity, and quietly asked the maid to prepare a letter to her husband. The letter was to contain important news concerning the promotion exam, but the maid cautiously reminded that Theo is a newcomer who just completed the awakening ceremony. If he attracts too much attention at such a young age, it could create serious danger. But this was exactly the reason why the lady wanted to hurry, not to wait. Until the storm over the Ragnar clan fell on them all, she wanted to give Theo everything she could. Meanwhile, the prisoner sat in the dungeon immersed in black silence. A heavy iron collar was tightening the skin on his neck. And finally, before him, he saw the silhouette of a person who appeared from the light of torches. That one asked him not to hold a grudge, saying that everything happens by his will, and it could not be otherwise. Grabbing the chains, the prisoner quietly uttered a request for him to simply kill him. The person in the mask threw several kunai at him. They flew at his head with furious speed. But a moment before the strike, all the knives stopped and were cut in the air. He did not expect someone to fall right from the ceiling. It was Evelyn. "I was waiting for you, Evelyn," he shouted upon seeing her. And at that moment, he realized he was trapped, and there was almost no chance to get out. Dodging her blows, he could not believe she had always been so skillful. It is a pity that he couldn't get rid of Sidri now if he is caught. Everything will only get worse. Because of this, he decided to flee immediately and plan further actions. But will Evelyn allow him to escape just like that? Her strength doubled after she summoned the squall. A powerful surge of force almost tore the criminal's internal organs apart. And now he realized that he couldn't just take a hit like that. He needed to quickly cover his tracks. Therefore, he decided to deal with her harshly and without hesitation. But why do all such scoundrels always do the same thing when the situation goes against them? Evelyn could not understand this at all. She anticipated his moves and with one precise technique put him on the floor, forcing him to sit pressed against the wall. Meanwhile, outside reigned a dark, eerie night that seemed to squeeze the air around. An official report had already been compiled stating that today, at 1:15 a.m., Evelyn detained an assassin who infiltrated the underground prison. It was established that the prisoner belonged to the Season of Snakes, an organization subordinate to the influential eastern clan of the Troyvans, which very likely indicates their connection with the heavenly dragon Ed Troyvan. This became a significant argument in favor of the theory about the presence of a mole among their allies. Everyone agreed that the very purpose of avoiding further information leaks is why they are holding the meeting in such a remote location. According to available data, Season of the Snake is currently hiding in an ancient castle in the Kalheim region. and in 3 hours they will declare the mission failed, destroy all evidence, and disappear. That is why by this moment it is necessary to infiltrate their base, capture all involved, and obtain information. This is the essence of the joint task. Agent Pure Snow finished the report. Theo, who was sitting nearby, was impressed as it was the first time he saw an operative of such a high rank. Julius wanted to add something else. This mission will be a promotion test for Theo Ragnar. At first, Theo did not even understand. He leaned closer to ask if he was really considered experienced enough for such a trial. Yes, it is true, but there are nuances. The difficulty of his exam is increased. With a rank promotion, the difficulty of exams also increases. But assigning an operation that could provoke a clan civil war as a test for a mid-level swordsman is extremely serious. Julius also informed that he knows about the order Theo gave to Evelyn to guard the chamber, anticipating an assassin attack, and since he showed initiative, he must now see the matter through to the end. Because even being an heir, planning such actions without leadership consent is a sign of disrespect. And since everything has gone this far, he is obliged to complete the task flawlessly. Julius bumped his head against his forehead and said to reach the rank of mid-level swordsman and receive a well-deserved reward. Theo understood everything. He finally realized that the events were revolving around him and did not expect to find himself at the very epicenter. A status window appeared before him, and he received a new task number 4, Dark Connections of a Past Life. This was his chance to sever the threads of the past and stop their vile plan, and at the same time finally find out what connects him with them. Theo proudly declared that he would complete this task no matter how costly it would be for him. And when all the details were finally discussed, the commander stood up and said that it was time to act. The time had come to begin the cleansing of the Snake's Nest. At that time, it was already deep night outside, and darkness had completely engulfed the outskirts. They sat in the middle of a dense forest, where she calmly explained the rules of the upcoming operation. At first, she emphasized that due to possible betrayal among the allies, the number of participants was limited, and only the 2 of them knew about the true course of events. She added herself to this list. Then she announced the target, the assassin organization. And although they were swordsmen and had an advantage in direct combat, their numbers were extremely small. That is why she reminded that under no circumstances should vigilance be lost. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, several people were calmly sorting out documents. When almost everything was organized, their next task was to leave this place as quickly as possible without unnecessary delays. But at that very moment, a strange object fell to the floor. It was a smoke grenade, and suddenly thick smoke burst out of it. The people immediately realized they were under attack. They did not even have time to blink before their heads began to fall like mannequins. This time she was not even going to hold back and showed all her devastating power. One of the villains did not know what to do when he saw blood streaming down his neck. He pressed his palm to the wound, trying to stop it somehow. Her gaze fell on this fool standing in the middle of the chaos. With one move, she struck the table, and it instantly shattered into pieces. Grabbing the document, she commanded that she and Evelyn stay here while Theo must immediately go down to the basement. "Yes, ma'am," Theo replied, and immediately set off to carry out the order, mentally noting how quickly she neutralized 3 opponents. Understanding his task, he headed straight to the basement. One thought spun in his head: if the briefing map was accurate, there should be an entrance down ahead. But suddenly he felt a sharp tug on his leg, realizing he had fallen into a trap. His eyes widened when he noticed an arrow flying straight at his head. He barely managed to tilt his head to the side. Then he quickly dealt with the next traps and threats. His gaze became stern. He understood it was time to use his skill. Synchronization with the Child of the Thunder Dragon allowed him to scan the surrounding area. After scanning the area, he realized there were not only traps, but also people waiting for the moment to jump out of ambush. That is why blades summoned by the power of the breath of the Thunder Dragon instantly appeared beside him. And in a moment they dashed forward with a furious dragon-like speed. All the traps that remained around were cut down in an instant. Along with the traps, several people waiting in ambush were also destroyed. They didn't even have time to realize how exactly they ended up dead. Thanks to his strength, he handled it so masterfully that it all looked like one smooth movement. But at the same time, this indicated something else. With such enhanced security in the basement, something was definitely being hidden. And suddenly a voice was heard, addressing God with disgust, muttering that the stench could be felt even at such a distance. It was a giant man in a wide hat, who accused the hero of interrupting his blood prayer. Around the man lay skulls, and puddles of blood flowed on the floor, and his appearance was truly terrifying. Theo realized that he was in the Temple of the Holy Demon. The Church of the Holy Demon preaches the imminent apocalypse, and the apparition of the Savior who will descend from the heavens, he who illuminates everything with golden light, spreading his arms over the world. This cult long ago seized the masses who knew nothing but blind faith. And also Theo knew that they themselves would become the arsonists of the Great War that would destroy the Empire in the future. The strange guy immediately assumed that Theo probably guessed who he was. Theo activated the synchronization skill of the cub to read the mana flows around. But what he saw defied any explanation. Unknown mana that violates basic laws and a mind so broken as if the gates of consciousness were torn from within. Probably this is the very grace that the bloody priests constantly talk about. Folding his hands in prayer, he muttered that Theo still did not believe in their god. And then he declared that he would honor him by becoming a sacrifice to the one true deity. He rushed into attack, begging the hero not to reject the granted mercy. The hand of this scoundrel rapidly approached Theo's face. He barely managed to dodge and felt how incredibly strong this hand was. Hard to believe it belonged to a living person. Not even a few seconds passed before he had to dodge another blow. The hand was so large it seemed capable of grabbing half the world. Their clash sparked with sparks. Theo realized that his strike was stopped without the slightest effort. And then this fanatic simply grabbed him and threw him back first into a stone wall. Hitting his chest, he understood a terrible thing. This was only the lowest rank of the Church of the Holy Demon. But its power was destructive. Here he could not use the triple dragon claw because he risked burying them both. And ordinary attacks enhanced by mana would also not work. Only one question remained in his mind: what to do next when his strength seemed insufficient. He clenched his sword and thought about what power he could master right now. The destructive might that is the heart of fencing, the very essence of death. At that moment, he recalled the words of each of his teachers, and suddenly, a thought about two opposing swords flashed in his consciousness. Meanwhile, the fanatic raises his hands up, addressing the Almighty and pleading to shed the blood of this young offender. He prays that the heavenly ruler accepts this sacrifice. With all his might, he strikes the ground with his hands, smashing everything under his blows. Then he turns his head and sees Theo breaking through deeper. And at that very moment, the hero realizes that these two swords were never enemies. Life and death is the root of all life. And life blooms, finding nourishment for its growth in death. This is not opposition, it is a single continuous process. And if you apply this principle to the power that is mindlessly scattered in the air, and then gather it into one single flashing point of light, then even this crazy freak can be dealt with. The fanatic stretches out his hand directly at him, calling Theo an idiot who still understands nothing, and declares that the hero's sword is powerless. But at that very second, a beam of power flies straight at him, and the fanatic raises his hand to receive it. Dragonous flash, this is what Theo calls this attack, and it forcefully crashes into the incredibly strong hand of the fanatic. The smile of this scoundrel does not leave his face, but only until the moment he realizes the attack seems to have a mind of its own. And in an instant he can no longer stand, he is thrown back and slammed into the wall. That was enough for him to understand the boy before him received the seed of the omen during the ritual, and he called it the Devil's seeds. And when he muttered that he would not allow Theo to continue desecrating this world, the hero without hesitation grabbed him by the face, and at that very second used the synchronization skill of the cub to read the opponent's memory and find out where the Church of the Holy Demon draws its power from. In a moment, it was as if he was pulled inside another's consciousness. But what happened next was unlike any previous immersion into memory. It looked like a transfer to a completely different dimension. He understood almost nothing. Hundreds of notification windows began to appear before his eyes, and on one of them, a warning appeared that the hero had encountered an enemy who vastly outmatched him in level. The screen strongly recommended an immediate retreat. However, only one question echoed in the hero's mind: who are you? And this question was not spoken by him, it sounded by itself somewhere deep within his consciousness. Before him began to manifest the silhouette of a gigantic eye, hundreds of times larger than himself. This was another dimension, and on this alien planet hung similar eyes. One eye occupied the area of an entire continent. From that unfamiliar voice came the question, "Why do you disturb my sweet sleep?" Theo heard this question again and again, but he could not understand whether it was the being worshipped by the Church of the Holy Demon, or the same God and grace that cultists dream of, and whether it might truly exist. An eye hovered above him and asked if he was Theo Ragnar. And then it said something even scarier: it had been searching for him all this time. And suddenly, dozens of such colossal eyes flared up beside him. The entire entity began pulling everything in front of it inside, including Theo. But suddenly a dragon appeared and struck straight down with its breath. It was Lodbrok, and his appearance in this place simply didn't make sense. He told the hero that this creature was not an opponent he could defeat with his current powers. Assessing the scale of the threat, he asked for permission to intervene. He did something that literally tore Theo back into the real world. Theo found himself sitting on the ground, not understanding how he returned or what he had just experienced. and unable to grasp the thought whether Lodbrok had truly been fighting such beasts alone all this time. Theo looked at his hand, all covered in blood, and his head was bruised. He couldn't believe it. In front of him, a fanatic was kneeling and frantically repeating why. Why the unbeliever was granted the mercy of the gods, and he was not. He was almost gouging out his own eyes with his hands, asking this question over and over again. Theo Ragnar calmly explained that someone like him was unnecessary to God, but even more importantly the god of the Church of the Holy Demon, and he is the very lord about whom his Lodbrok warned him. Earlier she had told him that she had been bound for 1,000 years by the duty to protect the world from this creature. But Lodbrok had lost her heart, and said she would not last more than 3 years. In 5 years, a large-scale war would break out around the Church of the Holy Demon, the death of the Dragon Protector, and the rise of the bloody cult. What was started by Edom Troyvin, and the fact that all these events happen one after another, is not a coincidence at all. Theo perfectly understood that there was a strong connection between all of this. Soon Evelyn appeared. She helped him to his feet and praised him, calling his work flawless. Miss stood behind their backs and was deeply thoughtful because they were hurrying exactly here. One of the goals was the bloody priest. She looked at his broken corpse and could not believe that Theo had dealt with him all by himself. Later, it was time to document everything they had seen. After reviewing the papers, she realized that these were only indirect proofs, and they needed to catch the culprits on the spot. At that moment, Theo took out a strange thing and explained that he found it in the basement, asking her to check it. He handed her the object, and Evelyn held her breath, staring at the find. She tried to remember if this was the very box she had taken by order of the young master before the awakening ceremony, where there were secret records about trade between the guild and Ivan S. plan. She wondered why Theo had not used it earlier. Now it was clear he had read everything in advance. When Miss took the box in her hands, she saw inside the recorded operations with Ed that were sealed with his stamp. She immediately praised Theo. Great job. With this they can prove Ed Troyvin's betrayal and the involvement of the Church of the Holy Demon. So now they had more than enough evidence, and after sending a brief report, they had to prepare for an immediate attack on the trading guild. Wait, Ed, your time of downfall has come, whispered Theo to himself. Later they were already standing in the guild. The commander clenched the document in his hand. Not hiding his anger, he had long known that Ed Troyvan was a rotten man and would betray them. However, the Black Dragon asked not to rush to conclusions, although the situation was suspicious. Ed was only under suspicion for now. But for the commander, the very presence of information from the mighty Black Dragon meant a shift from suspicion to certainty, and he urged not to waste time on empty talk. Judging by your reaction, you knew about this but still did not let events unfold, he said. After that, the Black Dragon raised his cup and spoke about Theo. According to the report, he single-handedly defeated the bloody priest. He is talented and much more suitable for Black Snow, so he asked to transfer him to him. He especially noted his observance and ability to see the big picture, even from small details. These methods resembled the practice of Black Snow, as if the boy already had the necessary experience. However, the commander asked to stop stretching the facts because he had already reserved Theo and ordered to remove their greedy hands. Placing the cup on the table, he addressed the elder brother, who laughed, saying, "You haven't called me that for a long time. How nice. Km Osa me and you, Julius. As if only yesterday they became named brothers and sister. And it seems you still did not understand. After all, for older brothers it is quite natural to take everything they liked from the younger ones." But this time the Black Dragon managed to take away only a few bottles of alcohol, and he asked to prepare something more expensive next time. Amid loud curses from the commander, the Black Dragon pondered how good it was that there was no mole in the cavalry. Only a few places remained beyond the reach of the Heavenly Dragon's claws, and he considered that it would be good to entrust the resolution of this issue to Theo. And he himself awaited the arrival of an important guest, who was to appear very soon. Those who dared to attack the Sarah's Guild today will make the day truly interesting. The Sarah's Trading Guild is the central branch of the Church of Blessing. On this sunny day, Navan Bahus arrived here. He loudly introduced himself, named his name and the clan to which he belonged, the Bahus clan. And Kovadrak Saras, head of the Trade Guild, here and now officially announced the engagement between representatives of his family and the Bacchus clan. Standing nearby was his daughter Lily Ceres, the fourth daughter of the family. Their union was to be sealed by marriage, and then the Ceres Guild and the Bacchus clan would be bound by one blood. This was exactly what the bearded head of the guild had long awaited, and likewise Bacchus, who barely restrained his impatience for when the elite noble title would pass into his hands, for this was only the beginning, after which he would make the Ragnars pay for years of contempt, and finally to carry out the great revenge he had long harbored in his heart. However, Among those present was one man to whom this entire ceremony was incredibly painful to the soul. In his thoughts, he kept turning over one thing: how dare this merchant put his surname before the Bacchus family, descendants of one of the 6 demons. But he immediately caught himself thinking that he must endure the dowry from this traitor, as it might save his own family. And he saw no reason to worry about the fate of the illegitimately born boy. The boy himself saw through these old man's schemes. They were laughably obvious. He considered such calculating merchants to be pathetic, and he did not understand how they could believe that the trade guild was truly capable of helping them. Moreover, they do not even suspect that the guild that owns their assets is managed by completely different people than those they trust. Theo also knew that he had little time left. After all, he understood that before death he would see the last face of this cursed family. "Nice to meet you, Lily. As your fiancé, I dedicate my heart to you," Bacchus said, extending his hand. But he heard an unexpected response. She asked how exactly he would prove the sincerity of his words. "It seems you know what you want. My family is ruined. I am practically sold. If my fiancé wishes, I can even bring her the Bacchus family seal." And these very words enraged the mustached man. Lily was already opening her mouth to say her part. She bared her arm, showed a scar, and exclaimed that Theo Ragnar had done it and ordered to bring his head. The young man was stunned to publicly demand the death of the heir. She was either mad or desperate. All the others also did not hide their shock. Her father immediately ran up and asked her to stop saying such things during the official ceremony. But then what happened next shocked everyone. Bacchus calmly agreed to fulfill her wish and carry out her will. 2 huge dragons were flying in the sky. Raising their heads, 2 men tried to understand what it was. But the appearance of dragons in this place was completely unexpected. Soon, several people descended directly from the dragons. These were Miss Theo and Evelyn. Seeing the flag on their armor, everyone understood these were the Ragnars. "In the name of the Ragnar clan, I declare the execution of justice," she said. A close connection with the Ceres trading guild was found in the attacker's lair, so we are starting a search on suspicion of treason. Lily's father heard these words and was gripped by true fear. But he refused to believe what he heard, and was not going to back down. So together with the mustached man, he sharply asked what all this meant. The lady strictly ordered to evacuate the square immediately, and that no one should approach the exit. Everyone bombarded the patriarch with questions about how this happened, and demanded at least some explanation from him. But he shouted for them not to be foolish, as this miserable scrap of paper could easily be fabricated. He loudly declared that this was nothing but a conspiracy created to frame their family. He assured everyone that the Ceres family was a loyal vassal of House Ragnar and would never betray them, and immediately ordered his men to subdue those who dared to raise blades against the Ragnars. The mustached man stepped closer and sharply asked if the lord refused to cooperate with the investigation, and warned that in this case the marriage contract would be annulled. But the merchant, pointing a finger at the mustached man, asked if he really thought they would let him get away scot-free. He emphasized that the northerners must know the price of betrayal, and declared that he was not going to drown alone. He said that if there were real evidence against them, the Ragnars would not have sent only 3 people. The whole sky would have darkened from their army. With this, he tried to convince the mustached man that the accusations were doubtful, and that if they stopped them right now, everything could still be fixed. Then the groom spoke, addressing the merchant with a question about how he could use an old man who barely walks to the toilet by himself. "Is this right?" he asked the elders, and he concluded that in any case, this was luck for him. After all, the appearance of Theo Ragnar was a great chance to present the wedding gift as soon as possible. The mustached elder, being an elder, perfectly understood how all this could end. Meanwhile, the viperous groom was already rushing forward to try to cut off Theo's head. The elder did not understand that the moment this illegitimate boy became a target, they automatically became his accomplices. And now they had no choice. They had to announce to their people that they were entering the fight on the side of House Ceres. The warriors had already begun to gather around the Ragnars. Miss warned that if they did not retreat right now, everyone would be executed on the spot. In the next moment, another joined their trio. The groom stepped forward and stood directly behind Miss. "You, people of the Ragnar clan, really adore mass executions," he said mockingly. His appearance was so unexpected that no one even managed to react, and standing in the center of the square, he began to use his weapon. He swore rudely, throwing out something like "nice to meet you" and other cheeky phrases. And then he added, especially looking at Theo, that meeting him in such a situation was a real pleasure. Theo recalled his knowledge that during the Great War between the trading guild Ceres and the Troyvan clan, the most chaos for the Ragnar clan was caused by him. The phantom sword Navan, the weapon that at this moment threatened to cut off his head. The phantom sword immediately dropped everything and swiftly attacked Theo, not giving him a single second to rest. But Theo had one trump card up his sleeve: knowledge from a past life that could change the course of the battle. This was his chance to turn events around and seize a much greater power than now. Evelyn loudly begged the young master to understand who was standing before him and whom he was about to fight. But Miss calmed her down, telling her to trust Theo because while they were talking, these scoundrels were already destroying the evidence of time. There was no time to wait. Theo heard her words and replied that he would try to deal with the opponent as quickly as possible. The Phantom Sword laughed joyfully that others did not interfere and boasted of his own strength. But Theo could say exactly the same to him about his determination and strength. Before the battle began, he only asked the Phantom Sword to answer one question. To direct the blade against Ragnar is treason. You are now openly declaring your betrayal. Do you want to destroy the Bacchus family or just avenge your mother? Hearing this, the Phantom Sword croaked a laugh, saying, "How noble of you, young Ragnar. You have awakened memories I would rather erase." And now he had one more excellent reason to behead Theo. But Theo was not finished yet. He had something more important to say. Standing against the backdrop of the Ragnar banner, he declared to this mad warrior that his revenge would end with the fall of the entire Bacchus house. Navan Bacchus, unofficially the strongest swordsman of this lineage. The reason why he never gained the family's recognition despite his immense strength is that he is an illegitimate boy who grew up in a brothel. And because of his phenomenal talent, his mother paid with her life and died. Navan was left only to shed quiet tears. Theo knew perfectly well from his past life that it was because of this that Navan dreamed of revenge on the Bacchus family. And if he used this now, he could turn him to his side, so Theo asked for permission to help him. Navan scratched his head, not understanding where he got the information about his mother, but said he knew only one thing. But he did not finish speaking when at that very moment he suddenly launched an attack. Theo barely held on, defending himself from the deathline that he drew with his sword. Navan declared that he was not going to accept any proposals after everything that had happened, because even if he does not help, the Bacchus will still fall under accusations of treason. Theo agreed with him, acknowledging that without his help this family was doomed to disappear. But now he added that if that happens, they will fall together. Navan showed no remorse, there was no fear in his eyes. He was not at all against disappearing together with the cursed family that never accepted him. But Theo had to say one more thing about the ether fever disease that was eating away Navan, because the young body could not cope with his supernatural talent. If treatment was received at an early stage, full recovery was possible. But missing the moment, the ailment became incurable and sharply shortened life. The Bacchus family did not take care of treatment in time. Because of this, Navan had only 5 years left to live. But even hearing this, and understanding how deep Theo's knowledge was, the Phantom Sword boldly declared that his words meant nothing. Then Theo asked, "What if I say that I can cure you?" Navan laughed, declaring that there are no medicines for this disease. This entire dialogue took place right during their fierce battle. In this, Theo agreed with him, however. In his past life, this medicine was indeed found, just a few days after Navan's death. That is why Theo had an ace up his sleeve. He knew the method of treatment, and clearly stated that ether fever can be cured. His words literally stunned the Phantom Sword. Theo stretched out his hand, and said that if Navan accepted his proposal, then even after the fall of the clan, he could continue to live as the hero who saved the Ragnar clan. He asked Navan to carefully consider his choice. At that time, in another part of the battlefield, under the whistle of arrows, their own battle was raging. Evelyn and Miss continued to break through forward, and honestly, it was starting to annoy them. They looked back and saw that Theo and Navan were talking in the middle of the battle. The Dark Dragon watched from afar. He could kill all the enemies himself, but the main goal was to analyze Theo's potential. Blackheart was supposed to watch those who would lead the Ragnar clan in the future. Before the start, he told Miss that she could intervene only when the enemy showed strength at the level of an elephant or higher. But Miss understood that if the mission dragged on, her indicators would sharply fall. And at that moment, Navan Bahus raised his sword to the sky. When Evelyn looked in that direction, it seemed to her that the young master had lost to him. But it was quite the opposite. A broad, confident smile shone on Theo's face. The Phantom Sword stood behind his back. He did it only to deflect the arrows flying at Miss and Evelyn. And at that very moment he apologized to the women for his rudeness. And then without the slightest doubt he declared that now they were on the same side. Their next goal was one to stop the enemy at any cost. Their strength sharply increased although the enemy tried to shoot so that Miss Evelyn and Navan could not dodge. But all these attempts proved futile, and the attackers only grew more astonished. Astonishment at how masterfully all their shooting equipment was destroyed. Wooden bows and crossbows shattered into tiny splinters. The Phantom Sword, true to his nickname, sliced through the enemies swiftly and mercilessly, and the clan elder froze in stupor, realizing that they were betrayed by their own illegitimate son, whom they had humiliated all his life. Betrayed the homeland, so thought the mustached man. But Navin thought completely differently. Did the dirty bastard even have a family? This was exactly what pierced the silence before his decisive strike. He uttered these words and swung. The sword went into a sharp movement aimed straight at the old man's head. Having eliminated him, Theo turned to his men and ordered them not to stand idly. It was necessary to capture Quadrak. He was just hearing from his servant that their soldiers were being pushed back, and saw for himself that the situation was critical. And there was no time left, so it was necessary to destroy the documents that could expose their betrayal. Theo warned him not to even think about it. His voice was enough to make the old man freeze. He advised Quadrak to keep a cool head to somehow preserve the remnants of dignity before the inevitable end. He grabbed Theo by the neck, shouting that if they burned the documents, they would at least partially recover the investments, and asked if it was worth losing the chance to avoid these arriving freaks. At that very moment, someone else appeared in their dispute. The one who addressed them with the words, "You are mortals blinded by greed and incapable of thinking about the consequences." Seeing him, the merchant on the opposite side rejoiced because it was the one he was counting on for help, hoping that he would save them from the Ragnars. But Theo's face was filled with shock. He did not expect to see exactly this figure in such a place, because outside appeared the one who could truly be feared, the one who led an entire army behind him. Then the arriving warriors grabbed the merchant by the neck for his impudence, and he immediately began begging for forgiveness. They threw him on the floor like a dirty mat, and ordered him to burn all documents that had any connection to the Troivans, but warned him not to even think about escape. It would be better for him, because the Almighty watches every step, and advised him to hurry if he wanted to prolong his miserable life even a little. At that moment, Ragnar finally noticed. The very same elephant of the Church of the Holy Demon. They repeated the same words about calling God down from the heavens with blood. The elephant raised his voice, calling to glorify the name of the Almighty, and his followers incessantly repeated, "Almighty, Almighty, Almighty, Almighty." It caused genuine horror. The air was filled with the spirit of fanatical madness. Theo had earlier suspected that the church might be hiding somewhere nearby, but he never expected that they would send a high-ranking elephant here. In the reflection of his eye appeared sharp-headed fanatics, slaves of their own blind faith. They were not people but weapons, too strong against the weak. But against Theo's sword they were absolutely helpless. Dealing with them posed no difficulties at all, but their number was simply unbearably irritating. No matter how many he cut down, they kept advancing, and it drove him mad. Miss looked as if she was already tired of watching this senseless stream. But she was also struck by the fact that the elephant really appeared. This meant much bigger problems than she expected. Or on the contrary, the battle promised to be much more interesting than it seemed at first. And that was reason enough to grip the weapon tighter and act with full force. So they returned again to where it all began, because it was only a small spark before the huge fire of the battle that was about to ignite. The phantom swordsman did not stop for a moment, and Miss was ready from this moment to show what a real offensive should look like. She was not going to allow those who stood in the way of the Ragnars to escape. All had to fall here and now. Theo tried to stop her and reminded that they came here for the documents and must take them before destroying. Miss exhaled and admitted that she probably underestimated him a little. She said that now, when the Church of the Holy Demon has revealed itself, no additional evidence is needed to start acting. But Theo sharply objected. He categorically disagreed with this. After all, the fact that the enemy is so desperately trying to stop them means that the documents are much more important than they thought. Miss replied that she understood this, but wanted to hear his plan of action. Theo looked at the entire army before them and declared that they would have to break through this crowd, otherwise the enemy would destroy the evidence earlier. But Theo also had a plan for such a case. He sharply activated the extension of the young dragon's sensory range using the gates of mind. Thanks to the young dragon's intuition, expanding perception, he scanned the surroundings and saw something important. Miss, noticing that Theo was moving to action, decided according to the words of the black dragon to wait and observe. However, she should not have been distracted because a rather dangerous opponent stood before her. But the audacity with which he tried to attack her could cost him dearly. And so it happened. Miss quickly took control of the situation and again turned to Theo, agreeing to trust his decision. She gave him full freedom to act and break through to the evidence they so desperately needed. To say that this would be an easy path was impossible. Before him stood a sea of degenerates. But one must not forget that he had reliable allies who would help. His new obedient servant was clearing the way forward. He called himself that, which greatly surprised Evelyn, since when does he address the young master as my lord? All this looked almost ridiculous, but their strength was truly impressive. They burst through enemies like thunder from a clear sky, and Theo sincerely thanked them for it. He also did not lag behind, exerting all his strength and using the breath of the thunder dragon. His dragon mark unleashed such a crash that the whole earth trembled. Theo understood well that the elephant would not trust anyone with destroying secret documents, and most likely it would be Quadraxeras who would carry it out. Therefore, he scanned the area once again with his power, and this fat-bearded scoundrel immediately came into his field of attention. He fell under the hungry, predatory gaze of Theo Ragnar. Judging by her reaction, he effortlessly understood that she considered herself the first sword in the world of battles. And if so, he was absolutely not against taking second place. But for her, it sounded as if he truly thought he could defeat her. And when she said it directly, he confirmed without a shadow of doubt that this was indeed the case. And although it seemed like he was challenging her in reality, he passed by and destroyed all the scoundrels who approached her. He decided that instead of empty arguments, it was better to protect the little one and show who the real leader was here. But for her, this also sounded like a challenge. She wanted to prove who was truly the first sword, and even warned him about it. And Theo replied with only one thing: he would wait for it eagerly. Meanwhile, in a creepy cold room, it was the perfect place for a fat, bald scoundrel to hide, and also to carry out the Elephant S order. He broke the lock and went inside. It was there that the documents of all agreements with the Troivans were kept. He understood that he just had to burn them, and thus remove any accusations of treason from himself. But his greed outweighed common sense, and strangely enough, he found justification for any of his own foolishness. After all, he still needed to strengthen the reserves for the business he had handed over to the Heavenly Dragon. However, every time the silhouette of an elephant appeared before his eyes, so he decided that it was better to burn the documents than to die. But those few seconds of hesitation proved fatal, because at the very moment the torch fell to the floor, Theo Ragnar appeared nearby and snatched him from under his feet, thus preventing the destruction of important evidence. Now trembling cowardly, the scoundrel begged for forgiveness and was ready to do anything to be spared. But how much longer can one tolerate such beasts? Theo also thought so, because in the Ragnar house, betrayal is punished by execution. Thus he completed the task, Dark Connections of the Previous Life. Having reviewed the documents, he realized that for the Troivans, the Heavenly Dragon was just a pawn. It was necessary to arrest not only him, but the entire family. These documents linked all of them together clearly and indisputably. So every paper here was important. His eyes darted about, trying to decide which to take first. And then he looked at the top shelf where one book stood. He reached for the top shelf and took out a thick investigation report from the Palace of Roses, unaware of how valuable this document would prove to be. What he saw inside made his eyes narrow. There was something truly interesting here. Beware of interference and surveillance by the Black Dragon during the relics extraction. Yes, child. These were the personal notes of Ed Troivan. It further stated that they had already managed to obtain 2 relics, and according to available information, the palace hides other unknown treasures. This meant one thing: all the unjust accusations, false rumors, and the tragic end of Theo Ragnar in the past life happened because of one reason and one person. And then he reads something even more terrifying. The near-term plans include the elimination of Caesarea and Theo Ragnar. It turned out that all the sorrow of the past was caused by some relics that might not even have existed in nature. Tearing out pages of these records, Theo only clenched his teeth and called Troivan a vile bastard. But he perfectly understood that mere rage would achieve nothing here. His revenge needed to be carried out coldly and consistently, step by step. And for that, first of all, he had to take away all the precious relics that Troivan had so diligently collected. It was the creative relic of the firstborn dragon, too valuable to leave here. Meanwhile, on the street, something was happening that was almost impossible to describe in words. An incredible number of possessed creatures surged at the two people like an endless dead wave. He was rushing forward, proving to her that he could fight for first place. But suddenly he noticed she used the secret technique of the storm god, Squall Wind. He didn't even have time to finish talking about first place. Her power was already thundering over the battlefield. Now they had a clean draw. Their attacking waves collided with each other. But despite this, there were many dangerous opponents around whom could not be forgotten even for a second. He barely managed to raise his head to notice the giant who crashed right between them. He called them night celebrations, and moved forward with fanatical fury. He knew perfectly well they had interfered with the great plan of their god, so he suggested not wasting time and dealing with him here and now. Evelyn was even glad that their thoughts coincided. She also proposed to resolve their dispute with a battle that would be fair. She was curious what this monster could show against 2 strong fighters. And suddenly a dragon appeared just above the field, casting a huge shadow on the ground. The rider on its back asked if everything was all right with the platoon commander Evelyn. And he himself added with a slight smile that he had arrived just in time, because the next moment he simply crushed the dragon with his foot. That opponent who a second ago could have decided their competition. After this, other representatives of Ragnar began to take off into the sky one after another, as if the entire clan host had finally moved from its place. She commanded the White Dragon Squad, the 5th Platoon, and sharply ordered to destroy the forces of the Sarah's Trade Guild and the Church of the Holy Demon. At this stage, the battle finally moved to the level of power where not humans but elements converge. Now it was no longer 2 against 1,000, but a clash of a full-fledged army with an army. The dragons demonstrated their true power, tearing the air with roar and flame. Let sorrow envelop you when the heavens ignite and proclaim the birth of a new sun and the beginning of an era. Do not hesitate. Accept the sign with faith. Let the sacred blood lead you to peace, whispered Slan over Miss's body as if reading a prayer to forgotten gods. But Miss only sighed, as if patience was definitely not about her, and rose despite the pain and fatigue. Slan continued his speech even though 4 swords were already sticking out of his body. Later, the battlefield calmed down a bit. The atmosphere became heavier but calmer after the endured storm. Theo arrived and handed over the documents that the head of the trade guild so desperately tried to destroy. He explained that these records contained evidence of theft of property and secret information of the Ragnar clan. Everything down to the last detail was literally documented here. Good job, mid-ranking swordsman Theo Ragnar, she said, acknowledging his merit. And from these words, he immediately understood this was an official promotion. But she had other news as well, and as it turned out, they also added to his weight. Miss reported that the operation to detain the Heavenly Dragon was already underway since there were more than enough documents about his betrayal. The elite Black Snow group is currently on the way. They are probably already transporting him to the capital. But suddenly someone else burst in and brought bad news. He said with a bitter smile that Theo had been hiding his true power all this time. And a severed head fell to the floor. The sharp sword did its job instantly. Only an idiot shows all his trump cards at once, he said, leaving behind a bloody trail. At the end, he even managed to congratulate Theo Ragnar for deciding to destroy everything he had worked on for so long. It was Axion from the Camellia Palace. The dragon slayer of Sarah's a man whose name sounded like a curse. He accused Theo of having erased his entire plan to the core, leaving no trace of it. After all, the Troyven clan is still alive and influential. It has not disappeared anywhere, and soon the day will come when they will be forced to summon the very one everyone fears. Meanwhile, clear sunny weather reigned in the Camellia Palace, as if nature itself was trying to hide the tension lurking behind the walls of the magnificent building. Inside the palace, everyone was busy with their own concerns. The bustle flowed in its usual rhythm, and no one suspected that soon the silence would be broken by important news. The boy politely thanked for the patience, and in the background stood a girl who watched everything attentively with a seriousness uncharacteristic of youth. She leisurely smoked a pipe, releasing thin ribbons of smoke, and observed how each servant fussed over their small tasks. Judging by everything, she was someone's mother. More precisely, the mother of the very girl who had finally awaited her arrival. The daughter's eyes lit up with joy because she was shown a new elite brand that was about to open, specializing in luxurious fabrics and exquisite accessories. But the mother's facial expression clearly showed that she had learned about this business for the first time. Yet despite this, she was sincerely pleased by her daughter's smile, as she had not seen her glow with joy for a long time. For the mother, this smile was more precious than any gem, and for its sake, she was ready to travel to the ends of the earth. The daughter was convinced that business was the only reason for her arrival. But the mother did not hide that she had another significant reason she came to share news that could not wait. News concerning the Palace of Roses, a place where destinies change in one day. As soon as the daughter heard these words, anxiety instantly gripped her heart, and her thoughts flew to Theo. Could Emil be trying to harm him again? And from this question, the mother easily understood how deeply the daughter had worried about him all these long days. She gently placed her hand on her daughter's head, asked her to calm down, and assured her that everything was quite the opposite. Before telling the truth, she warned her to try not to be too surprised. After these words, the daughter heard the whole story completely without embellishments or omissions, and what she heard struck her so deeply that she could barely breathe. Meanwhile, blood slowly trickled down the hair of one of the fighters at the palace gates. But it was not a person, it was a severed head hanging above the entrance, chilling the heart of everyone who saw it. At that moment, the daughter fell to her knees under the weight of the truth she had heard, and the emotions tearing her apart inside. She quietly apologized, and confessed that the very thought of a possible end simply took her legs away. Mother asked where she last saw that same lying elf who always brought only trouble. Drops of tears fell on the floor. She did not hide that all this time she was holding back her true feelings. She lived as if walking on the edge of a knife ready to cut her at any moment. Endless intrigues, false accusations, attempts of murder. She kept all this inside silently. although she could have died many times and only prayed that her son would at least stay alive. And now, finally, hope flared up in her eyes that this horror was truly over. Mother barely restrained the urge to bite her lower lip, hiding her own emotions. Yet she said that yes, finally everything ended, and the danger had receded. She perfectly understood how much her daughter endured all this time and gently praised her, saying that she coped incredibly well, her dear girl. "And you have become quite the celebrity," Nanvan said, sitting nearby as if in passing, and Theo only smiled modestly and poured him a little more tea. He did not boast, simply kept calm and warm, smiling while holding the cup in his hands as if returning to normal life after the chaos of battle. Both could finally exhale because this exhausting fight was over, and it seemed that silence itself was wrapping their tired hearts. All the more so Nanvan, who had endured years of suffering in the Bacchus clan, finally accepted that their clan would be disbanded permanently. Everyone from the head of the family to the last one who signed dubious agreements faces the loss of titles, and a fall from the heights on which they so proudly stood. They are simply reaping what they once sowed themselves, and there is neither justification nor mercy for this. But Theo wanted to hear directly from him whether Nanvan considered this a fair conclusion to the history of their clan. And it was then that he voiced a proposal that could overturn Nanvan's entire future. Theo offered him to become the new head of the Bacchus clan because only he was capable of leading those who would remain after the cleansing. After all, if everyone else lost their titles, the only legitimate heir would be Nanvan himself, and this was obvious. He called on him to join him in the coming war against the Troivan clan, which was already inevitably descending upon their world. Nanvan fully understood that Theo had planned this from the very beginning, and that this war was not a matter of choice, but a reality that could not be avoided. A clash with the Troivans was inevitable, and now even the one who had avoided it all his life understood this. The involvement of the Troivan clan in the crimes of the Church of the Holy Demon, as well as the conspiracy of the Celestial Dragon, had been proven. It remained only to find out what exactly they had planned in the north. Of course, Nanvan was not going to enter this, just like that he wanted to gain something in return, and did not hide this. And then Theo placed on the table an item that could change the fate of one warrior more than any prestigious position. Since earlier Theo said he could cure his illness, now he placed before him a prescription for medicine against ether fever, and the main ingredient, the ether core. He explained the conditions and the reason why this was possible, and Nanvan only opened his mouth wide, not believing what he saw, especially now, when the obsession with power in the Ragnar clans brought so much pain and problems. Theo perfectly understood that they both had become victims of this cruel culture. He honestly said that he had no intention of forcing Nanvan to anything, and did not want him to act out of fear or despair. He uttered one key word, trust, and it sounded heavier than any promise of power. Then he said that he wanted to change the clan itself, to create a foundation not on coercion and submission, but on mutual trust and responsibility to one another. After these words, Nanvan slowly stood up and reached for his sword, accepting a decision that could no longer be revoked. "I, Nanvan Bacchus, head of the Bacchus clan, swear to serve the blade of the House of Ragnar," he declared with honor in his eyes. His oath was sharp, sincere, and strong like a sword strike that determines the fate of a warrior for years ahead. For Theo, this was more than enough to smile and accept his decision with full respect. After this conversation, he was finally able to calmly drink tea, feeling that he had made the right step and found an ally, not a servant. Somewhere deep in his heart, he held the thought that the war with the Troivans was already near and would unfold faster than in his past life. But now he did not feel anxiety because so far everything was developing exactly as he had planned. And at that very moment it was time to open the treasure chest. As soon as he touched its lid, a system window with a new task popped up before his eyes. It was a message regarding the relics he had obtained, which were already waiting for their time, and on which the further story would depend. And so the moment came when Theo carefully opened the chest with relics, feeling his heart beat faster before a new unknown power. At this moment he had absorbed only 2 lower-class relics, Drake and Griffin, which had already given him a noticeable increase in strength. Both relics significantly enhanced him, improving both physical might and sensitivity to mana, granting a new level of control. So he understood that the next relic would also prove useful, and could become the key to even greater power. He put on the relic ring of the primordial dragon known as the Ring of Hunger, and allowed the power inside to penetrate his body. A moment later, Theo found himself at the entrance to a dungeon, amid endless loose sands of the desert around him, were only stones and hot sand. He could not believe he was standing in the very desert he had read about in ancient books. An unbearable, exhausting heat prevailed here. Behind him came a dry, loud rustle as if something gigantic had awakened under a layer of sand, raising dust into the air. The ground beneath his feet trembled, thick dust rose, and Theo did not understand what exactly was approaching. He did not immediately grasp what was happening, and involuntarily whispered that all this resembled pure madness. And at that very moment, from behind the sandy wave emerged a bare sandworm, bending space with its gigantic body. Exhaling a giant ball of dust, the worm roared intruder detected, as if pronouncing a verdict. It opened a terrible maw full of teeth and lunged straight at Theo with a desire to tear apart everything standing before it. Ragnar swiftly drew his sword, preparing to take the blow without retreating a single step. He activated the breath of the Thunder Dragon, and noticed how the dragon mark flared up, calling this clash a true trial. A giant lightning bolt cut through the air. A colossal collision of two thunder elements began. Theo confidently took the direct hit and held his position, trying not to be knocked down. The sandworm responded with even stronger thunder, raising a wave of dust and a piercing growl that pressed on the ears. Ragnar felt the thunder element exploding around him, mixing with dust, all because of their shared natural element. The worm used all its strength, unleashing thunder upon him, and shouted, "Intruder, die!" in a voice resembling the roar of a storm. Lightning bolts shattered the stones around, and they scattered into small fragments, creating a real rain of sharp pieces. Fallen face down in the sand, Theo thought for a moment that he had to find a way to escape. Otherwise he wouldn't last long. Above him loomed the giant maw of the worm, ready to swallow him whole without the slightest chance of rescue. The next attack was so powerful that it slammed his head against the ground, knocking the breath out of him. Theo felt the scorching dust showering over him, his body losing support, and everything around beginning to fade. He dropped to his knees on the hot ashes, trying to gather strength and not faint from exhaustion. Raising his head, he realized with horror that only 5 minutes had passed, and his strength was already catastrophically low. Standing on the sand that sucked the air with dust, Theo understood that the worm constantly hid underground, depriving him of the opportunity to attack. The sandworm again unleashed a thunderous strike that threw Theo backward, and he thought it was even worse they used the same element, so techniques against it were useless. Realizing this, Theo felt his strength almost gone, and even the terrain played against him, giving the worm many advantages. But even in a moment of exhaustion, Ragnar suddenly stopped, thinking about the terrain and how it could become the key if used correctly. He sharply smashed the watch he had received earlier, unlocking the hidden power embedded in it as a temporary artifact. At that very moment, an unusual ornament, an amulet, appeared in his hand, and he remembered that it was the very relic obtained on the previous mission. Ragnar pondered aloud. What if he used it right now when there was no other way out? He perfectly understood that it was a real lottery, and the consequences could be unpredictable. But there was no other chance left. Instantly putting the amulet on his ear in the form of an earring, he felt a cold pulsation passing through his body. He told himself that it was time to test the relic of the primordial dragon Babochka Snizhnosveta, even if it was a risk. He had only one attempt to enter this dungeon, and he could not waste it. But the system immediately reminded him that it was impossible to start a new dungeon mission while having an active similar mission in progress. The ground beneath his feet cracked, lightning bolts rose, sparks flew around, and as expected, there were no concessions from the mechanics. Kneeling on one knee, Ragnar dodged the barrage of thunder strikes, trying to shield himself with his sword from the dazzling flashes. Two dungeons seemed to try to invade each other, creating chaos. But suddenly the boss of the Snizhnosveta dungeon appeared before him. It was a huge Snizhnosveta winged dragon with long paws and outstretched claws. Its tail radiated a dazzling, icy glow. Ragnar froze in confusion, standing in the light that cast a long, terrifying shadow behind him. Unfolding its wings and releasing cold steam, the Snowwing said that it had not seen the Chosen One for a long time, and called him foolish. The relic's protector, the fairy tale dragon, you made a reckless move. In the hero's hands suddenly appeared a sword that itself summoned to step forward against this mad opponent. He sought to become the sole weapon against the creature that crossed all boundaries of madness. The dragon barely managed to restrain this monster even though he was one of the wisest guardians. But in size, the sandworm far exceeded him and looked like a true giant. Between them, any moment could end in incredible bloodshed. But suddenly, in the reflection of the monster's eye, the figure of Theo flashed. He coldly said that for a start he wanted to deal with at least one monster, and immediately delivered a blow of furious strength. In such an attack, there was no chance of survival. It was a clash that would go down in history for its madness and scale, because just a glance into the jaws of this beast could bring anyone to trembling. After the strike, the hero saw a status window before him, a greeting for the successful completion of the mission. The sandworm was destroyed. Then the dragon addressed the Chosen One, suggesting first to think everything over carefully. He declared that he was the wisest among all the guardians, and saw what others did not see. And he hinted that Theo must complete his simple task. But Theo did not even want to hear about it, believing that he had already proven his wisdom since he was chosen. He advised the guardian, if he was truly wise, to accept his own defeat. One quick strike and everything around soared upward, scattering with light. Some time passed and the hero looked at his hand and rings, realizing that he had passed through 2 dungeons almost without difficulty. Already in his room, he heard the griffin showing signs of life. The sword in his hands began to move. Suddenly an eye appeared, and the sword itself addressed Theo. But not at all friendly, it declared how much it wished to devour his heart. Resisting the sword became increasingly difficult, because it had become much stronger after absorbing 2 dragons. And at this rate, the next victim was supposed to be Theo himself. Suddenly he found himself in an unknown dark space, and only in a moment did he realize that this was the entrails of the griffin, his own stomach. Around him echoed the whispers of the voices of those who had died before him. They said that this was the price for his desire for the power of dragons. They explained that every guardian, both worm and dragon, does not die, but he will die here alone. And at that very moment, Theo again found himself before both monsters at once. And Theo himself paid attention to the main point: the guardians are obliged to help the chosen one in the battle against the nameless sovereign. And if they allow him to die here, the world will be doomed to repeated destruction. A few weighty arguments, and one of the guardians finally agreed to open the door. These were the doors that were supposed to carry the hero out of this terrifying dimension. Theo asked them not to worry, and promised that he would finish the matter himself. First of all, he intended to put that rotten bastard in his place. Meanwhile, the griffin was busy absorbing the energy sphere, thinking that he would conquer Theo once and for all. He did not even imagine that the boy would appear at that very moment, and immediately he would cut off the bird monster's head, depriving it of the ability to ever fly again. "Return to your dimension," this was all Theo managed to shout, and he himself headed there to talk to this creature directly. He reminded the griffin of their first meeting, and how it ended back then. Then he addressed the others, explaining that he was not asking for cooperation, but since they were all in the same boat and the enemy's power was too great, it was pointless to resist alone. One of the sword-absorbed creatures called this a perfectly reasonable decision. It was Blake, and he also turned out to be here inside. As the most serious among them, he declared that from now on, they would all help Theo grow, and he himself would personally monitor his development. After this mini-journey, the effects of the fairy dragon buff were activated, increasing resistance to monster energy and the power of the worm devourer, which enhanced attacking strength. For the hero, it was an astonishing realization that the guardians he considered dead lived inside him. And now he was finally able to calm his sword. He even understood that it was for the better. This way he better felt the power of the primal dragon. Whether he liked it or not, now he would have to rely on them. Meanwhile, in the city where countless swords stood, a very serious man was sitting. In front of him stood another no less stern man who suspiciously asked if he really intended to declare Theo a candidate for the role of heir. He admitted that Theo was already talented enough to stand alongside the other 5 candidates. But one thing troubled him: he was a regressor. The Dark Dragon did not hide this, and asked the leader if he still hated regressors. After all, the fact that the leader personally killed all of Ragnar's regressors back in the day was too eloquent. The leader did not deny this, but he stated that it was this regressor he wanted to test. Everyone must go through all the procedures to become an official candidate for the heir. But this sword is too dangerous. But at the same time, the leader perfectly understood that nothing better simply exists, because this very sword belongs to the regressor whom he killed with his own hands. This is the sword of the Mad Emperor of Dragons, the previous leader whose rage and cruelty left nothing but ashes behind. After some time, Theo was listening to Julius's explanation, who said that he was summoned to the Cemetery of Broken Swords and must be ready for anything. Soon the hero arrived at this gloomy place where winds carried the dust of old battles. Kneeling on one knee, he said, "Swordman of the middle rank, Theo Ragnar greets the clan leader." But the leader sharply stopped the ceremonies, reminding that it all started with the teacher who sabotaged his training, then betrayed by brother Axion, and now the executed lord of the Palace of Roses, and the destroyed guild Ceres, and the intelligence almost wiped off the face of the earth. All these people shouted his name at the last moment. Theo wanted to say something, but Father stopped him with one gesture, ordering not to look for excuses. After all, the head of the clan must silently bear the burden that has fallen on his shoulders. After these words, he placed before him a gift, the sword of the Mad Dragon, absolutely uncontrollable and dangerous. In the past, it belonged to a tyrant who exterminated hundreds of thousands of people in his own madness, and it was the current head who once personally executed him. Theo understood this, so he spoke cautiously, only noting that he knew very little about the mad dragon. After all, the clan concealed any information about it with fanatical thoroughness. Then the head sharply asked if there was really no mention of this monster in his past life. The gaze of the head was so cold that one wanted to sink into the ground, especially after the words about how he hates all regressors. Those who believe they have the right to interfere in the fates of the world. Those who think that reality is just a chessboard that can be flipped at any moment. Therefore, he decided every regressor must be destroyed with his own hands without mercy. Theo understood that this was not a simple test, but a true trial of the fury bursting from the sword. Because this power was so terrible that even without being a regressor it felt like pure madness. Then the father ordered him to take the sword of the mad dragon, and if he could defeat its fury, he would recognize him as his heir. But he would recognize only the man Theo Ragnar, completely erasing the regressor within him. The hero asked what this meant, and heard that all connections made after regression must disappear forever. All the people he would never have met in his past life would become unreachable to him. Those he saved or managed to get to know better, the leader was ready to erase along with all connections. This entire thread of relationships could vanish in an instant. Thus Theo found himself in the wasteland where the wind tore dust from the earth. In conditions of despair, he almost decided to simply give up. But he remembered the leader's words that he would personally kill every regressor, and now only two paths remained. To die rejecting the offer or to survive by becoming the sixth recognized heir, but only after completely destroying his dirty past. Theo honestly said that he only seeks the recognition of the head and nothing more, but the price is too high and he is forced to refuse, yet instantly grabbed the sword and regretted it. The head, without hesitation, tore off his hand, coldly emphasizing that without sacrifices nothing can be achieved. He emphasized that only determination makes a person worthy to continue the path. Every word was filled with his hatred towards regressors. He asked again, "Did you really think you could regress once more?" Theo had one more reason that he had to voice. He turned back to protect everything that was destroyed because of himself. If the father stands in his way and demands sacrificing everything for recognition, then there is only one choice left to surpass him and force him to accept his path. When he said this, all the swords around rose into the air, flashing coldly. Theo rushed forward swifter than thunder, and thousands of blades in the sky lunged at him from both sides. On the left, a red fire blazed, and on the right, a cold blue gleam. Everything hid in a thick fog of dust that rose from the blows. And at that moment, behind Theo, the great maw of a dragon opened, and the sword summoned by the leader flew straight towards him. The leader did not even turn, standing with his back, accepting this furious attack. He plunged the blade straight into Theo's chest. And then the leader himself appeared, saying he did not expect such bravery. Even he was surprised by these actions. Previously, all regressors used people as pawns, but this boy is different. He suppressed his sword to take responsibility and protect the world. It was this that made the leader look back for the first time, come closer, and acknowledge his path along with his status as the sixth heir. As a symbol, the leader gave him the sword of the mad dragon, which once belonged to his father and grandfather Theo, a regressor similar to him. After these words, a bright beam soared into the sky, cutting through the darkness. The hero momentarily stopped understanding where he was. The next moment he came to life in a city where minibuses drove along the streets. He immediately recognized this modern metropolis. Only one question echoed in his thoughts. Where have I ended up? He approached the window and looked at his own reflection. He quietly said that the weakness in his body told him that everything was over. After some time he woke up in bed, struggling to open his eyes. What it was, he barely realized and asked himself, could this be just a dream? His mother stood nearby, full of worry. In her hands she held flowers which she brought for him. She explained that last night the head brought him home unconscious. At that moment Evelyn and Commander Julius entered the room. They sincerely congratulated Theo on passing the Hedis exam. Meanwhile, a boy was already running down the street scattering leaflets about the officially announced sixth heir of the Ragnar clan. Guests slowly gathered in the main hall, and the boy grumbled to his companion that he felt constrained in this outfit, but heard only reproach, because it was precisely because of people like him that the ranks seemed like barbarians. Their argument was interrupted by the appearance of Remy, who was genuinely glad to see them in such a state, because they looked different than usual. The friend inquired about Remy's well-being, recalling rumors that he had matched the power of the Zenith Dragon, because such stories were spreading throughout all the western lands. Remy modestly waved it off, saying that rumors always exaggerate, and to change the subject the boy asked if anyone had seen Mr. Theo. Behind Remy, a clear voice of Lady Ray sounded, who was incredibly surprised that the object of the young man's interest was Theo himself, and not her as she expected. Remy apologized, saying that if he had known about her presence, he would have immediately looked for her because his guilt before her was too great. The girl gently replied that she was not offended because she perfectly understood for whose sake all the guests had gathered, but her words were cut off by a real storm of mana. Around swirled the element of light and colors. People froze in amazement because only one person could create such a storm, and everyone guessed it was Theo. In the very center stood two mighty youths, clasping each other's hands as if turning a simple greeting into a silent duel. Their silent clash lasted several minutes, mana boiling, forming a barrier between them and the rest of the attendees. Finally, one youth raised his hands, admitting defeat, and said he was unable to compete with such power, so continuing made no sense. His friend called the opponent brother, and laughing said that he had surrendered deliberately because he perfectly sensed the moment when his energy weakened. The dark-haired one agreed, saying that the younger one was right as always, but excessive modesty sometimes humiliates the opponent, and he said this sincerely. Already holding a glass, he added that if he had met the current Theo in his youth, he would undoubtedly have lost, and that was a true compliment. Torkel loudly praised his brother, so that the whole hall heard, and said he was proud of how strong he had become. Theo immediately understood his intentions. The elder brother raised his glass and thundered a toast to the Ragnar clan, making the guests unanimously shout words of glory and support. Then Torkel winked at Theo and asked how he liked such a debut, kindly arranged by the elder brother, because Theo did not expect anything like that. In fact, Torkel was not trying to exalt his brother. His strength was demonstrated naturally, and the opponent's recognition only strengthened their positions. From that very moment, the atmosphere at the banquet changed, and now the initiative completely passed into Torkel's hands, although Theo tried to hold on thanks to Navan. The boy realized that Torkel Ragnar was not a simpleton at all. His friendliness was more of a mask, so it was not worth trusting him completely. A circle of followers immediately formed around Theo, who saw strength and experience in him, and the seasoned warriors almost trembled in his presence. The girls and their mothers watched with interest, discussing the chances of marrying one of the beauties to him, and thus strengthening family ties. An old burly man in dark glasses knocked his fist in displeasure, as he did not expect Theo to be received so warmly. His bad manners were supposed to repel everyone. Torkel also caused disgust in him. He watched as the young man with a glass easily communicated with the guests, and realized that the brothers were interfering with his plans. Through the window he saw two girls laughing, thinking only about fun, which irritated him even more. He asked himself how they dared to behave so frivolously. One of them was the squad captain, and her assistant did not hide her admiration for the gorgeous dress, showering compliments that were sincere, not empty. But when the assistant said that the captain looked too cute and feminine, the girl blushed and wanted to change into the usual uniform where she felt confident. At that moment, a glass shattered on her head wine, and glass spilled over her hair, and the captain froze in fear upon hearing a cold voice behind her. They and the assistant sharply turned around and saw a dark silhouette against the open door. The man said that the two miserable wretches caused him only disgust. He in glasses slowly looked over the captain and asked sternly how they dared to appear here, breaking the rules, since for one of the 8 dragons, such behavior was true baseness. The captain firmly grabbed Erin's hand and assured her that she was fine, although both trembled inside because they knew well what the commander was capable of when he lost control of his anger. She quietly asked the assistant to do nothing, and not to provoke the elder because he hated any resistance, especially if he considered himself absolutely right. Erin had never seen her captain so frightened, and did not understand what had happened between them earlier, and why they even risked coming to this reception. The man loomed over them like a rock, his gaze burning with rage, and he asked threateningly how she dared to show herself to him after their last meeting. The girl confusedly looked for a way out. Suddenly the elder grabbed her hand with a jerk and tore off her mechanical prosthesis, and the captain and Erin froze, not yet able to comprehend what they had seen. The captain looked at the remains of the hand in horror, and the elder coldly asked if she really thought that this toy could protect her. He promised that next time he would tear it off completely, and declared that she was trash that must live like trash, and represented no value. The captain rushed to run away, unable to bear the place where her broken prosthesis lay on the floor, and behind her sounded Erin's scream mixed with the elder's cruel laughter. Erin told him that she would definitely bring this to the tribunal, but the man only disdainfully shrugged, saying that she was free to do whatever she wanted. Finally, he said that soon she would learn the true meaning of the words, survival of the fittest, which the Ragnar clan did not pronounce in vain, and slowly moved toward the hall. The captain cried and did not understand why she had come here. Knowing how everything could end, she fought with herself until the last moment, but still took this step. The girl remembered her childhood lying against the wall of the training ground with a broken nose, and above her thundered her father's voice. He looked at her with disgust and shouted for her to stop calling him father because he did not want to hear that word from her unworthy mouth. Then he drove her away and ordered her never to appear before his eyes again. And from that day nothing changed. His heart did not soften, and he did not utter forgiveness even once. Evelyn, through tears, suddenly saw before her a majestic man who asked why she was going in the opposite direction since the banquet hall was not there at all. Theo and his comrades were suddenly torn from their conversation by a beastly scream that echoed through the hall. It was so fierce that it resembled the roar of a wounded dragon, and everyone turned around. The elder of the dragons was shouting, firmly held by the hand by Julius Ragnar. The old man resisted and threatened that the cursed dragon would pay for this, and very soon. Julius was silent and calmly watched as he tried to break free from his grip, demonstrating absolute superiority. The cursed dragon suddenly released the elder, who jumped back to the center of the hall. Julius coldly asked if he had forgotten their last conversation. The elder burst out shouting, accusing Julius of betraying the clan, and ordered the guards to seize him. It seemed that everything had long been prepared. The guests instantly parted, and now Julius stood in a circle of tribunal warriors, but seemed to ignore the weapons pointed at him. The tribunal swordsmen drew their blades and aimed them at Julius, and silence crept through the hall because everyone understood that something dangerous and forbidden was happening. The commander of the tribunal squad declared that Julius was detained for attacking the head of the council, and ordered him to surrender in the name of order and law. Julius calmly asked what they would do if he did not surrender because in his clan, it was not customary to break oaths and kneel without a fight. The commander was confused, not knowing what to answer. A heavy silence fell around, because no one wanted to make the first move against such a monster. The elder and his supporters silently watched the events. Fear and understanding that everything could go off plan were visible on their faces. Julius emphasized that several years ago he swore on his sword that he would not allow Evelyn to be harmed, and that the retribution would be equal to what was done to her. He confidently moved forward, and the tribunal's swords flew off from his pressure. His energy was roaring. The elder finally realized that the situation was getting out of control. Theo understood that the demonic dragon had already broken the elder's arm, so this could not end with a simple arrest. The consequences promised to be catastrophic. This time Julius was not going to retreat as in his past life. Theo knew this story well, and remembered how ashamed he was of the choice he once made. His gaze fell on Captain Evelyn, and he recalled that she was the illegitimate daughter of Wolfgang Ragnar, and for a father who idolized blood purity, her birth was a disgrace. The man sought any way to hide the existence of the bastard, and she was one step away from exile or even death. But fate intervened and changed everything. The cursed dragon was the first to see talent in the girl, and snatched her from the hands of those who wanted to destroy her, making her a dragon rider and burying Wolfgang's plans. Over the years, Evelyn blossomed and became the commander of the rider squad, and her father, upon learning this, did not know how to hide the shame he had once created. One day he followed his daughter, and when she was alone, he treacherously struck her in the back, trying to kill her but only tore off her arm, missing his aim. After the severe injury, she could no longer control the dragon and was forced to retire, becoming the head of the 4th training ground. Theo believed he was partly to blame for the tragedy that happened to his wife, and was determined to correct the mistakes of the past by protecting her this time. Meanwhile, Wolfgang addressed the guests, delivering a speech about Julius's audacity and his contempt for the elders who supposedly stood in defense of the clan. Some of those present began to talk about how the use of the 9 dragons' force against an elder could be considered outright betrayal and an unprecedented offense. Julius responded indignantly that Wolfgang himself did not see his own guilt, and asked whether the head of the elders was not doing the same, hiding behind the clan's laws. Theo intervened, asking everyone to stop because this day was supposed to be a celebration, and the quarrel and mutual hatred only fueled fear in the hearts of those present. Theo's friends gathered around and hinted that there was the simplest way to resolve the dispute, which the Ragnar clan had used since ancient times. Theo proposed a duel, but the elder suddenly said that he was a victim who had been attacked, so he was not going to fight, and there was too much smile in his eyes. The dispute was interrupted by the appearance of Lady Narcissus of the court, who was walking through the crowd, and everyone stepped back, not wanting to feel her wrath. She sternly asked who dared to spoil the evening arranged in honor of her daughter, and the cold in the hall became like the northern winds. Wolfgang tried to justify himself, but Neil did not want to hear a word because she was tired of their pitiful explanations and manipulations. She ordered the quarrel to stop immediately and declared that the duel would take place without objections because her patience had limits and she was not going to wait. The guests said that for the elders, The trial by swords was not a problem since, although retired, they remained masters of the highest power. The rule of the duel was simple in the finale. Only the main opponents would meet, and before that, each side would present its representative. Wolfgang pondered whom Julius would put forward, and saw before him only one armed Evelyn or Theo himself, which made him completely confident in his victory. He was sure that his turn would not even come, and this made the old man self-assured and almost happy in his own fantasies. He agreed to a pure sword trial, confident that his person was untouchable, and the duel would only firmly establish his position. The murmur among the guests grew because ahead was a truly legendary fight that few had the chance to see with their own eyes. Torkel looked anxiously at Theo, believing that his brother was taking a risk. But that was exactly his character after all the changes that had happened recently. In his opinion, Theo had effectively saved the elder because knowing the nature of the cursed dragon, he could already be lying on the floor without a hand or head. Wolfgang could have politically destroyed Julius, but Theo proposed a solution that satisfied both sides and was fair to everyone. Everyone went outside where, under the cold air, the guests gathered in a circle waiting for the duel to begin under the Tribunal's supervision. The herald announced the rules and emphasized that the use of mana was forbidden and that retaliation after victory was excluded, thereby guaranteeing the fairness of the fight. After solemn oaths, Theo, Evelyn, and Julius stepped into the circle, and the crowd watched them attentively, wondering how the one-armed captain would perform. Theo's friends worried whether he would endure against masters of the Elder S level because his opponents would definitely not be weak, and the fight would be a trial. Wolfgang's fighters entered the square. He chose the strongest warriors capable of standing against the cursed dragon, and fully relied on their ruthlessness. Among them stood his adjutant Stormblade Bina, a veteran considered the best among experienced swordsmen, and reputed as a flawless fighter. Before the clash began, Bena carefully listened to the Elder S orders, and was surprised when he directly hinted that the heir's death would not be a problem for him. Wolfgang explained that wounds and deaths in a duel are lawful, so he could not hold back any consequence would go unpunished and carry no political risks. Julius spoke with his men and asked them to forgive him for involving them in a dangerous trial. He was truly worried about Theo and Evelyn. Theo replied that he had long wanted to put an end to the conflict between Julius and Wolfgang, whose behavior had long ceased to befit a man who calls himself the clan elder. The boy was full of determination to protect his comrade and prove that the clan's honor was not an empty phrase, and that the cursed dragon had chosen his allies correctly. Bena took a combat stance, and receiving permission from the elder, decided not to spare his opponent and to show all the cruelty allowed by the Duel's rules. Theo rushed forward. His speed was such that the eyes of ordinary people could not keep up with his movements, and experienced warriors were only amazed by his pressure. Bena rushed towards him, raising his heavy sword to finish the fight with a downward strike before the young man could make his first attack. Their swords met with a flash, and a sharp sound. Both opponents assessed each other's strength, and realized that this duel would be much harsher than expected. The next strike threw Theo aside, and the ground beneath Bena's sword scattered as if after an explosion, showing his inhuman strength and mass. The veteran's pressure was heavy and continuous. Theo retreated and lost ground, and Bena was even surprised that the boy held on better than he had assumed. The young man's resilience made Ben wary. He realized that Theo was considered an heir for a reason, and seen as a future candidate for succession. But despite this, Theo had to defend himself, lacking experience in deadly battles. He was missing something, though his abilities allowed him to endure blow after blow. Ben began to get nervous and threw threats, but the words had no effect on Theo, who suddenly smiled, which only further angered his opponent. The boy's attack was unexpected. He revealed Ben's weak spot, as if he had been playing on his emotions from the very beginning, waiting for the right moment. The veteran could not believe that the young man had made him expose himself so easily. Such humiliation had never happened to him throughout his long military career. With a final effort, Ben pushed Theo back, realizing that the boy could have killed him but did not, giving him a chance to retreat and regroup. A dark essence boiled inside Theo. A voice in his head commanded him to kill. The young man clutched his head and fought not to lose control of himself. Ben watched him from afar and did not understand why the boy froze, as if listening to someone invisible. But he waited only a moment and then attacked again. He was sure that Theo was mocking him and looking down on him. But Theo did not even hear his words. He was focused only on the internal struggle. The young man managed to drive the voice from his consciousness and returned to the fight. He raised his sword again and took the initiative, moving forward confidently. A series of his quick strikes ended with a precise blow that severed Ben's hand, and the opponent did not even realize how he became unarmed. Ben heard Theo speaking to someone invisible. But now it did not matter, the clash was ending, and he felt his defeat with his whole body. Neil stepped onto the arena. Her magical cold tore the fight apart and forced the opponents to stop. The spectators felt the air around become icy. The Ice Lady stared at Theo, intrigued by the resilience of the young man who, without mana, managed to defeat a higher-class swordsman, which in itself was a miracle. In the middle of the field lay a huge crack. The fight was over, victory was awarded to Theo, and the sparse applause gradually turned into a roar of admiration. Bana lay beaten and broken, his clothes torn, his reputation destroyed, and there was no longer any chance to regain his former glory. The Tribunal swordsman examined the veteran-esque condition and officially declared the end of the fight with a complete victory for the heir of the Ragnar clan. The Tribunal servant announced Theo as the winner of the first round, and the square erupted with shouts of his name. The young man became famous instantly, but barely stood from exhaustion after the tough fight. He tried to comprehend the nature of the voice that haunted him. This dark whisper was different from the usual one that spoke to him, and the thoughts it suggested seemed too alien. Theo felt an unknown force lift him and guide him. The energy released during the clash was much higher than the limits he could reach on his own, and this disturbed him. The boy understood that this power opened a new level of skills and tempered his body, but yielding to it meant risking losing himself, although he could still control it now. The herald announced the start of the next fight. Theo declared that he wanted to fight again. The organizer allowed it, and the young man rejoiced at the opportunity to continue his path as a representative of his side. Wolfgang smiled with satisfaction. He saw it as a chance to punish the braggart for his pride, and believed that the second representative would teach Theo a lesson he would remember. An old man with a huge sword on his shoulder entered the arena. He promised Theo a real fight, and declared that he had long dreamed of seeing the blood of the Ragnars spilled by his own hand. The spectators were stunned that Paige Grayson wielded a gigantic weapon without any mana. The girls did not hide their admiration, although they found it hard to believe what they saw. Remy's friend asked why he was so gloomy. He admitted that he was worried because Theo's chances against such a fighter were slim, and this caused anxiety. Remy explained that this time, Theo was facing not an ordinary swordsman, but a former guardian of the Dragon Gates, a member of the Council of Elders who had never lost a fight without a battle. This meant one thing: Paige came to kill the heir, and was fully aware of his role. Theo should not have been left alive on the arena if the fight went according to the Elders' plan. The Snow Lady and the Herald were still standing near the field. Paige was approaching slowly and confidently, and Theo understood that this time cunning and the strength of a mid-level swordsman would not save him. Suddenly, Theo raised his hand and announced that he seemed to surrender. Having no intention to continue the duel, the crowd erupted with a surprised rustle, and all eyes fell on him. Paige was confused. He asked why the young man decided this way, as the elder expected a fierce fight and was not ready for such an unexpected ending. Theo replied that the result was obvious. A mid-rank swordsman could not fight a member of the council, a legendary blade master, and continuing the clash made no sense. The herald announced the winner of the round. Paige Grayson. The spectators were noisy and discussed Theo's action, some calling it a wise strategy that saved the defense side's strength. Wolfgang was furious. He realized that Theo cleverly forced him to personally face the cursed dragon. Now the elder could not avoid a duel that could ruin his honor. Julius apologized to Theo for putting him in such a situation, but the boy only smiled and emphasized that their own must cover each other, and now they needed to think about Evelyn as father. Evelyn began to understand how much these people meant. Julius supported her when everyone turned away, and Theo always stayed close despite her flaws and past pain. She realized that she could not stand aside and devalue their dedication. She had to respond to them in kind, and not allow fear to control her life as before. Her gaze hardened. She understood that she still lived as if in the shadow of a past tragedy, and if she did not take a step forward now, she would never truly become herself. Theo and Julius looked at the girl in surprise when she asked them not to risk their lives because she intended to resolve this on her own, despite the loss of her hand and the pain. She threw off her cloak, revealing a mechanical prosthesis, and firmly declared that she herself would put an end to the humiliation that had followed her for years, despite fear and past wounds. Meanwhile, Wolfgang stepped onto the arena holding a formidable sword. The elder looked grim, aware that his honor was at risk but ready to die dearly. He decided that even in defeat he would take one of Julius's hands so that no one would dare mock him, and thought this would prove his strength and steadfastness. Harold announced that the defense side requested to replace the fighter. Lady Lyudova agreed, and everyone fell silent, waiting to see who would become the new defender in the decisive battle. Evelyn confidently stepped onto the arena. She held her rapier firmly, her broken hand covered by a reliable guard, and the very sight of the girl made many freeze in amazement. Wolfgang laughed when he saw whom he had to fight, but fear was felt in his laughter. He tried to mock and threaten but could not hide his nervousness. Evelyn made several skillful moves with the rapier. Her posture radiated confidence and determination. It seemed she had forgotten about pain and fear, leaving only cold will. Before the fight, their eyes met. Evelyn promised her father that he would answer for every word, for the lost path, for the broken life, and that this time, she would not fall. Some of the guests listened carefully to every word of Evelyn, and Wolfgang soon whispers began in the square, questioning whether she was truly the daughter of the elder chief, as outwardly they seemed completely strange people. The conversation quickly turned to Wolfgang's ex-wife, and then almost everyone unanimously agreed that Evelyn looked like an illegitimate child, a bastard whose father had wanted to erase her existence all his life. The elder himself got angry. He was always disgusted when she called him father. He barked for her to be silent, and by doing so, he gave his daughter a priceless weapon. Now she knew how to unsettle him. Evelyn asked if he wanted to recall an old story, since he loved the past so much. At that time, he could not even imagine what the birth of a bastard would mean for him. But she remembered every blow and humiliation, even when she was already serving in the White Dragon Squad. He did not abandon the thought of her death. He sought to erase his daughter, to destroy the very fact of her existence. But all attempts were shattered by her stubborn will to live. The guests looked at each other in shock. No one believed that a pure blood and lineage fanatic would allow such a stain on his own honor and hide his sin and miserable weakness behind the mask of a righteous man for so many years. Wolfgang's comrades also whispered, discussing the man who almost betrayed the ideals of the Brotherhood. Now he could finally receive his due punishment and end his life without having killed his own daughter. Theo and the cursed dragon watched their friend who was reaching her limits attentively. They worried whether she could win with such an injury. But Evelyn herself considered it not worth any attention. Julius asked Theo why she insisted so stubbornly on the battle. It would have been enough to ask, and they would gladly have defended her honor. However, the boy asked him to trust the girl and not interfere with her choice. The fight began swiftly. Evelyn rushed forward. Their blades crossed in the air, and for a moment there was silence as the opponents studied each other's movements, while Wolfgang's bulky figure still pressed down with his mere presence. Evelyn attacked with incredible speed. Her movements almost dissolved into the air. She opposed her father's brute strength with her own agility, and step by step exhausted his defense. Finally, she used the secret technique of thunder and wind. Powerful whirlwinds rose around them. Even the cursed dragon could not believe he was witnessing such a scene before the tribunal. The elders watched with surprise as Evelyn awakened the storm sword. Her strike rolled like a wave even to the experienced masters. The forgotten technique came alive again in the hands of the despised daughter. The captain stood in the epicenter of a wild whirlwind of air. A wall of wind prevented Wolfgang from approaching. Each of his steps stopped before the element that seemed to push his blade back. Theo was satisfied with the course of the battle. The sword trial forbade magic, and forced reliance only on will and skill. Now Evelyn fought at the level of a true blade master despite all her losses. He rightly thought that without a loud origin this man would never have become an elder. His talent was exaggerated, and he gained his place in the council not by the power of the sword, but through cunning and lies. Gathering his last strength, Wolfgang rushed forward. Rage gave him power. He still managed to push the daughter back, and for a moment it seemed that the advantage was again shifting to the experienced veteran. Their swords clashed in a new collision. Their eyes met. Drops of sweat shone on the girl's face, and the father tried to sow doubt in her, to convince her that she was incapable of crossing the boundary he had set. But words had no power over Evelyn. She calmly asked how long he would still prepare for the decisive moment, since she no longer saw any greatness in him, only empty threats that were worthless. Friends watched every move tensely, and the girl continued speaking, admitting that she once feared her father. For her, he was the whole world, teaching obedience and demanding blind loyalty. But now there were people nearby who saw value in her and respected her. They were ready to stand as a wall for her, and she was no longer the child over whom one could mock and humiliate with impunity in front of everyone. She no longer clung to her father as the only salvation, did not expect protection and care from him, did not believe in the invented mentor who supposedly prepared a bright future for her. The hour of justice had finally come. Her strike proved devastating. Wolfgang's body was thrown back. Blood splattered from a deep wound, and a dead silence fell around. No one expected the head of the elders to fall by the blade of his own daughter. He clenched his pierced side. His clothes were torn almost to the waist. In his ears rang the voice of the herald, who solemnly announced Evelyn as the winner of the duel. The sword trial's decision was not subject to appeal. Rage and despair tore Wolfgang apart. He gathered the remnants of strength in his fist. A storm flared around him, and the elder howled that the duel was not over yet, that he was still able to continue the fight. The Ice Queen stood beside the fallen warrior, who vainly tried to clamp the wound where his former arm had been. She coldly told him to stop disgracing himself, as it was unbecoming of a member of the 9 Dragons. The tribunal representative loudly confirmed the decision. The winner of the duel was declared Evelyn Novell. The girl did not immediately realize what she had heard for the first few seconds. The square was silent, digesting such an outcome. Julius proudly praised her for the fight, saying he had never doubted her for a moment. This victory put an end to the old enmity that could one day have turned into a real tragedy. The assistant helped Wolfgang to stand up. Carefully leaning on his shoulder, he knew the wound was deep, and the arm severed up to the shoulder practically dashed any dreams the old man had of regaining his former glory. For Wolfgang, accepting defeat was worse than death. He pushed away the hands of those trying to support him, and gritted his teeth. He did not acknowledge the duel's result, and had no intention of bowing his head. The elder sprang from his place and rushed at his daughter with a sword in hand. His movements were full of rage and blind desire for revenge. A single swing of the blade could have ended Evelyn's life, who stood before him exhausted. But Julius managed to stand between them. He intercepted Wolfgang's hand like steel tongs, and coldly asked if he wanted the other hand to follow the first, implying he would not hold back. The two enemies met eyes. Silence fell over the square. Everyone felt that the moment was near when the fight would begin, a fight that would become legendary. 2 dragons stood a step away from a mad clash. But the echo was cut by the herald's cry. He announced that the Troyvan family had launched an attack. The entire army had to immediately return to their posts and prepare to meet the enemy who had already broken through the borders. Julius released the elder's hand and walked away without looking back. He told his friends that the war was already at the gates, so it was time to return to the White Dragon squad. Theo and Evelyn were to be with him in battle. Behind them, Wolfgang's shouts rang out. He demanded a rematch of the duel, insisting that everything had been rigged against him to ruin his reputation and undermine the trust of the Senate of Elders. But behind him stood the Ice Lady. She ordered silence and to accept defeat with dignity, as the duel had been conducted by all the rules, and there was no point in further justification. Around her in the air hung swords of pure ice, sharp and merciless. The lady only had to make a move and they would fly to the target. The ice dragon was not joking. The elder's life hung by a thread. Wolfgang gripped his sword. He was ready to fight to the end, but against a whole pack of ice blades, there was almost no chance. Yet it was too late to retreat. Pride did not allow him to lower his weapon. He tried to emphasize that such an attitude was an insult to the entire Senate, and fell silent when he saw how comrades and allies one by one turned their backs and went to the exit because the invasion was ongoing. Confused, he watched as each of those who a moment ago called themselves friends left him. One of the veterans said that it was unbecoming for a Senate member to wave a sword after a duel like a drunken guard. Wolfgang fell to his knees before the Ice Lady's strength left him along with pride. He realized he had lost, disgraced himself before the whole world, and that everyone who stood by him had turned away. He looked pitiful, a man who had lost everything and could not cope with his own envy and greed. The heights he once reached had burned his mind and distorted his soul. Far from this place, Ed Troyvan sat on the throne. An indifferent smile wandered across his face, the smile of a man who had seen too much and whom almost nothing could surprise or upset anymore. An officer reported on the front Troyvan's forces had captured the central plateau and secured it. All enemy attempts to push them back ended in failure. The situation was turning in their favor. There was also news about Horman Castle, which would soon fall. Ed asked about the Ragnar clan, as they were the main obstacle in the war, the only ones who could offer real resistance. The officer said that Ragnar forces were gathering on the central plateau, rallying allies. Ed just smiled. Everything was going exactly as he planned. The enemy was jumping into a trap without realizing it. Troyvan was pleased the evil plan was working. Every enemy move only eased the preparation for the real strike, which would fall where none of the living would expect it. Meanwhile, the action shifted to the Bakshas clan, a huge fortress of 6 snow clans. It stood under the vigilant watch of the best warriors, because the enemy could appear at any moment. Soldiers discussed the new lord who inspired only disappointment in them. His indifference and frivolity seemed criminal during the war. He did not prepare the fortress for battle and wasted time. The new ruler only drank and dealt with trivial matters, as if the threat of invasion did not concern him. The warriors believed that such behavior disgraced the very name of House Bacchus. One of the fighters suggested that the lord simply had no one to command. Almost all vassals had left the Bacchus clan, so the new leader could only hope that the enemy would not appear soon. A comrade reminded that relying on reinforcements from the Ragnars was also futile since they barely kept their promises and behaved as irresponsibly as the current lord. The soldiers laughed, saying those freeloaders only drink and loaf around. They were no more useful than a barrel of wine in battle, and their entire squad was useless. Sibyl Drea, commander of the auxiliary Ragnar squad, and his subordinate Zod Nalan had reputations for being unreliable and lazy, so respect for them was minimal. Another soldier said that the newcomers promised to take the night watch, but constantly got drunk and fell asleep before the shift even began, so relying on them was deadly dangerous. The night forest enveloped the fortress. With a cold breath, the guard knelt before a stranger and quietly reported the moral decline of the defenders and the general helplessness of the garrison. The man in the hood only smiled with satisfaction. The operation to break the defense had succeeded. Now it remained only to wait for his men whom he had secretly moved to the forest for the final strike. The stranger ordered preparations for a night march. They had to catch the fortress by surprise. With him came the best soldiers, veterans of dozens of bloody battles, hardened by cold and death. The patrolman on the wall was asleep. Hearing nothing, he did not even notice how a shadow passed by. Lighter than the breath of the wind, leaving no traces on the snow, the next wave of darkness was already near. A stranger in a mask loomed over the sleeping guard. He gladly noted his carefree sleep and thought that the task had become even easier. Very soon the gates of this fortress were to open from the inside. Meanwhile, Julius spoke with Theo. The cursed dragon could not believe his ears when the young man asked for permission for a separate operation, in which he would act alone, emphasizing that such a risk during the war was too dangerous. Theo held an envelope in his hands and promised that its contents would make the commander change his mind. Julius skeptically glanced at the papers, but still took them and began to carefully read each line. In a moment, Theo was standing by the map and showing the movements of the Troivans' troops, explaining that the central plateau and Harmon Castle served only as a cover for the enemy's true intention and were meant to distract the allies' attention. The most likely target, the young man named, was the archipelago and the holdings of the Bacchus clan. Julius weighed what he heard against his observations and concluded that this version sounded too logical to ignore. He recalled the actions of the Black Skull during the incident with the Sarah's Guild hostage, which clearly indicated their cooperation with the Troivans, and after all, the predecessor of the Skull was the Archipelago Guild, and it could have been financing the war. The cursed dragon took a deep breath because the facts pointed to a conspiracy within their camp. The strategic advantage could completely pass into the hands of the Troivans and their corrupt allies. In his opinion, it was necessary to immediately prepare the defense of Bacchus. However, the troops on the central plateau had already drawn all the allies into battle, so there were almost no free forces left, and transferring a detachment was almost impossible. The Ragnars executed the Supreme Command's orders too quickly, and threw all reserves forward. Now the front line was stretched, and there were simply no people left to reinforce the distant fortresses. Theo quietly asked if Julius now understood why he was asking for permission to act independently, promising that he would simultaneously help defend Bacchus and unravel the Troivans' financing scheme through the archipelago. Finally, the commander leaned on the table with his hands and nodded the operation fully fit into their strategy, so he allowed the young man to begin preparations, ordering him to avoid senseless risks. Julius assessed the documents Theo brought as an invaluable source of intelligence. Now he only had to wish the young man caution and remind him that a living heir was more valuable than any victory. He perfectly understood that Theo had been preparing for this step for a long time and brought the report to him not by chance. The permission was rather a formality, but the responsibility for the young man's life still lay with the dragon. Meanwhile, the Troivan soldier froze in confusion when a splash of liquid resembling orange juice hit him right in the face. His strike at the sleepy drunken guard was shamefully thwarted. The guard was already standing firmly, gripping the sword hilt tightly, and advised the attacker to be more careful next time, emphasizing that Ragnar's soldiers do not abuse alcohol or sleep on duty even during war. Soon, Ragnar's fighters stood before their commander. At their feet lay the dead bodies of saboteurs who were supposed to open the fortress gates. Now it remained only to light the signal fires and warn the allies. The guard raised the torch to the bonfire, ignoring the wounded enemy nearby who was reaching for a knife, hoping to end his life with one last strike and prevent the signal from being sent. The soldier's life was saved by Theo with one precise move. He threw his sword and killed the attacker in the neck, separating the head from the body. This was a vivid reminder that even small things cannot be taken lightly in war. Navan Bacchus loudly ordered everyone to stay composed and not lose vigilance, warning that they could die even before the main battle. The warrior was confused, but Navan smiled and advised taking jokes more lightly. Signal fires flared above the fortress. Archers took positions preparing for the first assault. They thanked the commander for playing the role of a drunken lord from the very beginning, just to lure the enemy into a trap. Troivan fighters began climbing the walls using metal spikes on their hands to grip the stone. The commander gave the signal, and the archers released the first deadly volley right into the faces of the attackers. A hail of arrows covered not only those climbing up, but also the ranks in the enemy's rear, hitting soldiers who were still preparing for the attack. The castle responded to the treachery with a night storm of iron and death. Theo flew over the battlefield riding a dragon, and rejoiced that everything went according to plan. The decisive battle was starting right here, as Troivans brought their best warriors to Bacchus' walls, counting on a quick victory. Choosing the moment, the young man plunged down with the dragon. He was to strike the enemy from the sky where they did not expect a threat, confident that the garrison was cornered and had nowhere to maneuver. Soon, one of the soldiers reported to Theo that his order was fulfilled. The enemy was pushed back, and now no one would dare to storm Bacchus' fortress so easily. The young man asked not to shout so loudly and to keep a cool head. Theo praised the fighter for his endurance and ability to take a hit. The soldier clearly did not expect such recognition, and for him, these words became a reward better than any medal. Long after the battle, he boasted to his friends about the conversation with Theo, while the young man meanwhile talked with the lord of the fortress, who sincerely thanked him for the timely help, admitting that without him everything could have ended much worse. Theo modestly replied that the defenders would have managed without him, noting that the true glory was deserved by the soldiers who stood on the walls, until the last. Then the lord asked with interest where he found such loyal people. The young man briefly told their story from the times of the training grounds about how they grew their skills side by side, and voluntarily chose to serve alongside him, becoming knights of the Camellia Palace. The lord admitted that at first he had no hopes for them, but after several days of joint defense, he changed his mind. The young warriors proved themselves in battle better than many experienced veterans. Their skills still lacked refinement, but regarding endurance and unbreakable will, there were no doubts they stood firm against forces that far outnumbered them, and in the future will become heroes of the 9 dragons. Theo sincerely rejoiced at the praise, and immediately got down to business. He asked Navan to train his people and take them into the service of the Bacchus clan, since now he is their commander and bears full responsibility for them. Such a proposal confused Navan. He did not expect to become the head of an entire knight squad, especially the squad of the famous Camellia Knights, who were considered among the most loyal in all the snow clans. Navan's reaction only amused Theo. He expected exactly such sincere confusion, because it indicated a good character and modesty. Thus he gained an ally and mentor who will teach his fighters all the secrets of the craft. After saying goodbye to the knight, Theo was already about to set off further. Navan was sincerely surprised by such a quick meeting, and asked why the young man did not plan to stay even for a short time. But Theo replied that this was only a short stop on a long journey. The boy added that now his task is to check the position of allied forces on the archipelago. Navan was again surprised because the young man behaved as if he was going not to war, but on a light walk along the coast. Before parting, Navan asked which route Theo planned to take to reach the archipelago. Since the local inhabitants are extremely hostile to strangers, the boy only smiled and hinted that he had his own plan. The port city of Dion appeared before him as a noisy stronghold by the sea. Here warriors, merchants, and adventurers from many states had gathered, and the streets rang with dozens of different languages, characteristic of distant lands. The stranger in a hood quietly opened the door to one of the houses. Trying not to give himself away with any sound, he walked carefully, avoiding even the slightest creak underfoot. In the passage, he was stopped by a burly giant who asked if the young man was not too bold when he dared to pass by him. So inattentively, the stranger politely apologized, saying he simply did not notice and would be more careful in the future. The spectators in the bar instantly came alive, placing bets on the fight between the two. The stranger and the bruiser clashed literally within seconds, and the victory went to the boy in the hood. The opponent sat stunned on the floor, not understanding what had happened. Meanwhile, in the residence of Antonius Spinola, his assistant was reading the demands of the Troivans. They demanded tribute in the form of gunpowder and steel, calling it a fee for the opportunity to rent the Dragon Slayer's sword. Antonius was furious. He did not see this as a request, but as a direct attempt to dictate terms and interfere in the affairs of the Spinola clan, and to indicate what to do and what not to do. In his opinion, the situation was absurd because the Troivans themselves had stolen the sword and were now playing the role of benevolent benefactors. Offering to rent it to the archipelago, this only deepened his anger. Spinola could not act otherwise because without the sword the archipelago was doomed to perish. He once again regretted allowing the relic to be stolen right under his nose. Now he had to pay for that mistake. He despaired, searching for any way out of the hopelessness, prepared for the worst development of events, when suddenly a terrible uproar and angry shouts of warriors sounded behind the door. Antonius roughly kicked the door open, fully aware that he should not act this way. But he could no longer hold back his nerves. He knew that his men had quarreled again, and, as always, started a fight. The warriors froze upon seeing their chief. Antonius reminded them that he had not forbidden them to drink, but certainly did not allow them to scream so loudly and cause chaos when there was a war around. Above all this disorder stood Theo. Calmly, he was glad about Spinola's arrival. It was his arrival he had been waiting for. The meeting with the future head of the family was part of the plan, so the young man just smiled. Later they sat at the table and talked. Antony was surprised by Theo's desire to get to the archipelago, as few went there voluntarily, especially as an ordinary rank-and-file soldier. Theo advised listening to him until the end. Sea monsters had become more active lately, and his experience would be useful to the crew because experienced warriors were catastrophically lacking in Spinola. But the old man was not in a hurry to trust. He noticed that the boy's clothes were too clean for a mercenary. Moreover, Theo deliberately started a fight just as he was passing by, which caused even more doubts. The young man decided to speak openly. He stated that he knew about Antony's affiliation with the Black Skull, and therefore came with a proposal beneficial to both parties. Spinola was frankly embarrassed by such awareness. When Theo hinted that he also knew about the disappearance of the sword, the old man exploded and rushed across the table at the young man, certain that he was a spy of the Troivans who wanted to manipulate him with fabrications and lies. Theo did not flinch and asked the old man to calm down, emphasizing that no deal is made without a cool head. Antony took a deep breath and waved to the guard to leave the room. The man asked sternly where Theo knew about the sword and what goals he pursued on the archipelago. Because for a mercenary, this was definitely not the most profitable direction to earn money. Theo looked him straight in the eyes and asked what he would offer to a person who knew that Balmung was actually with him. Spinola laughed. He was sure that the sword was with the Troivans. But the young man replied that the Troivans were no less liars than himself, as they only talked about possessing the sword, but no one had yet seen it in their hands. Now Spinola could think. Antony exhaled and agreed that since the talk of the theft began, no one had seen the sword in the possession of the Troivans. Theo became a mystery to him, but also a source of useful information that could not be ignored. Then Antony told the legend of Balmung. According to the tales, a great warrior named Kriemhild fought a sea dragon, drove the sword right into its skull, and after victory sealed the blade deep under the ocean. Spinola explained that although it sounded like a fairy tale, for the inhabitants of the archipelago it was part of living history, because it was precisely thanks to the sealed dragon that the islands had remained in their place since their very origin. The streams of mana of the sleeper at the bottom of the dragon held the archipelago, and the sword controlled these streams, stabilizing them. But after the disappearance of the blade, the balance was disturbed, and the magical channels began to tear from within. If the sword is not returned to its place soon, the entire archipelago will be submerged underwater. The waves will engulf the islands, and their inhabitants will perish, sacrificing their lives due to the ambitions and greed of the Troivans. Antonius directly asked Theo if he really had Balmung. If so, the boy could count on any reward he wished, and the youth only smiled mysteriously. Theo replied that returning the sword now was too risky because the Troivans would kidnap it again, and then a new war would have to be started, passing through their lands with fire and blade to retrieve the relic. The old man inquired what he desired then, since money or power was not a problem. But Theo asked for only one thing: the opportunity to get to the flying archipelago and act there personally. They stood on the bow of the ship that cut through the waves. The sea roared beneath them, and their journey slowly but surely led to the goal both sought to achieve. Theo suddenly said he saw land. Spinola did not believe it, but in a moment was convinced that the youth was right. His sharp sight and senses surpassed the abilities of an ordinary person. They entered the bay where the ships of the archipelago's guests were anchored. Theo was impressed by what he saw, as rumors could not convey either the grandeur or the atmospheric power of this place. The flying archipelago was an alliance of trade guilds. With their ancient traditions, the emperor granted them autonomy and broad privileges. But everything changed when the Troivans captured the islands. The invaders turned the archipelago into a military base, creating warehouses of weapons and gunpowder there, and used it as a foothold for the future conquest of the continent. Antonius asked if Theo really intended to save the archipelago. The boy replied that it was necessary both for the Ragnar clan and for the inhabitants themselves, because the destruction of the islands would be a tragedy for the whole world. Theo explained his plan. It was to shift the archipelago, change its position, since the sea dragon beneath it was only the guardian of the artifact of the first created dragon. Theo stood before the artifact sword that hovered in the air. Dragons and griffins gathered around him, attentively listening to the man who dared to address the legendary creatures. The dragons recognized the sword as a powerful relic resembling the blade of the primordial dragon, and none of them could explain how such an item ended up in human hands or why it was lost. Theo asked if the sword's power was truly that great. The dragons confirmed that the great dragon left it while fleeing, and no other was capable of creating a similar blade. One of the dragons said that the sword's wielder could move the archipelago, but to do so, the relic must be resealed, and an ancient ritual performed that requires extraordinary strength. However, the great dragon remains dangerous, and challenging it is risky. Theo had already made his choice, and was not going to retreat even in the face of a deadly threat. A griffin inquired whether the young man could at least reach the seabed. Theo replied that he had a plan for every possible scenario and asked them not to worry about him. He explained to Antonia the entire path from diving to the sea bottom to resealing the dragon. Spinola was horrified by the power of the mythical colossus, as even the native inhabitants did not know about it. The old man doubted success, but at the same time felt an inner desire to believe Theo. The boy meanwhile thought of only one thing to gain ultimate power over the protector. In the basement, the Black Skull warriors gathered. Antony explained that they would accompany Theo to the Colossus, and must be ready for any threat that might appear on their path. He emphasized that many lords were bribed by the enemy, so guards always stood around the Colossus, and it was worth using secret paths that the Black Skull adepts had used. The warriors unanimously declared that they would stand to the end for the archipelago and were ready to fight the occupiers. The squad's fighting spirit was stronger than ever before. Antony warned Theo that the fate of the islands rested on him, and millions of lives depended on his success. The young man only nodded, accepting the burden of responsibility. The Colossus towered over the city in the night darkness. It seemed like a living dragon from ancient times. Around the amphitheater stood experienced guards who served their masters for gold. Near the base of the structure, a group of the Black Skull appeared from a secret passage. These secret paths they had used for years, carrying out the most dangerous assignments. Theo and his men climbed out of the hatch. One of the fighters said there were no patrols here. The enemies relied on the outer ring of guards, and therefore ignored this hidden approach. Theo thanked his men and ordered them to return home. Their part of the mission was complete, and Antonius was waiting for the report. The young man was left alone, facing a huge task. He gripped the Dragon Slayer's sword, feeling how with each step toward the Colossus, the blade's energy grew. Now only a decisive step forward remained, and not to retreat. Theo swiftly climbed up the statue, leaving his comrades far below. They watched from below with bated breath, as the boy approached the dragoness head in huge leaps, and mana swirled around him. Soon, Theo had already reached the goal. The guys below watched his movements with admiration. Each in their heart hoped they would manage to save their home and take it back from the enemy. One of the young men wanted to share his hope, and did not notice how behind his back appeared a stranger in a hood, who silently pressed the blade of a knife to the careless fighter's throat. The next moment the boy was already lying on the ground covered in blood. Nearby stood the Troivan warriors, coldly looking up at Theo, believing that the time had come to return the sacred relic to the possession of their masters. Theo stood on the head of the Colossus. Nearby towered the carved figure of Krimlish. It was here that the sword resonated most strongly with the mana rising from the depths of the statue, so only understanding how to act next remained. Attempts to thrust the sword near the statue yielded no result. The young man tensely recalled the text of the system message. His hands were already burning from the powerful energy flashing on the blade with bright lightning. Theo was already reaching for the potion bottle when the Troivan assassin materialized nearby. As if from thin air, he had already raised the knife for a deadly strike, but did not manage to complete the attack. The next moment the boy's body simply vanished, and the enemy froze in confusion, wondering if he had imagined it all against the backdrop of the turbulent mana. Theo appeared behind the attacker, and with a powerful kick threw him forward. The enemy barely held on to the narrow surface of the Colossus, and almost fell into the darkness. The killer's assistants were already running. They called out to Lord Grey, making sure he was all right, but he only ordered them to be silent and start searching for Theo, warning that the opponent was extremely strong and treacherous. The guards below heard a heavy rumble, looking around in surprise, searching for the source of the sound. Later it became clear that it was the Colossus itself. Something was changing in it. Although the process was slow, and at first almost imperceptible. Everyone realized with horror that the Colossus was beginning to fall. No one even tried to run. Their gazes were fixed on the giant statue, which seemed to come to life, and moved from its place like a living dragon. Antonius, together with the fighters, awaited Theo's return, when a distant rumble from the top of the Colossus made him tense. The man felt anxiety since no news had come from the squad for a long time. A woman appeared in the corridor of the secret passage, gasping. She reported that there had been a betrayal. Gray with his men attacked Theo and the Black Skull squad just as they reached the top of the Colossus. Spinola did not want to believe that the enemy had penetrated so deeply into the ranks of his organization. This meant the collapse of almost all hopes, because Gray knew all the secret paths and plans that Antonius had been building for years. Meanwhile, on the mountain, a clash was taking place between Theo and Lord Gray's men. The enemies did not rush into attack. They only kept their distance and were stalling. The boy realized that they were afraid and waiting for reinforcements from other clans. Theo decided to retreat. He did not want to engage in battle with superior forces, especially since the system issued a new task, which clearly indicated the necessity to return the sword to its original place. The young man finally understood exactly where to insert the magical artifact. Gray was chasing him, but was too late. Theo was already holding the sword above the required slot in the body of the Colossus and was preparing to complete the ritual. When the blade entered the nest, a powerful wave of energy swept through the statue. Gray and his men were almost thrown off the Colossus by the magical explosion, and around them, the lights seemed to go out. Theo came to his senses as if after a heavy sleep. His head was splitting, thoughts were confused. He did not understand what had happened in the last seconds and where his body was now. Coming to his senses, the hero realized that he was in the underground world of the relic. A shaky gloom surrounded him from all sides, and the boy feverishly pondered how to get out of here. Near the sword, dragons and a griffin began to materialize. Theo asked in surprise what was happening to them, to which they replied that they were forced to take such a form due to the insufficiently high level of his own mana. They advised him to take a walk through these domains so that the hero could better understand the nature of the power he had connected with. Without this, his further path would be impossible, and Theo agreed to such a journey. High on the branches, a skeleton archer was watching him. He placed an arrow on the bowstring and took aim. The boy was walking with his back to him and looked like easy, defenseless prey. However, Theo caught the arrow in the air, literally a step from his back. Surprised, he looked back, trying to understand who exactly decided to attack him in this strange world of the relic. The skeleton loudly announced the appearance of a stranger, declaring that the sword belonged to Kriemhild. At his call, ranks of bone warriors rose from the darkness, ready to defend their master's domain. The skeletons closed a ring around Theo. He carefully examined them, preparing for battle. The boy was not going to retreat, believing that this was their problem, and that his life was worth much more. With the first strike, he knocked off the head of the nearest enemy, quickly realizing that there were an extraordinary number of enemies, but each individually was too weak to stop his current power. But the assistant warned that it was not so simple. Before Theo's eyes, the shattered bones again gathered into a whole skeleton. The warrior was restored, and the advisor explained that these were the immortal guardians of the relic. The battle flared up with new strength. Theo was cutting through the crowd of bone men without feeling difficulties, but the voice nearby incessantly reminded him that his strength was not limitless, and it could not last forever. The dragon advised him to appeal directly to Kriemhild, and ask the great warrior to pass the domain to someone who could continue it. Theo doubted whether this was too audacious, but the dragon remained silent as if approving. The system sent a message in which it was explicitly stated that it was worth turning to Kriemhild for help, and asking to transfer the right of ownership to Theo himself. The boy understood the hint, and decided to listen. In battle, Theo noticed a skeleton who kept to the side and avoided the thick of the fight. In his hands was a different sword. Not like the rest of the guards. The difference was striking. The young man guessed that he was the key, so he rushed after him using the technique of thunder breath, which increased his speed. His body became light and his movements swift. The skeleton trembled with the anticipation of the inevitable. Theo caught up with him and delivered a precise strike, after which the system notified that he had received a part of the great Kriemhild's body. To meet the hero, it was necessary to collect all the remnants of his power. The young man realized that the path ahead was long, and he would have to find every part of the great warrior to master the legacy and awaken the true power of the artifact. In the port of the archipelago, A storm-raged sailors were unloading ships, but the captain noticed a mysterious passenger and asked if they would make it on time. He assured that the plan was flawless. The unknown added that this time the tide would be on their side, as if nature itself favored the realization of the plan. On the deck lay the bodies of sailors. Some tried to escape but did not succeed. Their attempts ended just like their lives. The newly arrived stranger was Noel IX, a faithful servant of the Troivans. He was convinced that very soon the sword of Kriemhild would return to the hands of its owners. People screamed in panic, watching as the huge colossus, the protector of their archipelago, rapidly fell, plunging into the storm and destroying everything around. Energy surged around him. The sky darkened over the city. A storm raged. People looked at each other fearfully, not understanding what to do next. Theo gathered all the parts of Kriemhild's remains. The system asked if he wanted to see the memories of the great warrior. The young man agreed without hesitation, expecting something incredible. He saw the sunny shore. The sea was rolling waves, and a little child was running on the sand calling someone named Levi. In the cave among the stones stood a sword, an ancient relic that seemed simply thrown here by the current or a storm. The little boy touched the sword and again called Levi, saying he had brought food. Suddenly, from inside the cave rose a real dragon. He called himself Leviathan, the guardian of the ancient relic, and demanded to be treated with respect. The child smiled and said that his name was too long, so from now on he would call him Levi. The dragon did not object, but did not approve either. The boy explained that he had brought bread, but Leviathan grumbled that the taste already made him nauseous, and asked if next time he could bring something tastier. Later it turned out that it was not a child, but a girl dressed in her brother's clothes, so that no one would notice her frequent trips to the cave. Years passed. The girl grew up but continued to bring food to her friend the dragon, to whom she was nevertheless not indifferent. And having become an adult, she also came to him, ignoring his stern request to stop these visits because she could not leave the ancient friend hungry. One day the girl ran in crying. The dragon was about to scold her, but noticed bruises on her face and the shadow of an enemy who was already running into the cave with a sword. A soldier grabbed her before she could say anything else, only warning that enemies had entered the city and everything was burning in chaos. Leviathan saw how the soldier was about to harm her and called Kriemhild, preparing for a bloody revenge for the sake of his only friend. The city was burning. The Emperor's soldiers drove the prisoners with spear and whip strikes, urging them to move faster to avoid dying under the rubble and in the flames. One of the warriors stopped above him. A dark shadow loomed. It seemed as if night had fallen. It took him one glance to understand that death was near. A gigantic dragon crashed down on the enemies, tearing them to pieces, avenging the tears and fear of the one who had fed it. For many years people screamed and fled, but in vain. The adult Kriemhild knelt, tightly gripping the sword in her hands, not believing that she herself had unleashed this power, and that now the bloody reckoning had become inevitable. The Emperor's warrior noticed her and wanted to call others, but he was not destined to do so. His head flew into the air among fragments of bones and pieces of bodies of other attackers. The townspeople stood in energy cocoons, invulnerable to the dragoness wrath, looking around in confusion, not believing their own eyes. Kriemhild cried. Standing amid the chaos, she begged for forgiveness, fearing that she had personally doomed the only friend who had been by her side all her life to death. Only for a moment did the girl notice that she herself was inside a shining cocoon. Behind stood Leviathan, and below unfolded a forest of hands and fists where people chanted her name, calling her their savior. She descended to friends and relatives. The face of each shone with gratitude to her, and to the dragon it was her kindness, courage, and loyalty that saved the city and freed Leviathan from ancient chains. The emperor attentively listened to the news from the archipelago. He did not believe that his army was defeated by a simple girl from a nearby settlement, and demanded an immediate report of all the details of the event. Soon his personal guard set out for the archipelago with the aim of subduing the dragon and turning it into a weapon that would serve the empire unquestioningly. The townspeople knelt. The Emperor's soldiers held weapons over them, threatening to destroy everyone if Kriemhild did not reveal the secret of how to tame the dragon that obeyed her. The rider pointed the sword directly at the girl. She stood defenseless before him. The man demanded to be told how to tame the beast, promising to release the people if she spoke. Leviathan addressed her mentally so that no one could hear. He asked her to use the sword, assuring her that she would not die but only fall asleep, and that this was the fate he had to accept. The soldiers froze, awaiting orders, and the dragon promised Kriemhild that he would help her one last time, and then return to a deep sleep from which he would never awaken. The guards stood ready, certain that they had already triumphed and would return to the emperor as heroes who had conquered the ancient creature. But Leviathan had prepared a completely different ending for them. He stood in the middle of the sea beneath him. The waves raged, and a powerful tsunami rose to wash away the invaders once and for all. The townspeople were protected by cocoons, not a single wave touched them. The Emperor's soldiers begged for forgiveness and salvation, but their pleas drowned in the roar of the elements. Theo finally understood the truth. Kriemhild had never been a great warrior who defeated the dragon. She was simply a kind girl who befriended the mysterious creature and earned his blessing. Behind the young man, a voice sounded. It was the spirit of Kriemhild. She held the sword and explained that she had prevented Levi from completing his mission, so now Theo must help the dragon where she could not. She handed the sword to Theo and asked him to make Levi happy. The young man replied that Leviathan was already happy when she came to the cave and shared her light with him. Kriemhild placed her hands on her chest and silently thanked him for his words. Now she could rest peacefully and wait for a new meeting with her friend. Meanwhile, the soldiers kept the people away from the ruins of the Colossus, warning that the statue's remains could collapse at any moment. Suddenly, someone from the crowd shouted, pointing at the fallen fragments of the Colossus. There stood the figure of a person everyone tried to see who exactly had appeared among the debris. The townspeople decided that Kriemhild herself stood before them. They chanted her name with new hope in their eyes, and Theo felt the burden of responsibility settling on his shoulders, and how he now had to protect these people from destruction and new invaders.